Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, land friends. Welcome to day 2 of the Young Lawyers Symposium program. I hope you had a wonderful night and your morning is good. I hope you woke up on the right side of the bed. I don't know if that is your left or right. But if not, I hope that along the way, the knowledge that you collect makes you feel a little bit better. So yesterday was day 1, and we started off amazingly. We collected buckets and buckets and buckets of wisdom from the different sessions that we had. And my name is Joy Mbabazi, for those of you that are just joining us today, and I'm privileged to be the host for this symposium. I am a lawyer, and I'm also doing charity work and mentorship under Dear Young Lawyer series, and my organization is called Sparrows Nook Foundation. But for purposes of this symposium, I am the team lead at Dear Young Lawyer series, which is all about mentorship and legal education for the young lawyers. Yes. So the theme of this symposium is legally balanced, mastering practice, purpose, and personal life. The whole essence is for us to be on a 360 angle. That is a phrase that I learned, and I think I'm going to overuse it or abuse it. Because then we're talking about family, we're talking about finances, we're talking about practice, we're talking about communication, all those kinds of stuff. And yesterday, probably a recap for you, once again, if you missed, we had an opening remark from the most perpendicular Vice President, Counsel Anthony Asimwe, and then we had an address on law, leadership, and legacy, positioning yourself for lasting relevance, and that was done by the Chief Justice Emeritus, Bat Katurebe, and he talked to us about, the question he started with was, why did you choose law? You know, why are you studying law, or why are you practicing law? And he says that is the good start of to center you, to figure out what your purpose is. And then he also emphasized the need to know what it is that you want, and to work on a legacy. What do you want to be remembered for? You know, when they mention your name, what should come in people's minds? And of course, he called on us to be honorable, to be honest, and to remember. I think he emphasized the need for humanity, and says that people are not just robots. They are not case numbers, case files, and all that, but they're human beings. And he says that we need to implement and remember that even as we handle our cases. And next, we had legal writing for young lawyers, 360 angle. That was done by Counsel Semambo Rashid of, he's the managing partner, Semambo and Semambo Advocates. He was very, very thorough, and he said that he has OCD when it comes to writing. You don't just give him pleadings that are shady. And I think that the thing that I remember was that his team, if they're working on a case or a file, they read it 8 times. 8 times for 8 different days, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around that, but I think that is why he's even into legal writing. He's a perfectionist, and that means that excellence is key, and of course he says you need to be able to do the same, and the emphasis was on telling the story, and he was pointing back to the stories that we normally hear, and they say once upon a time, which is to mean that a story should start somewhere. Even your pleadings as you're writing, whatever it is you're writing, let it be, where did it start, where is it going, etc. and etc. So that is a little bit of off-head for those of you that missed. Next, we had a panel on winning beyond the law books, mastering the human side of legal practice, where we had soft skills and how to move the needle. This was done by Mr. Batanda Gerald, the managing partner at Signum Advocates, and there was a lot to learn as well. And he says that if you cannot read, then you cannot write. Yeah, so you need to do that, but also it's very important the way you position yourself, the way you relate with your colleagues, the way you approach the seniors out there is very, very important, and for you to learn beyond, you know, this that we read, the statutes and all that, have something to add on to yourself. And we had courtroom communication. That was the last panel. No, that was the last session we had before we had a panel. And this one was done by Mr. Julius Ojok. He started us off in, he was online. So he called in and said, okay, Joy, tell me, what do you see in the room? Is it hot? Is it? So I said, it's hot. There is a chair, there are blinds, the door is open. And I said, okay, that is not what I was looking for. So he painted a picture of, I'm sitting right here on a table, the weather is this, there's a mic, I have a plastic cup or this, that. So it was a whole kind of communication, giving us an angle that communication is both verbal and non-verbal. And even as you're in courtrooms, you need to be able to pay attention to that, see people's postures, the tonality, the way they speak and all that. That can help you, especially to determine, because a client can come to you and they are trying to withhold information, but as you observe, as you listen and pay attention to that body language, you may be able to crack down their walls and get more information that you may need, and probably even your clients. Okay. Sorry, your count, the opposing counsel, yes. So that is a little bit of a wrap up. And of course, we had a panel discussion on ADR, from registry to resolution. We had a full spectrum, and we had Miss Anne Namara Musinguzi, Mr. Isaac Sekabanja, and Council Zubeda Namugenyi, and this was moderated by Angom Ruth. And we had a very, very good interaction on ADR and why you need to go for it, and why you should be interested in it, and all the avenues that you can be able to get the information that you need regarding them. So today is a brand new day. We have different programs lined up for you, and our very first panel is also already in place, and I'm going to be handing over to them after this. So we're going to be having a panel on personal branding for lawyers, which is very, very, very important. And it's a build-up from yesterday, especially on communication, especially on soft skills, on all that. So I'm glad that it all ties into each other. And as you sit there and listen, remember to have a pen and a notebook, or if you're digital, have your notepad open. Thank you very much. So I'd like to pass it over to you, to Councillor Samuel, to take over your panel. Thank you. And good morning, panel.
Thank you very much. Today we are going to discuss a very interesting topic. I would like to welcome all the members that have joined in online virtually to listen to our great panelists. I would also like to welcome our great panelists for sparing their time to come and talk about personal branding. They have built their brands, as you will hear from them, and also from their profiles. I would also like to thank Uganda Law Society, the partners, and also the partners, Praxis, Conflict Center Limited, Blue Bay Legal Advocates, Muslim Arbitration and Mediation Center Uganda. Briefly, I will introduce our panelists. I will start with Brownie Ibal. She's, excuse me, she's a globally recognized legal, governance, and philanthropic leader with over a decade of executive experience across the public, private, and non-profit sectors. Brownie Ebal is a 2024 Global Award winner in the legal services, and currently serves as the principal legal officer at National Water and Sewage Corporation, where she oversees governance, litigation, and property portfolios exceeding 10 million USD. Brownie is also a philanthropist and founder of Chitabu Book Project, a local NGO that has impacted over 2 million children through book donations and advocacy, reflecting over 10 years of leadership and experience in the NGO sector. Ms. Brown is also a board director with sharp strategic instincts. She has spearheaded institutional innovations, expanded regional impact in education, and built ventures that scale African enterprise. She is the youngest board member of the Uganda Law Society Elections Committee underscoring the high levels of trust and competence she commands. Brownie is known for her cross-sector agility, policy depth, and high-stakes legal leadership with a passion of driving sustainable development through law, governance, and social impact. You're most welcome, Ms. Brownie.
Thank you.
The next panelist is Ms. Zuria Nagadia. She has walked the same halls as many of you are walking now. She's a lawyer by training, but life had other plans. After leaving law due to illness, she rebuilt a whole new career in the digital world. Today, she's one of the leading voices in the AI automation and personal branding strategy on the African continent. She helps CEOs, lawyers, and business leaders show up with clarity, confidence, and builds AI systems that help businesses increase revenue and make success sustainable. She believes your brand is your career insurance, and AI systems and automations make this even better. Please welcome the founder of Thrive Response and Company, founder, benefit from AI, a lawyer turned AI system consultant and personal branding strategist, Ms. Zuria. You're most welcome. Our third panelist is Ms. Bridget Kusima Biarogaba. Ms. Bridget Kusima Biarogaba is an enrolled advocate of the High Court of Uganda and all subordinate courts there too. She's a member of the East African Law Society, the Uganda Law Society, and the Industrial Court Users Committee. Additionally, she serves as a notary public, commissioner for oath, and a chartered certified company secretary, accredited by the Chartered Governance Institute, UK and Ireland. Ms. Kusima holds an LLM honors from University of East London, LLB honors from Makerere University, and postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center in Kampala, where she earned the Uganda Law Society accolade in recognition of her excellence performance as the third top graduate of her academic year. She currently positioned in the commercial and corporate department of the firm. Ms. Kusima specializes in corporate governance, mergers and acquisitions, aviation law, technology and communication insurance, and general commercial law. She also heads the NGO Immigration and Industrial Relations practice areas. Her expertise in these areas has been recognized by the IFLR since 2016. Ms. Kusima has received notable recognitions in the Uganda legal and business community. She was featured in the 2015 as number 5 of the top 40 inspiring women under 40, and highlighted by the Observer in 2016 as a phenomenal woman to watch. She also brings international and regional experience, having worked in London on secondment with North Rose, Fulbright's London office, and the East African Development Bank. Beyond her professional career, Ms. Kusima enjoys to actively mentor the younger generation, among others. You're welcome, Ms. Kusima. I hope you've all heard the biography of the profiles of our great panelists today, and they're best fit to discuss the topic of personal branding. Many young lawyers aspire to admire other lawyers, but the admiration only comes because the other person has branded themselves, and you only wish to become what they are. Today, the topic, again, is personal branding for young lawyers. I will ask a few questions to our panelists, and then they will give us insights on how they have personally branded themselves, how the personal branding has impacted their career and also the community. I think I will begin with Miss Brownie. Miss Brownie, once again, she's the Principal Legal Officer at National Water and Sewage Corporation. You document your court work and community initiatives openly. How do you decide what to share without crossing professional or ethical lines while branding yourself?
Thank you for that question. In regards to that, in law, the challenge isn't just what you do, it's how you do it without crossing ethical lines. That means I represent National Water and Sewage Corporation, which is a public company that most people know. So you have to understand that there are different stakeholders involved in this. So whatever you share should not breach the confidentiality rule, but it should focus on the lessons learned or what a lawyer would gain from it. So not maybe going too deep into the strategies, but into, now for us in National Water stakeholder engagement, one of the key issues is to ensure that the public knows that we are fighting against illegal water use, that we are steadfast in ensuring that their meters are not stolen, because those are things that touch the public. So through sharing this, it is stating to the public that we are working on their grievances. It is not just you go and report a case in the police and it ends there. It is to show we are result-oriented and we are trying to ensure that you achieve what we have set out to do. So that increases the public trust in National Water and Sewage Corporation, and also in the brand that is now in terms of what I do. So if you are working in an organization, in-house lawyers, or even a law firm, do not go out to say bad things about your firm or your organization. Go out to show how you are helping or ensuring in regards to your vision, the strategies are actually being achieved, and then people will trust you more. When people trust you more, in that regard. Can it? It's working. Okay. Be able to in-house, one of the biggest is they want to see your value. So you're not just lawyers in a law firm. You are lawyers with other people in the business. People do, how they get money, the sales people, but you are in-house. How are you till operation of the company that you are resolve their issues? So in that regard, you understand what you share, so that you enable people know you're working, you're trustworthy, you're credible, and then more clients and more work will be able to follow you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brownie, for that insight. Ms. Kusima, you've built a reputation in one of the most competitive fields. What branding missteps do you see young lawyers making again and again?
Interesting. One, oversharing. Many of us are not curating our content. When I say curate, I mean make a mental decision of who you want us to perceive you to be, and make sure that the content you share supports that. So if I can think of someone like who's not a lawyer, but maybe like Manuela Mulondo, we've all seen her, right? Her content is about family, which is why she has Ride with the Mulondos, her and her kids and her husband. More recently, she likes to say to us that she's very prayerful, so she's always attending prayer meetings and things like that. She has created her content to the extent that when you're thinking of a woman in the marketplace who seems to have it all figured out in terms of balancing, you think her. Let's bring it home to the legal profession. If I can think of someone like David Mpanga, when you think of him, you're thinking well-articulated, well-mannered, brilliant, because that's the brand he has curated. Even when you see his LinkedIn posts, you see that there is a thought process behind them. I think for many young people, we're not being careful as to what we want our brand to be, and we are just posting content. In the process, we are oversharing. For example, I have your number because I met you on Wednesday. We have a matter together. It's important that we keep in touch. On the weekend, so I see your WhatsApp statuses. So that meaning you don't even have privacy controls over who sees your status. Good for you, you're an open book. You go to Bandali Rise. You're posting yourself high. You're posting yourself dubbed. You're posting, come on now. You get me? Let's be guided. Not me who only has your number because we are handling a matter together. Why am I seeing that version of you? Is there anything wrong with all those things? No. But just decide who is entitled to a front row seat to certain versions of you. I don't think I should, because I know you strictly professionally. So we're oversharing, we are not curating our content. Some of us even fear to try. I know so many lawyers who either don't have a LinkedIn profile, or when they do, they are like monitoring spirits. You're not posting anything. You're just there to watch other people and develop a story about them. So what are you doing? How is that helping you as an individual build your brand? Now, I know as lawyers we're not allowed to advertise, and because we're not, many of us fear to even take that step. But who's going to tell your story better than yourself? So if you just choose to either not be on professional sites or just be there and observe, then I'm not sure you're doing a disservice to anyone but yourself. You get me? Something else that comes to mind is familiarity in the way we interact. I believe the older generation of lawyers we have today is more approachable. So because they're approachable, it's easy for us to forget that they are not our mates. So for example, Kanso Nangwala, he's very jocular, he's very kind when you meet him, but the truth is he was also your lecturer. Now because you found him in this space and you find him kind and jocular, you think you're going to engage with him on a level of we are buddies. How? We're not, you get me? Just because he's conducting himself in a demeanor that allows you to see him a certain way, doesn't mean you should be disrespectful. So we are forgetting even basic etiquette. I'll give you an illustration. About 2 weeks ago, I had to speak to Kanso on a matter. So I messaged him and say, is it a good time? He says, sure. I phone him, and the entire time he's chewing in my ears. Initially, I thought there was a crack in my phone because I was thinking, but Kanso, I asked you if it was a good time. All you had to say was, give me 20, or let me phone you when it's a good time. You said yes. But basic etiquette, why do you think it's okay to chew in someone's ears? I'm not your mate. I'm not your friend. Even your friends, why are you chewing in their ears? This Kanso is 6 years my junior, but even if we were at the same level, is it proper? So we are failing to appreciate basic etiquette, and all those things go to your branding. I promise you, because we are human, every time I think of him now, I just remember that incident and I tell myself, wow. We're not taking our branding seriously. Sometimes we are posting more about everything else but our professional careers. Good for you, you're a money lender on the side, but we know you more as a money lender than a licensed advocate. Is that what you really want us to know about you? Yes, we need to know you're a money lender so that you have customers, but isn't it more important that I know you first as an advocate and a money lender on the side? We're just not taking branding seriously. It's the sad truth.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Kusima. What I'm picking up is oversharing, and I think this is so common amongst lawyers, young lawyers, who believe that if you overpost your life, even what is not supposed to be in the public, as you've said, someone must stick to the professionalism, then people will never take you serious. Even if in the things you post, there's some serious content, but people never. But Miss Zuria, many young lawyers think branding is for influencers and AI is for tech people. How can we reframe that so it feels useful and real for us as young lawyers?
Thank you, Samuel. And I want to just add on to what these wonderful ladies have spoken about. I feel like we don't really understand what branding is or what personal branding is. We confuse branding with posting and having an online presence. Lots of the lawyers, when I was coming up, most of the firms, the top firms that we knew, KAA and there are quite many, Katende, Sempewa, they didn't have an online presence. They were not trying to post every day to get known. But the way I look at branding, or the way I like to explain it to people and young people, is that think of personal branding as your commercial fingerprint. Look at this, we all have a unique print, even twins have a unique one. You have a story that no one else has in this world. Yes, we're all lawyers, we've all gone to law school, we've all had these lessons, we've all had all these things, but your experience was different, your results were different. The way you understood and perceived whatever you were taught is different. So from your own experience and your life, this is how you should be branding yourself. And the reason I say commercial is posting is not fun. It takes, like she talked about curating content, it takes a bit of thought. Thinking about what people are going to, how will people perceive this? What will people say when they hear this? So it takes preparation. So you're not prepared, you're not doing this just for fun, you want to get paid. I've personally lived off my personal brand for the last 5 years, and I've built a business on just creating my content and curating it very intentionally. So when I say it's your commercial fingerprint, it's the one thing that you have. And in this AI world, which most of us are very uncomfortable with, it's literally the only thing we're going to have left, your personal brand. Because with robots and not sure if this is this person speaking, we're not sure if it's their AI twin, we're not sure if it's a clone, we're not sure. All you have left is your story and your personal brand. So get very clear on, first of all, who you want to serve, who you want to talk to. She talked about people showing up as money lenders. If you're choosing to show up as a money lender, well, that's fine, if that's what you want to be known for. So who are your customers? Who do you want to borrow your money? And where are they? On which platform are they? What problems do they have that you can solve? Who am I serving? What problems do they have that my expertise and my experience can solve? Right now, I speak to business owners and CEOs and executives, helping them build brands online and also automate their businesses with AI. So when I'm talking about the content that I create, I make sure I share the problems that they have. They're overpaying for their admin services. They have all these people who are stressing them in their offices sitting on TikTok, and when they can have an AI receptionist do this for them. We have these customer service centers. Please don't hate on me because your job might be taken. It's just the truth. We have customer service centers where people are waiting for a phone call from a customer in MTN the whole morning and the whole night, and all they're doing is just texting back and forth with their friends. Unfortunately, one AI agent can actually handle a whole customer center by themselves. So how then do you show up? How then do you show up as Miss Brownie here, that she's an in-house lawyer, but she's known? This is the career insurance I was speaking about. You get to be the person who is not easily fired. you get to be the young lawyer who shows up, who the firm is proud of, who is bringing in more visibility and more customers to the business because you show up intentionally. You go and solve problems for people. You're not just talking about, you're talking about a land transaction and showing people how they can avoid getting into the same issue. Get out here and solve problems, and let's build a perception of you from this. Let's decide, okay, this person actually is the go-to person for this. Think about it, there's like this problem and there are 3 lawyers, and someone goes online to search, someone who doesn't have a lawyer. They go to search, who are they finding? Are they finding the young person she talked about who is posting pictures while out, while drinking, while doing this? Or are they finding her who actually shares content that's valuable, who is actually solving problems? Now, this is where AI comes in, is that AI solves your content creation and you're showing up, it makes it way easier. You then get to have something to start. You get to have a draft. And not even just for content creation, even in our own work. Before, I remember when I was coming up, I made a lot of income from drafting agreements. I don't know if that's still the case, since I've been away for a while. But right now, it's not this thing of me, I have my lawyer. My lawyer has to first look at this. My lawyer, because in the AI world, people can come up with drafts in seconds. So the question is, are you actually being the person who comes up with these drafts and then rewrites them? Some of us are using AI so wrongly. You get something from ChatGPT and you go ahead and drop it online or drop it on your boss's desk or drop it. That's wrong. So we want to use AI, lots of AI tools for lawyers, but we want to use it in a way that helps you solve people's problems, but also helps you show up better in the online space.
Thank you, Ms. Zuria. As an AI system strategist, how can we use AI tools to manage the piling files, deadlines, clients, and still keep our personal touch?
To follow up on what I was saying before on this, is that think of AI as you having your very intelligent personal assistant who literally knows everything but doesn't necessarily have your personality. So I have all these agreements to draft. I have this research to make. I have these emails to respond to. Automate your tasks using even just using ChatGPT. Obviously, I recommend that you pay for it. It's only $20 a month. That's like $70K. This is money people use on a daily, right? Invest in a simple AI tool that then helps you automate the process. It's going to set up your reminders. It's going to do your research for you. You can create an automated task in something like ChatGPT, and this task will just do research on your competitors. It will check the ULI website. It will check the ULS website. It will check your competitors' blogs, and then just give you a roundup of the week. Every Monday morning at 8 a.m., it's in your email. You can even do a daily task that it will go and scout and check Twitter and check LinkedIn and check this for, depending on how you program it. And there's a prompt I can share with you can share with people that will help them build out a task that then does your research for you to know what's happening in the field. You don't want to be the kind of person who is always green, who is always waiting for like a conference, who is always waiting for something like this to get involved. But you're on TikTok, you're enjoying all these things. So use AI to just help reduce this workload. You have these huge files in front of you, and you don't even have the time to read through everything, right? Take screenshots, just take images of this and put them in either Claude or Perplexity, just drop them and let it summarize it for you. But the thing is, when we're communicating to these language models, the Claude, the ChatGPT, Perplexity, Grok, and all of them, we tend to want to be smart. We tend to want to get the best answer, right? Yet the human brain is sort of programmed to think at a 3rd grade or 5th grade level, which is about, I think, 11 years or 10 years old. But as lawyers, we want to show up as smart and use those very important words. There's a senior counsel, is it called Counsel Mukasa Bide, I think, uses all those very important words, right? Those, right? So we all want to be impressive like that. But that's not what the human brain wants. We want to simplify. So when we're speaking to the AI, always tell it, please give me a response that a 10-year-old would understand, that a 12-year-old would understand. Give it to me in a story format. Give me a response that would help me understand and digest this file really, really well. So that way it's done your research, it's helping you summarize all the work that you have, and then responding to emails. You can literally program a GPT model to just notify you when an email from your boss comes in. That whenever that comes through, whenever an email from a client comes through, it pings you, it then sends you a text message. It just keeps reminding you. So AI is just supposed to be this very smart assistant that's helping you just do better, just perform better. And ultimately, if it's helping you create your content, helping you do your research, helping is the key word. We can't use it to do our work for us. It has to help you. 60%, maximum 70%. So then use that to break all these tasks down, and this will just help you show up better and perform better.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zuria, for those great insight about AI and how it can be used in a law firm setting. Ms. Kusima, partner in one of the powerful law firms in Uganda. How does personal branding play out differently in litigation versus advisory or corporate practice?
Okay. So when you think personal branding and litigation, it's more your physical presence. When you show up at court, are you appropriately dressed for the court? Did you find out whether this particular justice sits in open court or chambers? Are you going to be those lawyers who show up and counsel, we can't see you? And yet the reality is, you could have asked. You could have messaged someone the night before just to confirm how this judge sits so that you show up dressed appropriately. It's the way you carry yourself. It's confidence. Are you those lawyers who we have to say, speak up? Because you show up in court and it's like you're whispering, like you're in a relationship with a judge. Come on now. Be confident. Speak up, even when your answers are wrong. Sometimes it's just your confidence that will make us second guess ourselves, because we'll be thinking, if she's this confident, that maybe we are the problem, not her, you know? So how you dress, how you present yourself to the court, are you articulate? Are you those people whose English is pick and play? And I'm not coming for anyone. And I'm also not saying people are expected to have American and English accents or whatever, but just have a good command of the English language, because English is the language of the court. So you can't show up to the court and, even when you speak, we have to think again to say, did she actually say that? You know, because we are shocked that that's what you actually said. On the flip side, when it's corporate advisory, it's more back end. So it's your responsiveness to emails. Are you those people who take 2 days to merely confirm receipt of an email? There's a distinction between getting the work done and confirming that you have seen the work. Surely it shouldn't take you more than 24 hours when an email comes in to confirm to the client that you've seen the email, and then sort of give them a time from when you hope to get back to them with a substantive response. So are you those lawyers who 48 hours later you've not confirmed receipt of the email? Responsiveness is very key. The quality of your advice should also be good. It's very embarrassing when they just get a second opinion and you were totally off, from referring to the wrong cap to referring to sections that don't even exist in that particular act. Come on now, what are we doing, you know? Time management as well for virtual calls, virtual attendances. I always tell the people I work with, always get on the call latest 5 minutes in advance. You can't be that counsel who we always have to wait for. Okay, you're counsel, you're high and mighty, but come on, 10 minutes later, we're waiting for you. You know those counsels who always seem to have internet connectivity problems? You need to have a backup plan. I mean, I think in this day and age, post-COVID, like Suzu said, things have changed, you know. Before, we're always having to physically show up at places. Clients have appreciated that it saves more time when you do these things virtually. So you need to have backup plans for internet. Either you're able to use your phone if the office internet runs out, or you're able to use a MiFi. So really, ultimately, it's that experience. I keep saying to people that all of us have been well trained. All of us can do this work. It's the experience that the client has while they're getting their work done that will make them refer or come back. That will also impact your personal brand, because relationships are personal, you know? So for a client to consistently come back to Bridget, it can only mean that among many things, they like the brand that Bridget represents. She's responsive, she's timely, she's respectful, her advice is solid. Those are the things that we should be looking out for on corporate advisory. And then on the other hand, I explained, it's all about how you show up in the marketplace, how you show up at the court, whether your arguments are solid or not. Are you confident? Are you speaking decent English? Are you showing up on time? Or you're those lawyers who we are always asking for your matter to be stood over for 10 minutes, 15 minutes? It can't be consistent, because then at some point it's your brand. Eh? It's you who's disorganized as a person. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for that, Ms. Kusima. Hope the members have really understood that. I also experienced some at times in court. On a Monday morning, you have court, let's say at 9, you're meeting counsel, the opposite counsel, to discuss about maybe the case, or having a normal conversation, and they are smelling alcohol. It usually happens on Monday. For some people, every day. I don't know how. Every time you talk to this lawyer, so there is no way you will ever respect this lawyer. Yes, it's okay, you can do whatever you're doing, but show up in a presentable manner, and don't build your brand by showing that you can be admired by other people, you can be respected by other people. Because if you don't respect yourself and then you come to court when smelling alcohol, they would never respect you. So Miss Brownie, you also do mentorship, right, and the projects you've talked about. How has giving back to your community shaped your brand and the opportunities you attract as a lawyer?
This is something very dear to my heart. Kitabu Book Project is a local non-government organization that I started in my 4th year of law school at the University of Dar es Salaam. It was built from the perspective that every Ugandan can give back. Ugandans are not giving back is not a white man's thing. It is a humanity thing. And we wanted to change the stereotype that even young people can give back. When we started in 2016, we were 2 ladies. When we would go to seek for funding, the first question someone would ask is, where are the white people? That broke my heart. The second question they asked is, where is the man? That broke my heart twice. So when you realize that the perception of society is so low, we have a very low opinion of ourselves, it just pushes you to actually say, I need to change this. The only way you can change it is through action. So when we started it started with books from my family and my immediate family, and then we went to donate books in St. Joseph's, Chirinia. Now, when we did that, we literally used personal branding or branding in terms of social media. We're very big on Facebook when it just came. And we shared widely. Now, through sharing just on Facebook and creating a WordPress blog, we were able to attract national television, that is NTV, World Vision, and some other partners outside. So they partnered with us to now do donations nationwide. So when the ladies here talk about personal branding or branding in general, it is the power that can move beyond the ordinary. I got to study in the United Kingdom for my master's. And in the street, a Ghanaian woman literally came running after me. And she's like, "You're Brownie from Facebook." I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Kitabu book is so good. I want to start something in Ghana." So you inspire people beyond borders. So for me, when people look at charity, and sometimes they be thinking, where are you getting money from? Or in Furinawa, they want a tangible result. I debunk that. Please, let us love our country, let us love ourselves, and give back to those people. Through Kitabu, we have been able to go to the UN General Assembly to talk about education. We have been able to go to Oxford. We won a prize giving. Me and my co-founder, was able to win a competition, and we went to Oxford University to talk about how charity impacts. Local charities are the way. It is not through bigger donor funding. We were able to also present a paper in Strathmore in regards to education and fighting for education rights for people. I was able to win the 30 under 30 Heroes, Uganda Heroes in 2016, and the Queen Young Leaders Awards for the Royal Commonwealth Society. So I'm a fellow cause of that. Now, using these connections, you're able to, one, increase your exposure, increase your client base, increase your referral base. Yes, I am in-house, but some of the work I've done aside is also because of the charity work. When I joined Rotary, please join Rotary or any other way of giving back, even in your church or in your mosque or even at work. Now, when I joined Rotary and all this, there was already credibility that there are places I was able to meet, let me say the MD of DFCU, that I would not meet ordinarily in my role as principal legal officer. It would probably be the director or the managing director. Through also charity, we've been able to get exposure in terms of making Uganda a better place and showing the young people that it's not the old people who have money who should impact them around their communities. It is you. So one thing I would want members to take away from it, I read a post where someone was saying, you are privileged. The fact that you're just reading this post, you're privileged. And she went on to explain that you're among the 1% that actually has internet access. You're among the 1% who can actually read and write. You're among the 1% who maybe has a job. So when I hear young lawyers complain and all these things, in my head I'm like, you should just be grateful. Because if you go to those schools, if you see these children, you may just cry. Because they are not even on trees, under trees. They're in the hot sun, blazing sun. You're in Kampala, in air-conditioned rooms, or with your suits, and you are acting so, I don't know. So just flip the humanity in you and use it for good. So when you have an opportunity to be on all these social media platforms, give back, do your best to promote others, and let them rise with you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Brownie, for those insights. But Brownie, let's talk about mental health. Young lawyers enter this profession, they know it's demanding. How can they build a personal brand that showcases their competences and ambition without putting their mental health at risk?
I'm just building on what she said. Use AI. I personally have the paid version of ChatGPT. So for some of the posts that you see, ChatGPT has already curated them and then it's easier to post. So daily at 9 a.m., I'm usually posting. So I might be here talking, but it has been posted. So use AI, use technology to actually develop your work. 2, have boundaries. Do not accept everything under the sun. If you have a direction, as she said, if you have a vision of where you're going, there are things you'll say no to, and there are things you'll say yes to, and also you will refer to people. If, for example, criminal law is your expertise, and this person comes with a commercial issue that probably is way above your current competence, refer that to your colleague. Referrals help in the sense that the next time the person also has business or gets a client in that way, they'll refer it back to you. So don't be selfish in terms of, I have to do everything, I am the only lawyer. No, you're not. There are very, very many. And even in your workplace, work with other people. If they can do a better job and maybe they have come to you, give opportunities. Now for me, I supervise some lawyers, and some opportunities, even when they say we want you brownie, I'm like, no, they can handle. And praise your colleague. Be able to tell them this matter, they will handle it to the best of their ability. I trust them. So if I trust them, you should trust that you're in good hands. And when you do that, you relieve yourself from burnouts, because you stop being the alpha and the omega. You're humble enough to say, let me share the spotlight with other people. Thirdly, wellness. I think everyone knows it, in terms of eat right and do exercise as best as you can. Me, I cannot claim to be an exercise freak, but I ensure that at least at lunchtime, if I'm around the office space, I will walk. So I'll walk from my office to about Garden City, buy lunch, and then come back. So it's about 5 kilometers or 10 kilometers. So something that simple. It doesn't have to be you're in the gym, because the gym maybe also cost money, which you can't afford. There's Akaran. I think those who are on social media know about it. They do free runs every Saturday morning. If you can and they're in your area, join them. It is free. So there's no cost to you. So join such simple initiatives. Then fourthly, ensure that you have a center as God. I'm a Christian, so it's Christ. Ensure that you're rooted in Christ. You know who you are in Christ. Once you know who you are in Christ, there are things that someone can tell you and you just say, you're joking. Like, that's not true. The devil is a liar. Because there are things that will not move you. So when you understand your purpose, who you are, and you're rooted in the right thing, your wellness becomes something that will be automated. The final thing, would be to follow some lawyers. We have Asmahani, I think, is a very good lawyer to follow. Silva Kayondo is a very good lawyer to follow. They talk about the legal stuff. They talk about also the health stuff. Also, Max Manzi is also one lawyer to follow. So ensure that your social media feed, because it's an algorithm, as she says, it follows what you feed it, garbage in, garbage out. So tailor it to the things you want, and the people around, what they're doing and what they're saying will uplift you. So if you're a Christian, may I follow Joyce Meyer? Please follow those people who uplift you in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Brownie. You mentioned AI as one of the ways to reduce on the mental health risk. Miss Zuria, I've heard some people say that once you over-rely on AI, you lose your research skills. It can affect you mentally somehow. There are advantages to it. In a profession built on tradition, how do we show our real stories and use modern tools like AI without losing respect and credibility?
Just like with anything, everything has positives and negatives. And on the topic of mental health, AI is about to just take us really, really, really down, because we're in the early stages right now. We're literally in the stages of let me ask this question, let me get this answer back. We're going to get to a point whereby we'll see a video of Brownie saying something she didn't say. We're about to see, the deepfakes are here already, but it's so real. So are there bad things with AI? Yes, they're really bad. And to make sure that we don't lose the respect of the profession we worked so hard to get, use it as an assistant, not as the final thing. Use it to help you draft. Use it to support your process. Now, for the people who are older in the profession, who sort of look at this as a bad thing, I think for young people, I think that has come to take away people's brains and people's credibility and people's ability to think. It's the truth, but you sort of can't fight it. AI is one of those things that we're either with it or we're with it. There is no way against it. You sort of can't go away from it. So again, let's use it to support our processes. And in your work as a lawyer, if you have to present like a draft or something and someone is asking you, maybe your boss, is this an AI thing? Like, there's no need to lie. There's no need to hide that AI helped you come up with a draft, and that way you actually have something faster. You're actually presenting something quicker. But it's a draft. It can't be the final thing. It's a draft to just help you with better output, to just help with productivity, to just help you serve better. But always, always make sure, like Brownie said, to take care of your mental health. The things I have seen in the AI world, we are not ready. I hope we will be, but we're not ready. And unfortunately, we don't want to talk about this, but it's going to affect us or you as the young professionals the most. This thing is coming for our jobs. It's not coming, it has come for our jobs. It's taken people's jobs already. We think it's in the Western world. No, it's not. I was speaking to senior counsel yesterday, I won't say his name, and he told me, at our firm we're using Harvey.ai. Harvey is an expensive tool, but if you know it, it's like lawyer-based, it's like really, really cool. People are embracing it. But if a top lawyer has bought this system for their firm, why do they need you? Because you've been doing the research, and do you think they need you to just carry files to court? So use AI, use the legal tools. Just use the GPT section of ChatGPT. There's a very nice GPT called AI for Lawyers. These are free things to use. Just go to the GPT section of ChatGPT, find one for lawyers, and use it. Use it to support your process. Use it to help you build your brand. There has never been a more important time than now for you as a young lawyer to stand out in your profession. Because the ones who stand out now are literally going to stand the test of time. LinkedIn is one of those platforms that people don't even give that much importance, yet it's the CV that you have. We like drafting these CVs and taking them around, and they're not relevant anymore. Like the first thing, you just think about yourself when you look up someone. When I was told that I was going to be on a panel with these ladies, the first thing I do is go to LinkedIn. So if that's my process, it's probably someone else's process. True. So do you have a CV online? Do you have a very clear, visible CV? That the people who are looking for a team member, the people who are looking to hire someone and add them to their team, can go and check you out. Because then you're going to be valuable. You're going to come in and you're going to give us more visibility. You're going to take us a step further. You're going to take us beyond the borders of the country. So is it cringe? Yes. By the way, posting is very cringe. as a person who does video content, it's very cringe. It's annoying. It's scary. You're literally talking to yourself. When I started posting, I respected news anchors. They do the toughest job in the world. They have to talk to a microphone with like a team of cameras around them. So it's cringe. But who cares? At the end of the day, this is what's taking you further. This is what's getting you seen. This is what's bringing the opportunities in. When she talks about her NGO and the visibility it got and the impact they've been able to make from just sharing the work that they do. Just sharing the work that you do. So just think about it. Have a conversation with a ChatGPT thread. People, if there is anything you take away from today, ChatGPT is your best friend. Use it to just curate who you want to show up as. Go and tell it all your dirty little secrets. I can't confirm that they won't come out in future. I can't confirm. But just go ahead and tell it, I stole sugar, I did this, but I am very good at this. I'm very good at land, I'm very good at communication, I'm very good at corporate transactions. I like this, but I'm not really good at it. So guide me, how do I build a brand around this? Take me step by step because I'm a total beginner. I am scared of showing up. It will tell you all the nice things. It will massage your ego a little bit, but it will help you show up. It will support your process and your daily life and your professional brand so that you show up well. We can't avoid AI anymore. It's here, it's with us, and it's taking over. So the question is, how do you show up? As maybe a tool that people might not know about. I don't know if any of us here uses Genie.ai. It's a lawyer tool. There's Genie, there's Harvey, there are quite many. But Genie is only, I think, $38 a month. And you can use it with your friends. Just have one email that you all sign in and use. If you can't afford that, just use ChatGPT. Go to a GPT thread and find one for lawyers. It's probably been trained on international law that's not here. Go ahead and train your own thread. Literally, just go to Yuli and download things and upload them there. Go and upload them there. Train it to give you answers that you want. But use it, you can't afford to not use it. Not in 2025 and beyond.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Zuria. I think some other time we shall have a discussion about protecting privacy of client information, other than just getting everything, putting it there, because another person may try to use the AI on a different subject and they bring the other person's client information. Ms. Kusima, as you give your parting shots, what are some of the practical ways to build a strong professional image while still respecting the traditional ethos of the legal profession?
Okay. One, decide your niche. Your niche is who you want, what you want us to think when we think Samuel. Do you want us to think governance specialist like Manzi? Do you want us to think AI professional like Suzu? We're all different because God created us different. So what I'm passionate about is not what Zubeda is passionate about. But ultimately, you need to be authentic as you're deciding your niche. Otherwise, you'll be an epic fail if you try to be who she is. You'll struggle. So decide who you are, who you want to be in the corporate space, and then curate your content so that every time we're thinking personal branding, we're thinking Bridget, because she has been deliberate about showing us content that makes her flag bearer for that. Something that people take lightly is invest in professional images. Load. I have seen megapixel pictures that I don't even know the telephone that took that picture, and you post it on a professional website. For me, it just speaks of you just being a very disorganized person. The way you have money to lavish on whatever you do with your money, invest in a professional photo shoot once every 2 years, where you have good headshots, where when you're given speaking engagements, when you're given opportunities where you need to show up, you have a decent picture to share. I had a conversation with someone, and I've shared this before, where I wanted her to speak somewhere, and I asked for her profile and picture, and she sent me a picture. First of all, it was a selfie like this. Like, she didn't even have the decency to ask someone to take the picture. She took the picture herself, and she was in her gym clothes. I said, wow. I didn't engage her any further because I realized we were not aligned, you know. So if you actually care for it, take it seriously, invest in having a professional photo shoot once every 2 years, once every 3 years, once a year, depending on your budget, you know. Curate your content to decide who you want us to think when we think Bridget, when we think Sam. Moderation as well. We need to appreciate that the legal profession is conservative. So while I appreciate that it's important for you to be authentic and show up as you, also be mindful that we are working within boundaries. So for example, if you're a lady and you care for lashes, don't do the lashes of Cardi B when she's going on stage. And you think those are the ones you're going to wear to work every day. Come on now, let's be guided. No, you will be so distracted figuring out your face that we won't be able to understand anything beyond your face, you know. If you're a guy and you're into your looks and experience, happy socks, purple suit, I love that for you. But maybe your purple suit should be for the days you're going to meet clients in-house, in chambers, and not when you have court appearances, because then you're clowning, you know. Really, these things are very simple. It's you to just sit down and have a conversation with yourself, you know, and decide, this is what I want to show up as. This is my trajectory. This is where I want to be. Let's work towards that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kusima. Ms. Brownie, as you make your parting shots, I would like to ask you, what would you say to young lawyers who think they are too junior to have a personal brand worth showing?
I'm laughing because, like I told you, my NGO started in my 4th year of law school. That was a brand for the NGO. So if an NGO starts in 4th year of law school, like, you, what are you doing? Secondly, the way you show up from even childhood is what actually gets you referrals right now. I am an Namagunga old girl and a Green Hill old girl, Green Hill Association, and then Nabisunsa, and then University of Dar es Salaam. There are people in Namagunga who will refer to me because they knew me in Namagunga, because I would be in the library reading, because they know if I refer a client to her, she's going to handle this person well. Sometimes we are struggling to find business because in your law school or primary school or secondary school, you are not the best of people. You are not the most reliable. So right now, even the ones who are at school, even in universities, ensure that you are reliable, you're dependable, and your character is the same. Because 10 years from now, the people who were with you in your school will be the same people who are starting businesses, who are becoming members of parliament, and if they need your help, they'll start from there. I remember how they were in law school, I remember how they were in primary, how they were in secondary. So just be reliable and dependable where you are at. It doesn't matter how old. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brownie. I haven't seen any questions in the comment section, so I would like to end the panel discussion and thank our panelists for the great insights. I believe the young lawyers have benefited from this discussion. Building your personal brand is what will market you. In our profession that has a lot of lawyers with special skills, if you're not outstanding, then you won't really benefit from the profession. I would also love to thank Uganda Law Society for giving us the opportunity to discuss this topic. I now hand over back to Mbabazi for the next program.
Thank you very much. I think that was very, very insightful a session. We're talking about personal branding for lawyers. And this is day 2 of the Young Lawyers Symposium 2025, organized by Uganda Law Society, organized by Bluebell Legal Advocates, Praxis Conflict Center, and MAMC, that is Muslim Arbitration and Mediation Center, Uganda. We have heard from the ladies, and Gloria, I think you're saying, thank you so much, women of valor. I've been inspired. I've learned to find myself, my passion, and show up smart always. Monica, Gerald, Pauline, and everybody that is online, I see you. We do appreciate you. We're trying to chase time, but just in case you missed and joined along the way, the sum up is mind what you say and how you wish to be perceived. Use AI tools to your advantage. But while you're at it, be smart and add the human touch to it. Your dress code is very important. Don't just show up, but carry yourself with confidence and avoid pick and play English. We're yet to figure out what that is, but I know you know. And responsiveness is key in terms of email or messaging, time management as well. Mind your health, have a clear CV online, because at the end of the day, that is where your resume is going to be found. And while at it, find a niche and use professional images, invest in yourself. So I hope I have represented the whole panel in that simple sum up, but we really, really appreciate you. You could help me appreciate them once again. Thank you very, very much. Okay, so right about now, we're going into another panel by Miss Christine Bidabwa Nsubuga, and she's going to be talking about practicing law while maintaining ethics and integrity within a corrupt society. And I think you guys should be ready for her. She's already in the house, and I'm going to ask that she's led to the table. Yes. Thank you very much. She's a managing partner at Praxis Conflict Center, and she has had experience in UN Women Consultation on Access to Justice. She was the former Deputy Director, Criminal Sanctions Asset, and she has a lot when it comes to her, and I know she's going to mention a little bit of that. I want her to take the honor to do that so that I don't mess it up. Thank you very, very much, ladies. And we hope that after today, young lawyers, when we see you, your personal branding is going to be top notch. When we come to your social media, it is going to be a reflection of the knowledge that has been shared here. Thank you very much once again. I think we are set to go. So I would like to push it to you, Miss Christine Bidabwa. Thank you very, very much for sparing some time off your schedule. I imagine it must be really, really crazy busy for you, but for thinking about us young lawyers and saying, let me go and just speak to them and empower them and mentor them, we don't take that for granted. And we are happy, we are excited, and we're expectant. We're ready to collect. Our buckets are empty. So over to you.
Thank you very much. I would like to request her. If I stand, they will see only my stomach there. But I just heard someone talk about personal brand. How could I possibly make a presentation while seated? I can't. So permit me to stand. I'm sure they will adjust on the screen.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And I'm not sure if the clicker is now on or not. I don't know if it will be on at all, but don't worry about that. My name is Christine Bidabwa Nsubuga. The moderator has Do they hear me on the online? If it's impossible for them to hear me, I'll sit, but it will be very tough.
Yeah, I think that is, we were trying to get a cordless mic, but I think there's an issue with that.
Okay,
So we'll just kindly request that. Thank you very much and pardon us.
In the meantime, I'll sit and try to talk while they do that. I work here, like they said, at Practice Center. I'm glad that you invited us to be to partner with you in on the for the young lawyers. Thank you. Thank you for putting this together. We really just are benefiting from that. Perhaps I eavesdropped on the previous presentation. Just chipping what I could have if I were a young lawyer at that stage. For many of young lawyers, our parents, not as young lawyers, but all of us, our parents did the most they could to take us to the schools that they took us. For some of us, they took us to schools where even the teachers couldn't speak English. But look, you are a lawyer, and your trade is English, whether you like it or not, because that's our official language, in Uganda. Your trade is English. You're going to have to know how to speak English and how to communicate in English and how to write English. So as part of your personal brand, never send out a document that you haven't edited, that you haven't looked at again and again and again. We have to learn to not think in a certain language that is like English, that is not English. We have to learn to think in English as we do our work. Never communicate to a client with Y, the word Y, with letter Y as the word Y, or letter U as the word U. Those kinds of things. You can do those with your friends, but in your profession, when you're doing your work, personal branding, things like that. Never lie to a client that I am here, I'm there. Never. So many things you can do as young lawyers to present yourself in a manner that will attract you as many clients as you want, and also that will give you respect. We could go on and on and on. Young ladies, hair. If your hair is natural, wash it every day, or every 2 days, or every 3 days. If you have braids, they can't stay forever. Never leave your house without brushing, the edges of your hair. These are basics, but they're important, Some people, they do all the makeup, but then the skirt, the dinda, do you know dinda? The fold at the bottom of your skirt or dress is half out. And, part of the skirt is torn, or even the pants. The men, their ties are black here from not being washed for many months. And many other things like that. That's not mine today. Those are just small things I want to talk about. I don't see my presentation there. I hope it will be. But let's start. Someone has told us about me, where I've been and where I am. I had wanted to tell us that as the managing partner here at Praxis, I'm also a court-annexed mediator for the land division, and a mediator, generally speaking, from the year 2000 as a mediator to today, and an arbitrator. And also, this is important, I am an entrepreneur, okay? Of course, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, and many other things. Wanted to tell us a bit about Praxis Conflict Center. It was established in 2019 and then re-established in 2021 when the former Chief Justice joined Praxis. We re-established it in 2021. We do ADR here. The practice of ADR, which is mediation, arbitration, inquiries, conflict management. We also do capacity building. I'm sure some of you have attended those. my topic, practicing law while maintaining ethics and integrity in a corrupt society. The objectives of this session, I want to inspire us, to spur us unto good works. I also want to ground us in professional responsibility. And I also want us to acquire some practical tools to navigate the challenges of a corrupt environment. Focusing us, whether we like it or not, as lawyers, we're in the top 10% in this country. That statistic is mine, but you can go and test it out. Whether in education, as a lawyer, you're in the top tier, as someone who has been educated. Or in exposure, where you work, the people you meet, the gatherings you go to, the associations and professional associations you belong to, whichever where you stay, whichever way, you are in the top 10% of the country, of the population of Uganda. And as such, a lot is expected from us as lawyers, because to whom much is given, much is expected. As lawyers, because of studying law, it puts us in a stead where so much is expected of us. So as young lawyers, already the burden lands on you the moment you choose to study law, okay? And so I want us to introspect. As a child wanting to study law, or as a young person, your parents forcing you to study law, or as an intelligent young person, your brain landing you into law school, what did you want to do once you became a lawyer? What did you want to do? I want you to introspect, to reflect, to ponder upon it. What did you want to do as a person that now is a young lawyer, or as a student, or as coming into law school wanting to study law? Reflect on that, because it's very important. It impacts on ethics and integrity at the end of the day. Okay? Many societies struggle with corruption, and that corruption pressures lawyers to compromise a lot. Uganda is not the only country where corruption is. I think every single country has corruption. I'm learning that even in the US there's corruption. We thought it was the world's best democracy, things, but we know even there's corruption. So there's not a place on the globe that you won't find corruption. So that perhaps won't change in your lifetime, but something needs to change in that equation, and that is going to be you, the young lawyer. How you choose to behave in that corrupt world, in this corrupt country of ours. I think in this room and online, there's nobody who is going to say they haven't experienced some form of corruption, whether by the traffic police people, or in the courts where you practice, or in your relations with other people, other professions, or, many different places. There's not a single person who is going to say they don't know anything about corruption. And because to whom much is given, much is expected, now that we know that we are going to be dealing with corruption for a very long time, the issue of ethics and integrity becomes critically important, okay? And I've heard many people say, but what can I do? It is what everyone is doing. What can I do? It is what it is. What can we do? And my response to that is that you can be different. Each of us can choose to be different. It can be done. But you have to want to be a person of integrity, a person that is ethical and has ethical standards. Okay? I have to keep going back to practicing law while maintaining ethics and integrity. You have to want it. If you don't want it, then anything goes. And as young lawyers, it's important for us to choose in life what it is we want. Early on, choose it. What do you want? What are you running after? There are many people who have studied law, or whose parents have advised to study law because they said, there's a lot of money in studying law. A lot of money? We'll see to that. And because we come expecting to make a lot of money to drive, I don't know, the best ML in town, as soon as we're out of law school, we come out, reality strikes, and then we start to look for ways to get that Benz, to impress the people in our villages, to, respond to what my parents expect of me. I once had a story of a judge called Justice Oder. He's long passed now. He passed as maybe he had retired, I'm not sure, a judge of the Supreme Court. Justice Oder, when he was a judge, the people in his village, he came from one of the places in the north, the people in his village used to tell him that, you keep coming here, in a good, but you're not doing anything here in the village. We need you to do. Then they said, look at so-and-so. So-and-so as a magistrate in that area, in that district where Justice Ode came from. And they said, look at so-and-so. He has done this, he has done that, he has done the other. And the person they were referring him to as a magistrate, and he was a judge, I think maybe by then even of the Supreme Court. And they said, you know what we propose? Instead of working there, you come and work here, because we are seeing that magistrate, for them they didn't know the difference between a judge and a magistrate. We are seeing that the judicial officer here, in their language, is way better off than you are. Unbeknownst to them, the judicial officer there was extremely corrupt, and Justice Ode was not. And for them, can you imagine that burden you have, the pressure from your relatives, your village mates, your district mates, your tribes mates, all of them, they put pressure on you, to do better, to have more, to I don't know what, so that at the end of the day, you say, what can I do? I think I have to take some shortcuts here and there. So I am be done to choose to be a person of integrity, to choose to be a person of ethical standards. And also, the last I checked, almost everyone in Uganda professes to some kind of faith, whether as a Christian, a Catholic, a Muslim, whichever faith. Each of us does. But what does your faith say about this subject, ethics and integrity? What does it say? I think each of us should check, whichever you belong to. Check. By these days, you just go to ChatGPT and say, what does the Quran say about ethics and integrity? And it will bring you a whole array. What does it say? What does the Bible say about this and the other? And it will bring you a whole array. But as we go into this conversation, I'm starting from the basis that you have to choose to be a person of integrity, an ethical person. And I see very many lawyers in Uganda that choose not to be. And you can play very well, especially in this corrupt world, if you choose not to be. So I don't want to waste my time talking to people who haven't chosen to be, people of integrity. But ULS has asked me to come and talk about it, so I will, But for you to benefit from this session, you have to choose to be a person of integrity and an ethical person. Otherwise, it's not something that you stumble upon. It's not like serendipity. Hey, I was walking here, then I landed on something. Now I'm ethical. No, it's intentional. It's a decision you must make. And if you haven't made it already, I would like to encourage you that it's a good decision to make. As we continue discussing. Law is not just a career, but a calling to justice, fairness, and service. And I wanted to invite us at this point to list some of your considered role models, in the practice of law, whether judges or lawyers, whether, Ugandan or abroad. Does anyone want to tell us who their considered role models are in our profession? Whether online, somebody must be watching out online, or here in the room? No role models. Someone is moderating, so you're welcome to find the people for me. Yeah. Anyone? Yes. Yes, please tell us your name.
My name is Alfred Miak.
Yes, Mr. Miak.
One of my role models is in the room with me. It's called Max Manzi. Another one is...
One of your role models is what?
Is in the room here. It's called Max Manzi.
Max Manzi.
Yes.
Okay.
Another one is Deo Kalikumutima.
Deo Kalikumutima. Why? Why are these people your role models?
They are practicing Christian lawyers.
They're practicing Christian lawyers.
Yes, they're not just that they are Christians, but they practice it.
Okay. So when they are practicing their law, you see that they are actually practical Christians, and that comes through in their work as lawyers.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
see it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Someone online? I think there's some people online.
Online, we have Gloria is saying Rebecca Kadaga.
Rebecca Kadaga. Gloria, can you tell us why? While she does that, someone else?
Professor Sempewa, that is Solomon.
Solomon, tell us why. While they do that. Anyone else?
Richard,
Anyone?
do you want to give it a shot?
In the room here, do we have any others? No role models? We are just moving like that, like that. You can try to be louder, hopefully. Do we have only? There are two here. There are two here. Can we pass one? Oh, there's even another one there. Don't take too long. They've cut my 1 hour to 45 minutes.
The Speaker of Parliament.
Anita Among is your role model.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I love her way she does multitasks at the same time.
The way she multitasks.
Yeah, and at the same time knowing the law. So in other words,
is she a lawyer, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know.
She's a lawyer.
Okay.
Another one is Mwema, Council Mwema. Senior Council.
Okay.
I like how they give him those huge cases that seem to be difficult, but to him they are like so tiny, like he can solve them. And to him, he welcomes any kind of cases mostly. Okay. He doesn't say that this, I'm specifically doing this or this.
He's a general practitioner.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Online, Solomon and somebody had.
Sarah is saying Timothy, she made, I think that was for Rebecca Kadama. She made her way from being an advocate to the legislature. And Solomon had chosen Professor Sempewa and saying that the professor is highly professional. I think some other person said their mother, and the other said Timothy Masende.
Okay. Okay. Thank you all very much for responding. Each of you, when you chose your role model, you had something according to you that was good about them, that you liked. Hopefully, they are all ethical people. Some I don't know, some I have not associated with. Hopefully, they are all ethical people. And they are all people that if you ask them to represent someone, they will do, a good job. And I like the person who said their mother, because yes, hopefully each of us, our mother is our role model. I was hoping to find a common thread among those people. I won't go there. I won't try to find a common thread. But there are people we've heard about. We've heard about Nelson Mandela. We've heard about Lord Denning. We've heard about others. And maybe there are some other practicing lawyers and judges who are people's role models. And we want to keep reflecting when we choose a role model, what do they have in relation to ethics and integrity? Because in this conversation, it's important. I thought to give us a background to the legal profession, and when I checked, the earliest account I could find was in the Bible, in the book of Exodus, chapter 18, verses 13 to 26, when Jethro, I think he was the brother-in-law of Moses, instructed him to appoint capable, trustworthy men as judges. The earliest account I could find on the legal profession was for an instruction to Moses to appoint capable, trustworthy men as judges, because Moses was listening to everything and it was going to wear him down. So they advised him. And then, of course, in the fast forward from the Bible times, there is Mesopotamia. They had the code of Ur-Nammu or Hammurabi, where they required legal interpretation and enforcement. So the early judges and scribes acted as legal specialists. Then ancient Egypt, priests and officials applied what they called mat, and this meant truth, balance, and order in disputes.
and they were functioning as legal advisors. And then we moved on to ancient Egypt. We are coming closer to us. Ancient Greece, where citizens argued their own cases. And then we had these people who wrote speeches for others called logographers, skilled speakers, helping people, and those becoming the early advocates. I want you to pay attention. All these people are coming in to help people. None so far is coming in to make money, to be make a lot of money out of this. They were helping people to put forward their cases. Then fast forward to Rome, which we consider the true cradle of the profession. Then continue to the medieval Europe, where they needed trained lawyers for the royal courts, for churches, and eventually for the common law courts. You see, all of them are looking for lawyers to go and support in places where a real serious service is needed, like in the royal courts, in churches, to be able to help people put forward their case. I'm not yet finding where they said to become wealthy businessmen and women if they were there then. Fast forward to modern development. With colonization and globalization, it spreads all over, necessitating regulation by bar associations and law societies like ULS, and coming up with strict codes of ethics and requirements for training, what we call now continuing legal education. And the issue here is that, many people now are coming in to be lawyers of some sort, and they are recognizing that there's a need for ethics, there's a need for integrity, there's a need for a code that people should follow to be able to practice good law. They even now start to say lawyers need to be trained, and that's where we find the CLE points. Even after being a lawyer studying, you need continuing legal education so that you don't forget what a lawyer ought to be. I don't think when there's this requirement of continuing legal education, someone is saying, we want you to make so much money, so do continuing legal education. They want you to keep up to date so that when you give out your service, it is a service that is going to be beneficial to the person that you are dealing with. Law is a calling. Law is not a business. If you're in it as a young lawyer, as a business, you are in the wrong business. Please never forget that. Then we move on to ethics, to understand these terms we are talking about, ethics and integrity. What do we think ethics is? Just quickly, real quick, around the room and online. If you have something, you say it quickly so we save time. Anyone in the room? No? Online? Hazard a guess on what ethics is? So the young lawyers, how shall we be ethical without even knowing what ethics is? Hazard a guess at least. Miyaka, you wanted to say something? I saw. Tell us.
Yeah, thank you. I think ethics, ethics are those foundational values. How we look at the Christian values, which there are things which remain the same without, generations. So ethics, to me, are not any different from the Christian values. Like
Christian values?
Yes.
So you mean Muslims don't have ethics? They are not Christians, they are Muslim. But yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yes, my good friend?
Yes, ethics, I think these are basically moral principles.
Moral principles.
Yeah, it's to do with morality of someone to determine what is good and bad. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Anyone else online? So they've said principles, they've said values, they've said from the Bible, they've said they've introduced good and bad. Anything else?
I would think what is socially acceptable within a given society.
Socially acceptable within a given society. Thank you very much. All of those are correct. In adult learning, there are no wrong answers. All of those are correct. Yes. And just to wrap those up, I want to add that ethics are that which is equitable, fair, and just when dealing with people. So already they've introduced the issue of when you're dealing with people, there are some basic minimums that are expected. As a young lawyer, when you're dealing with your clients, there are some basic minimums that are expected. They've been talked about around the room. They are the foremost concepts and principles of human conduct. And I think Samuel talked about them. And also Muyaka talked about them. And also I think our moderator talked about them. Ethics are related to morality. Somebody talked about that. Stated as principles intended to generate trust, good behavior, fairness, and kindness. You as a young lawyer, when your client deals with you, do they feel that they trust you? You're the one to foster that trust. Do they feel that you have good behavior? Do you know there are some really badly behaved lawyers? Do they feel that you're a good lawyer? In this room, I was mediating a matter about now 2 to 3 months ago. And a lawyer was representing one side, and we took quite a while talking. This was a family matter, it presented through the land division, but really it was a family matter. A man, 2 wives, one side, after the parents are gone, sold the family home. So we talk. At 3 o'clock, we started probably at 10 or 11. At 3 o'clock, it's bad to mediate a matter for so long because people get hungry around 12:30 onwards. So at 3 o'clock around there, I asked them, okay, so what do we do? Then the parties start saying, I think for me, I don't agree with, and yet they had been making progress. The lawyer got so angry, he got up, picked his phone, threw it down on this floor, and started shouting, "Why are you not settling? Why are you not settling?" The lawyer was so super angry. And he said, "I have a patient in Mulago dying, and you're not settling." Hey, bad behavior, first of all. Secondly, why didn't you ask another lawyer in your firm to come if you were hard pressed? Common sense. Why? They were talking about the brand. You have to have common sense as a lawyer. You have to know, be in and out of season. Know when to be in a place and not to be. Know when to speak to your client and not to speak. Okay? So, bad behavior is one of those things that ethics expects that should not be there. Fairness. Everyone you deal with, everything you deal with, every case you deal with, look, think, fairness. And kindness, of course. If we are not kind, there are very many clients that, it can be tough to deal with. These are the ethics, again, we are talking about. Minimum standards of appropriate conduct within the legal profession as established by codes of professional responsibility, case law, rules of conduct, duties of lawyers, and you can add to that, like you have already stated. Being ethical is conforming to professional standards of conduct. And I wanted to say, in our profession here in Uganda, do we have professional standards of conduct by which we operate? Do we have? Which are they, according to you? Is there like a code of conduct for lawyers? Where do we find it, if there is? Is there? Miyaka? Don't worry, if others are not offering, what can you do? Is there a professional code of conduct that lawyers are bound by here in Uganda?
Yes, there is. There's advocate professional regulation is, I think they are...
Professional what?
Advocates and professional regulation is, I think they are of 2016, but their regulation is governing advocates. Do
we know about them?
Yeah, we know them, especially
Council, who they said was a role model. Do we know about them? Yeah, we want to. No. Do we have them? Do we know who hands them to us when we are setting out as lawyers to practice law? It's part of what we are taught in LDC. And what else? Yes. So when we are setting out, that day we walk out of the registrar's office, chief registrar's office after enrollment, Does anyone hand us a copy of those? Do we know? Do we, Because at LDC, once I've finished LDC, I'm walking away, okay, as a lawyer, or, one about to become an advocate, but where? Which one? When they take you to law counsel, is there anything they open and they say, this is what you should have followed? You had a book when you had it handed to you and you've gone against it. Maybe the law society. Is the law society here? Yes, law society. These are the things. This is going forward. When we learn about this, we need to know where should the lawyers go to be reminded every day about, ethics, about their professional conduct. We can't say, no, they know in LDC. Now me who left LDC 24 years ago. In LDC they taught us. Yeah, is that what you expect of me? That they taught me, therefore I should know? Or a good lawyer is that one who knows where to find the law, isn't it? That I should go sniffing them? No. The Law Society needs to help us here. Okay? Check out the law counsel. The matters that your clients have filed, most of them border on issues of ethics and integrity. Go and check. Okay, that's what I've found when I checked. So, duties of a lawyer, rules of conduct, professional responsibility. Where do we go to find it, to be able to hold ourselves accountable? We want to conform to those standards, but do we know them? Do we know where they are? Can we find them? Even in the room, we are not sure. They are somewhere there, but we are not sure. We need to be sure. What about integrity? Someone online, tell us what integrity is. Please. And when you want to say something, I think you can even put your hand up. I see there the hand. Tell us what integrity is. Someone online. Someone online? Integrity? If you're there, say something. Nobody? Okay, someone in the room? The gentleman with a bow tie, extremely smartly dressed. Do you want to tell us? And tell us your name so people know who you are.
My name is Brahan.
Yes, Brahan.
Integrity is the state or quality of being honest.
Thank you. Anyone else? I see in the chat there are some comments.
Yeah, there is a hand from Akelo Thinsia.
Yes.
Awidi. You can speak, you can unmute and speak.
Okay, make that quick. Akelo?
Be heard.
Can be heard. Please proceed.
Yes, I am Cynthia Akelo Awidi. Personally, I would understand integrity as being trustworthy and faithfulness as well, and being honest to yourself.
Thank you, Akelo. Anyone else?
There is one from Chenga Emmanuel. He's saying that integrity is doing the right thing even when nobody's watching or giving applause.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? Online?
Akelo just spoke, so I think her
Yeah.
hand is just, we don't have any other at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And again, like we said, there are no wrong answers with adults, but I'm not saying those answers are not good. They are what it is. That is what integrity is. And I want to give you an assignment. So write this assignment down. By the time we leave, I want each of you to have formed in your mind, if not already, what your values are. You as an individual, as a person, and as a professional. As a person and as a professional, what are your values? Because what I'm consistently hearing in the room is that the topic we are discussing deals a lot with values, isn't it? And let me tell you, there are so many of us, especially as young lawyers, that didn't have anyone to talk to them about values, to talk to them about how a person behaves, to talk to them about, what it means to be professional, to talk to them about how you carry yourself. That's why the Law Society is talking about personal branding. Personal branding is not just about looking beautiful and smelling good. It's a lot about what comes out of you. All right? what comes out of you. And if you have no values, it's going to be a real problem. At the end of my talk, I'll ask each one of you in the room and online, if I can, to tell me whether you've been able to form what your values should be, if you didn't have them. If you did, you share those, because it's going to be important to have values as young lawyers practicing law. All right? Thank you very much for those, oh dear God, for those that you've shared. But here is the deal. This word integrity comes from Latin integritas, wholeness, completeness, from the Black's Law Dictionary. The quality of being honest, consistent, and having strong moral principles. The quality of being unimpaired. Behaving the same way in private and in public, someone said that, not divided between what we say and what we do. What we say is what we should be doing. Adhering to ethical standards even when under pressure to compromise, more than just avoiding wrongdoing. Integrity is proactively choosing what is right. Alignment of one's actions with moral and ethical principles, even when no one is watching. And I want to ask this question. I want 2 or 3 people to answer. In what ways does the practice of law, challenge us in these areas of ethics and integrity? Guys, are we saying that in all we do, we've been consistent, nothing has caused us to be dishonest, we've been the same in private and public? I'm inviting us to reflect, because let there be a new world after this presentation in the way we practice law. Yes, Samuel?
I think the demands we have from clients. Sometimes the demands are filled up with a lot of emotions. The client wants results. They don't expect a no. So you may find that you go overboard. For example, if I come to you, Madam Christine, probably you're solving a matter, and the client wants results, but you stick to your values. You're a person of ethics, you have your integrity. As a lawyer, because I've interacted with you, I would know that yes, you're going to give a fair decision, but the client wants a quick response. So you may go overboard and start being dishonest to the client, number one, by maybe lying to them that they are working on it and all that. But again, also, you may now need to be a little bit corrupt to attempt to influence you, so that you make a decision faster, just because of the demands of the client. But you didn't have the intention to take those extra measures. Yeah.
Thank you, Samuel. And really, that's what we are saying. You didn't have the intention, but because you remember where we started, because you don't have values, or because you're easily swayed even when you thought you had values, the pressure is so much that you choose to compromise on those values. Okay? And yeah, that's a very good example. That's a very good example. Any other example online, maybe?
Yeah, there's Viola said bribery to do certain things as opposed to your integrity. And Chenga again says putting...
Sorry, the first one? I didn't hear it.
Bribery to do certain things as opposed to your integrity. Like
Right.
being bribed.
Right.
And then Chenga is saying putting in right figures of disbursements, transport, and any other expenses when drafting a bill of costs.
And I like that. You see, what people are talking about are not theory. People are talking about what happens every day in practice. We are talking ethics and integrity. The reason we are talking ethics and integrity is we want things to improve. We want things to change. It's so painful to practice law in Uganda. And we don't want you, the young ones, again to just pick up from where we've left off. And possibly worse, because, Gen Zs. We don't want that. We want to improve things. And these are the day-to-day practical realities of practicing law. Anyone else? Anyone in the room? Anyone else wants to add to that? Go to integrity. Thank you. All right. Thank you for sharing those experiences, and I think people will share more and more of those. A young lawyer called me about 6 months ago and said they had a matter they wanted me to arbitrate. And they said, how much will you charge? I said, tell me a little bit about the claim. He told me. And after that, I said, okay, roughly speaking, I'll charge so much. And the lawyer said, okay, thank you so much. Then the lawyer said, but now you know, even us, we have to earn. So apart from that, when we ask for money, when you ask for money, please top it up with ours. I said, yours who? Ask the lawyers, the lawyer who referred the matter to you, and the lawyer who advised me to come to you, and also me. I said, young man, what are you talking about? He said, no, because also us, we need some money. I said, you know what, young man? And that's how I said, you know what, young man? Take that matter somewhere else, because I'm not able to lie so that you can earn. And also, I wondered, you as a lawyer, if you're handling a matter from your client, won't they pay you? You're not handling it for free. Why do you want a top-up from the arbitrator's side? That kind of thing. And again, we handled another arbitration here. We started to handle another arbitration here. And then someone, came and said they wanted to speak to the arbitrator. We brought them in and they said, arbitrator, one of the parties has sent me to bring you this. And he had 30 million Uganda shillings in an envelope. And so we said, okay, what is that for? That, to bring it to you. For what? It is Christmas time, so we thought you might use it. We immediately the next day called in all the parties and said, please take this case somewhere else. In fact, before that, our guidelines had not talked about corruption. So we immediately embarked on making sure in our guidelines for arbitration here, we added, a clause on corruption. And anyway, we sent that case away. And I think in that matter, the lawyer who advised that they bring the money knew that if you take money to those people, they will send the matter away. And that's what that lawyer wanted. Unfortunately, we couldn't help. We had to send the matter away, So he got what he wanted so that he could drag the case, for a very, very long time. But these are practical realities. I'm sure if we had the whole day, you would tell us a lot of stories relating to these. So integrity, we've talked about. Ethics, we've talked about. What does it call on you? It calls on you to have values. But I started by saying you have to want, you have to choose to be a person of integrity. Otherwise, this talk is a waste of time if you don't consider it important. What's the core challenge? The core challenge is that corruption thrives when good people stay silent or compromise. Someone was sharing about this. Let me do this for once so that I give my client what I want. Let me do just a little of it. I'm not corrupt. I don't want to, do it again and again. But for this client, I need to do it. I already took their money, that kind of thing. The second point in the core challenge is that young lawyers often face temptations early. These bribes, the shortcuts you want, the unethical clients, someone talked about, and I think someone else, being asked to play along. So there are these people who may not necessarily give bribes, take bribes, but they say, but that is the system. I just have to play along. And my considered view is that you don't have to play along. There's enough room and enough work to do the right thing, even when you let go of the wrong thing. Then the stress that integrity is tested not in theory, but in those real everyday decisions that we have talked about. I worked, among the places I worked, some of them were government places. And in one of those, I needed to be receiving money from government to do the work. And they never used to give me money. And when I would put in my budget, maybe 1.5 billion for a full year, they would give me 20 million shillings. I had 70 lawyers around the country, and they expected me to use this 20 million instead of 1.5 billion. So one day I challenged, and I said, but what is the issue? Why are you not giving me money? And they said, You know, for you, you behave as if you're a baby. You behave as if you don't know Uganda. So I said, can you inquire for me what that means? And they said, don't you know about tithing? I said, yes, I know about tithing in church, 10% of my earnings to church. And they said, so what are you pretending about? So that day, I made up my decision to leave the work. And the other reason why I made up the decision to leave that job was very dear to me because it was a job that served the poor. I made that decision to leave because someone told me that, you see, that one there, she refuses to play along. So what we shall do is that we shall crush her and crush that program of hers because we know that she really cares about it very much. So someone came and told me that, and I said, you know what, why should they crush a program that serves the poor? Let me leave. I left without any money because I used to earn so little. There was no gratuity, there was no what. I left without any money. I went and said, let me sit home and think about what to do. So I left in October, and in February the next year, someone called me and said, Christine, I'm looking for you. And I said, I'm here. I hear you left. Yes, I left. I'm here. What are you doing? No, not much. Can you come and see me? I said, okay, I'll come and see you. I went to her, and this lady, long story short, paid me, okay, it was a project. She paid me 10,000 pounds every month for 2 years. That was some money. 1 pound was 5,200 shillings at the time. So why am I sharing this private story? To tell you that it's not a do or die to be corrupt. No, you don't have to be. There's enough work and enough people to give us work without being corrupt, without allowing to be compromised. So as young lawyers, as you start out, don't think this is it. This is the environment. There's nowhere else. What can we do if we don't be corrupt? No, you don't need to be corrupt at all. You can choose to not be corrupt, and the work will be there, and the people will notice. I think someone talked about it, that, if you want a good job done, go to so-and-so. They'll not be compromised. Why ethics and integrity matter? Professional reputation. Do you know that even when we have all these pressures from the clients, still these clients are looking for people of integrity? They are. And there's a lot of work out there for people of integrity. If they come looking, will you be there? So professional reputation. Integrity builds credibility. Corruption destroys trust quickly and irreversibly. Playing along, being a corrupt lawyer, will do that. Long-term career. Is it the short-term money you're going to make tomorrow from this client, or are you forward-looking enough to know that ethical lawyers are sought after for international work, for judicial appointments? Unfortunately, in Uganda, I couldn't say that very, very confidently, but it is what it is, that if you are a good person, a person of integrity, you're going to find more, And leadership roles. Again, in Uganda, unfortunately, I can't say that with confidence, but it should be that way. The role of the lawyer, we're talking why ethics and integrity matter. The role of the lawyer. Lawyers are officers of the court. Your duty is to justice, not merely to clients or money. When I was introducing myself, I said, among other things, that I am an entrepreneur. You're not in lawyering to become rich. You're in lawyering to serve. If you want to become wealthy, you engage in business. You become an entrepreneur. So what do? The little money you make as a lawyer, take it and use it as an entrepreneur in something. We now live on a globe, not just in Uganda. There is so much to do. And how do you identify what to do? Necessity is the mother of all inventions. Think about a problem in your society that then you can bring a business idea to solve, so that you don't have to steal from your clients, to lie to your clients, to pay bribes to the clerks, to, cut corners and shortchange people and those kinds of things. You can do business even then with integrity. And from that business, you will get all the resources you need to meet the needs that you have. Okay? Family and me. We've heard of people that have been convicted of corruption and sent to jail. And their children, what do they tell their friends at school? When in those kids that are mean, what do you do? You know, when your kids are now taunted at school, your father is a thief, your mother was convicted of corruption. You know, think about, not just about yourself, but think about even your children. What legacy do we want to leave behind? What do you want to leave behind for your children, for your family? Okay? I'm sure you know about people that have gone, but everybody. Do you know that in Kampala, there so I'm relatively older than everybody here. And I know lawyers in town who, my own uncles have told me, when I was starting to practice law, my family would tell me, do you know the family of so-and-so? I say, yes, I do. You know, families. That man was a lawyer, but he was a thief. And do you know his son so-and-so? He's a lawyer in town and he's a thief. Christine, don't be like that. Do you know that people will talk about you during and even after you're gone? Do you know that that is the name and legacy that your children will carry? You know, as a lawyer who would stop at nothing to make money. Is that what you want? For us in the Bible, it says you bring curses to yourself to the 3rd and 4th generation. Can you imagine your great-grandchildren carrying the burden that you're occasioning today? You also get personal peace. A compromised conscience eats away at dignity and self-respect. This presentation is there with Doreen. You'll be able to get it if you want it. A compromised conscience eats away at dignity and self-respect. You walk and you're saying, I won't pass there because that man knows me. I took money from him. I can't go to that meeting because the other one. You can't. You can't sleep. You die of stress. But you know, when you're not corrupt, when you make just a little money, you'll be happy. You sleep like a baby every day. No stress. People are dying of stress. Don't die of stress because you've chosen to have no ethics and integrity. Practical guidelines for staying ethical. I gave you an assignment. What are your values as a person, as an advocate, as a lawyer? Those values are going to be your starting point. Know your code of conduct. I asked and we were not sure where to find it. Go today after here, print a copy and put it on your desk so that you refer to it every day. If you intend to live a corruption-free life and practice. Okay? Set boundaries early. Okay, and remember I said if you want to, you can only want to be a person of integrity. Set boundaries early. Refuse unethical shortcuts from the start. The first compromise often leads to more. The first compromise will lead to a second and to a third. If you tell a lie, you need to tell a second lie to protect the first lie. And to tell a third one to protect the second, which protects the third. I'm sure you have experienced these. Choose mentors. I was asking you about role models. Choose mentors. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. Align with senior lawyers of integrity. Do you know any? If you do, I was going to ask you to list some, but we don't have the time. There are a few in town. Look out for them. Ask them to mentor you. Okay? It is doable, it is possible. Avoid role models who normalize corruption. Should I say this again? Avoid role models who normalize corruption. They're out there, you know them. Avoid them. Document and protect yourself. When you choose to not play along, they are going to come after you. It doesn't matter if you die for the right thing. It doesn't. Die for it. But keep records of instructions, transactions, correspondences, especially in slippery situations. There are people who choose, yeah, that's okay. Huh? Kindly wind up, cancel. After they gave me an hour, now I must wind up. But anyway, choose, okay? Yes. Transparency will protect you from false accusations. Document, write down, go with another partner of yours or colleague, so that when they try to compromise you and you refuse, they don't tarnish your name. Practice financial discipline. Live within your means. Young lawyers, if you forget everything else, live within your means. The reason you're forced to compromise is because you want things that are still far from you. The Benzes are good, but Toyotas are okay. Guys, law is service, not a business. Like I said, start a business. Work collectively. So, concluding remarks. Courage in practice. Integrity requires courage in the face of threats, loss of clients, or slow financial gain. Remember, it is better to lose a case than to lose your name. A name is difficult to make. Stand firm against clients, colleagues, and society. Okay? And also, these clients, colleagues, and society will eventually recognize and respect you as an ethical lawyer. Call to action. Be the example. Let your conduct set a higher standard. Defend justice. Protect the vulnerable. Speak against malpractice. When we choose to go along and we keep quiet and we play self-preservation, can you imagine my grandmother in a Lebtong? Who will speak for them? Who will defend them? Can you imagine the poorest man in the poorest village in Tororo, in Sopsop? Who will help them? Can you imagine a widow in Chanamukaka? Who is going to help them? What about in Chanamira, somewhere in Chigezi? Who is going to help them? If all you're chasing for is money at the cost of everything. Shape the future. By refusing to compromise today, you help reform tomorrow's legal culture. If we decide to compromise, it means we continue corruption. But if we choose to refuse to compromise today, we are helping to reform tomorrow's legal culture for our children, for our grandchildren, for our great-grandchildren. I think this is where my presentation ends. When you get the presentation, you'll find something. After talking about this, there's something I love to talk about to young people, and it's about temperaments. You choosing there are 4 temperaments: sanguines, cholerics, melancholies, and phlegmatics. For some right now, it sounds like Greek, but it's English. Go look out for them. Find out, how do I, as an individual, deal with conflict internally and externally? How do I, as an individual, deal with the problems when I'm confronted with them? And finally, final thought, corruption thrives when good lawyers remain silent, but integrity lived out consistently is contagious. Be the lawyer who changes the story. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very, very much. That was very insightful, Council Christine Bidawa. We have had so much to learn. And I like what you said, that necessity is the mother of all invention, so we shouldn't waste that. We should think, we should be mindful the way we show up. We should be mindful to have principles, to have values, and the things that we stand for, and the things that define us. So I'm just going to request that we appreciate her one more time. And even those online, thank you very, very much for sparing your time to come and mentor the young lawyer. And if you're just joining us once again, this is the second day of the Young Lawyers Symposium 2025, and it's proudly brought to you by Uganda Law Society, Bluebell Advocates, Praxis Conflict Center, and of course the Muslim Arbitration and Mediation Center, Uganda. So we're going to go into another panel straight away for observance of time. And this panel is going to be talking about financial planning and investment for young lawyers. We're going to be talking about money, and after all, when you're called a lawyer, somehow people expect money to follow. So this is very key. And it's going to be moderated by Council Muyaka Alfred, and the panelists as well are right in the house. So I will let him take over from here. as I settle in, the panel we just had was practicing law while maintaining ethics and integrity within a corrupt society. So whatever you do, make sure you have values, make sure that you stand for something and you don't get wobbly at it, no matter what happens. So without any wasting more time, I am just pushing this to the financial planning panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy, and good morning, colleagues, online, both online and physical, and good afternoon to those who may be in a different time zone. Thank you for joining us today to explore a topic which we rarely discuss as lawyers, yet we want it or we love it, money. So today I'm joined by three amazing panelists. The first one is Madam Hilda. Madam Hilda is the equity partner at Bluebell Advocates, which is one of our sponsors for this symposium. We are very grateful for sponsoring us and having this happen. He's also a corporate and risk advocate management consultant. He practices so much of corporate law, and he is just to even be clear, is the first female equity partner of Bluebell Advocates. Congratulations for joining us. Yes, also joining us today is Mr. Daniel Ayebare. Now, these two people, Daniel, Hilda, and even Mr. Max Manz, have a rich CV, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to give you snips of their CV before you get into the conversations. Mr. Daniel Ayebare is an economist and the chairperson of Uganda Financial Literacy Association. Is the executive director of founder Africa Foundation, is a Rotarian and former banker with over 15 years experience international banking and financial services, and is also a finalist of the prestigious New Vision 40 Under 40 Award under humanitarian category in 2023. So with us here we have 15 years experience of a person who was dealing with finances and financial literacy, and a banker. Just close to Mr. Daniel is also Mr. Max Manzi. He's the Chief Governance and Legal Officer at ABI Finance Limited. He's also an advocate like most of us, but with extensive experience, over a decade of working experience. Mostly, I call him a lawyer and a banker at the same time because he has spent most of his work in the banking world. He's a corporate governance expert. He's accredited by the Chartered Governance Institute of the UK and Ireland. He has a Master's of Laws from Makerere, Bachelor of Laws and the Bar course. He has been a chair of the Legal Committee of Uganda Bankers Association, and he was recently recognized in the Legal 500 GC Power List East Africa 2024 for his governance and legal contribution. But in this aspect, he's going to give us deal with the pressures of corporate lawyers or corporate young lawyers as they start out. Maybe I'll just give them 1 or 2 minutes to say hi to us before we start. As they say ladies first, I'll start with Hilda in 2 minutes to say hello to us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hilda Fekuru is my name, as earlier introduced, and yes, I'm a partner at Bluebell Legal Advocates. I'm also a board member for Aldelia Uganda Limited, and also the legal advisor for the French Chamber of Commerce, Uganda. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, Hilda, for joining us. As you have seen, he has added legal advisor for Uganda Chamber of Commerce, so though you may deal with more commerce and law as we get finances. Thank you for joining us. I'll go to Mr. Daniel.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Ayebare, as already mentioned. At one point in time, I thought I would also be a lawyer, but it didn't go so well. And today I was moving around some of the offices here, and I found the chunks of books people are reading. I thought God knew my my gift wasn't there. Yes, but I lead the Uganda Financial Literacy Association, and we are an association of financial literacy trainers across the country. So far, we are about 2,500 people who have been trained in 8 modules that the financial captains thought were very important for every individual to have the basics around, and probably I'll share around that. And so the association comes in to help in supporting the strategy for financial literacy in Uganda, which leads into the national financial inclusion strategy. I am glad I'm talking to lawyers. As the former president has already mentioned, if we have good lawyers, chances are that we'll have a good society. And money is a very important thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel, for joining us and for bringing us that wealth of experience to lawyers from a non-lawyer, because we are the people from society who expect lawyers to be rich with money, and you make us beyond pressure. So just, now invite Mr. Max Manzi to say hello to the listeners.
Good morning, dear listeners, viewers. Pleasure to be with us this morning. Mr. Muyaka has already spoken to my long CV. I just want to add that I'm also a board member at Moa Insurance, and why it's important to say it is I know the challenges of young lawyers, practicing young lawyers, the challenges of corporates, but also on the other side, sitting in the boardroom, looking at the pressures that come from staff and the demands of what they feel they want. If you pay us more salary, we'll be better. And even when you approve, as a board member, approve those salary increments, maybe sometimes you see the one who was earning 2 million now earning 3 million, going from bad to worse in terms of the debt burden. And so they are not getting better, but actually getting worse. And I'm glad that you also have someone like Daniel to join us on the panel, because I am not an investment advisor, financial advisor, but at least that's his experience. So while we'll speak from the corporate perspective, he has a technical part. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Max Manzi, and for emphasizing that board member experience. I didn't want to speak, I wanted to speak for yourself as a corporate governance expert. Now, this conversation is really more than about numbers, but it's also about mindset, discipline, and planning for the future as legal professions. So I'll get into deep. I'll start with Daniel, who is not a lawyer, to speak to us. So Daniel, when a young lawyer, just imagine a young lawyer earning their first really paycheck or those first month of earning, what's the smartest first step they should take with their money? Let's look at those first month of earning, because usually you are from law school and you have started earning money, and you don't know what to do with your money, because at law school you are not financially trusted, but you need to handle your money well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfred. That's a very important question, though it is a question that comes in a bit late. By the time someone should leave campus and go into the working world, they should have an idea of how they're going to use the money. So it's a bit late, but not too late. So let me start by saying that just the way you guys, the lawyers, you had semester one, you had year one, year two, year three, year four, then you did LDC. Financial management is also a discipline that is systematic. There is a whole value chain in understanding money. Because number one, you've got to make the money, you have got to grow the money, you have got to spend the money, and to pass on the money. I wish we could develop a culture where we actually think beyond ourselves and say, how do we leave a legacy for the next people that come after us? So, as I earlier mentioned, there are 8 key modules or subjects or topics that every individual, whether you're a young lawyer or you are a banker or you're at any level, that you must have the basics around. And this is research that was done by the financial experts across the financial sector, that is from the banking sector, from the insurance sector, from the investment. And it would be nice for our listeners to note them down such that they can gauge themselves and also see how they can build their knowledge around that. The first one is personal financial management. Every individual must have the basics on personal financial management. This is basically how you balance your income versus your expenses. The main tool there is a budget. Budgets are not just for organizations. Every individual must have a budget, because a budget helps you to, number one, make sure you're living either within or below your means. Now, lawyers are just like bankers. Like Christine mentioned, when I entered the bank so many years ago, the expectation from society was that I'm supposed to be very smart, supposed to be driving the latest car. Like, getting into that whole profession at first makes you think like you're the most successful person ever, though the paycheck may not speak to that. And so you find especially young lawyers going into that whole confusion of trying to meet society expectations that they cannot actually afford. So what the budget does is that it gives you a spending plan that makes sure that you're living either within or under the desired places to live below your means. That means that you have something left for savings, for investment, and for you to actually become better off financially. So a budget is important, but the budget also helps you to understand the things you're spending on. Are you spending on the things you need, or you're just spending on the things you want? And just understanding the difference between a need and a want can take you places. We are living in a day and age where most professionals, not just lawyers, but especially lawyers, you'll find them spending on the things they want and then having to borrow for the things they need. So there's a difference between a need and a want. A need is something you can't live without. You know you have got to sleep. You know you need someone, you need shelter. You know you need food. You know you need transport. You need water. You need clothing. But for you, you get your first check, and the first thing you're doing is to run to a bank that will give you a car loan that will take out 50% of your income. And then, for you to meet your daily expenses, you have to borrow. For you to meet your transport, need the fuel that will fuel the car, the clothing. So it's important there. The second aspect that everyone should have the basics on for you to move your financial journey well is the aspect of savings. You will never go far without mastering the discipline of savings. And savings has got two ways. Number one, you must have an account where you plan for something you can't afford today. It could be an investment that you're trying to save for. It could be that nice house you want, that nice suit you want. It could be that nice shoe you want. You have to have a plan on a savings account for that. Then the second one is an emergency fund. Now, this one is very important, and very few people know about this. If you do not have an emergency fund, statistics show that at least in the last 12 months, every Ugandan, almost 90% of Ugandans got a financial shock. And what is a financial shock? Is something that happens that requires you to use money that you hadn't anticipated. So you remember, like, COVID happened, and the whole economy was shut down. Some people lost their jobs. That was a huge financial shock. But you can lose a loved one, a caretaker. You can be a father or a caretaker in your family, and you get an ailment that won't let you make money to sustain your family. You must have an emergency fund. That's the account you go to when you have really hit the wall. The third one is investment. So you've learned the art of managing your money. That's personal financial management. You're saving. Everyone should be at least saving 20% of their income. 20%. That's the recommended ratio for you to say you're trying to have a good plan, at least 20%. But if you can take it up to 40%, it could even be better. So investment, again, Madam Christine told us, being a lawyer is not a business. It's a calling. So outside your calling, you need to sustain your calling. So you need a business that will generate for you revenue, for you to now meet all those things you desire to have. And lawyers, again, they also have one challenge, just like bankers, because of the status society has given you. You're like me, going into these small things. How will people see a lawyer, selling retail? Yeah. So you have got to begin to have the habit, be humble enough to know that you need the extra money, and you'll be able to do a business that can actually generate you extra income for you to handle the things that you want. So investment is important. of course, there is traditional investments that we know of, like, agriculture, real estate, but there are also alternative investments. And I think lawyers, especially lawyers as professionals, have an opportunity in taking advantage of the alternative investments. So we have areas where we have like collective investment schemes, especially if your income is still low, you could use an option of a collective investment scheme like the mutual trust funds you've heard of, where you, as low as 100,000 shillings, you can put it with a fund manager that will gather all the other little amounts, and these guys invest in assets that will make you money without you having actually to be there to monitor. But there are also a number of other investments to look at. So investment is that one. Then another one is debt management. My colleague here mentioned about it. Very, very important. Debt management has taken more professionals to the grave than anything. Because they mismanaged the first module which I talked about on personal financial management, they have had to borrow for the things they need. So you find someone takes a loan, borrows to pay that loan, borrows to pay the other loan, and at the end of the day, it leads them into a state of confusion, and they probably even lose their income. Because when someone is distressed, even their productivity is low. But it can even lead to jail when taking away your property and all that. So debt management is very important. How do you really need that loan, first of all? What is the cost of that loan? For example, as a lawyer, it may look like it's a simple thing. If I came to you and I said, I am giving you a loan at 5%, and another person says, I'm giving you a loan at 10%, maybe those who are here, which loan would you take on? Alfred, you take on 5% or 10%? 5%. What if 5% is per month and the 10% is per annum? So if someone is charging, for example, 5% per month times 12 is what? 60. So that means they are charging you 60% at the end of the year. So simple things like calculating interest. If someone is giving you 10% per annum, it's actually better than the one who is giving you at 5% per month. So some of those small things could lead you into debt spiral, and that can spoil your career. Then we finish understanding financial service providers. Your money comes in, you work hard for your money, but you trust an institution that you want to handle this money. What do you look out for? You've seen people who have been duped. This guy comes, say, I have an investment program here. If you give me your money, I'll give you 50% return every 12 days. Yeah, you've seen, and almost every 2 years, by the way, if you see the trends, almost every 2 years, there is a scheme that comes that really messes up people's lives. Number one, at least in understanding financial service providers, is that wherever you're going to put your money, make sure that institution is regulated. So if it's a bank, Bank of Uganda regulates. If even the SACCOs, microfinance, all of those are regulated. If it's in the area of investment, there's capital markets. If it's in insurance, there's Insurance Regulatory Authority. Make sure the institution is regulated. Then we have planning for old age. As sure as the day comes after night, all of us are going to get old. These are the hard truths. And for sure, if all factors constant, when you're 60 or 70, you not have the same energy levels as when you were 20 or 30. So smart or prudence calls for you to start planning your retirement in your youth. I think this is also biblical, that your youth should work for your old age. Yeah, that you start now. We've had people who call us, come and do financial literacy training. We have because we have people about to retire or the following year. And we are like, okay, we will be there, but it's a bit late. Because probably that person has got a loan that is going to take away almost all their entire package. Someone is planning to go into retirement, but the debt burden that they are carrying is already too much for them to use their money well. NSSF has shown that, at least the statistics last year, they show that over 90% of people who took their retirement package wasted it in the first 3 years of retirement. All of it was gone. Either someone came with a deal, this is where you can invest, they had no idea they could do it, this is working for, and they lost it. And remember, when you're old, in most cases you're frail, your medical bills are high, we are in Africa, yeah, we still have what we call black tax and the big culture of families around us and communities. Your expenses are actually almost higher than the time when you were younger. And so because of the distress, people die young in their old age just because they did not plan well for their retirement. So you begin to plan now, what assets am I going to begin to invest in now that will take care of my old age? What do I buy now or do I begin to invest in now that I will not have to work an 8 to 5 job when I am retired? People retire, they go back again to look for jobs. You begin to plan now. So these are the basics. Like I said, when the question was someone who has just started working, what should they first think about? It is important that they understand that whole chain before. But assuming they have really understood that, the first thing is, again, the industry recommends that on your income, and you can modify that to match your own expectations, because financial literacy by definition is having the knowledge, having the skills, and the confidence to manage your money well, given your own socio-economic circumstances. And that is very important, because I can earn 1 million, but you probably can afford a car, and me, I can't even afford a boda. Why? You come from a wealthy family, you have all that support, and probably I do have a huge family that I'm supporting. So our own unique social circumstances are important. That's why you need to know yourself. Start comparing yourself with another colleague. He bought a Subaru, let me also buy a Subaru. Yeah. So the principle is 50% when you're starting, 50% of your income should be dedicated to all your needs. That is food. If you're renting, that should be put on rent. Transport, 50% should be dedicated to that. Now, I know some people's 50% is too little, but at least you have it in your mind that if your 50% is too little to deal with that, then start thinking of investment options where at least 50% of your income caters for all your needs. 30% should cater for your wants. That is, you want to go hang out with your friends, you want that nice shoe, you want to contribute to 30% should cater for that. Then 20% should be saved. Now, that was industry-wide, but the people who have tithe pay. You can decide to split to take the 10% from the 30% on your needs, and you commit it to tithe, but at least save 20% of your income. That's the bare minimum of starting.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think from what I pick, with your first money, you do savings, emergency fund, invest before you start thinking of car loans. I think that speaks of, when investment, you talk of agriculture, real estate, and this was a question for lawyers of, should I begin with the land or the car first? I think with your analogies, like you first begin investing before you think of the car loan. Just in 1 minute.
No, as I said, financial literacy is personal.
Okay.
It is you and your own socio-economic circumstances. We can leave campus together, we go into practice together. And me, I can afford a car. And you, it would be crazy for you to start thinking of a car at your stage. If you're coming from a struggling background, and you have people around you that you're taking care of, I don't think a car would be the first priority for you. I can come from a family which I have an inheritance, there's already an account, a trust fund for me, and I have the luxury of saying, let me buy a car. But ideally, normally, when you have just started, the car should come if it's part of your plan. You must have an investment plan and a goal. If it can fit within that 50% when you're starting. But I think for young professionals, I see a better investment in areas of, especially if you want to go professional. I would prefer I put my money in more education, for example. how do you actually set yourself up for more income? Because your first job will give you very little money, and you will need more skills to earn more money. So I would recommend you start with, how do I develop myself personally before I run for these other investments? Don't go into real estate or buying land if you don't have another source of income. Because what happens, real estate holds money. The cash flow from real estate, if you buy land today, the next time you get money out of it will be probably minimum of 2 years. The problem is that if that money, if you've gotten it off a loan, you've put it in land, remember now your disposable income left is almost half of what you have. Are you able to again live comfortably within that? So we have people who have bought the land, but the cash flow is cut, and then they have to sell their land even way cheaper than they bought because they were distressed. So have a plan.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's very clear. Also, from what I pick from your submissions, there are early pressures for young lawyers to fit within society. And now that brings me to the corporate lifestyle, which influences the decisions we make with our finances. For example, upgrading your lifestyle before building savings, investing, and as young corporates, I'm wondering how to navigate that corporate lawyer math of buying a car, sleeping in a good apartment in Chanja before you look at those things. So at this juncture, I first want to bring in Mr. Max, who has so much been in the corporate lawyer in the banking world, to see how does a young lawyer navigate these pressures while starting out. I drive my Benzo, G-Wagon, I live in Chanja and what? As a corporate lawyer and a banker, because for him he joins both a lawyer and a banker. How does a young lawyer navigate this corporate lawyer math at the beginning of his career? Thank you.
Well, for sure, the pressure is always on. Every day it gets more and more. Even before you leave law school, I recall our very first lecture at the Law Development Center, a gentleman whose name I will not mention, in his very first lecture, made two students to stand up. And he said, if both these lawyers were charging 5 million professional fees, who would you more easily negotiate with? And I remember one gentleman was putting on, I think, a green shirt and some interesting jacket, and that's what we could afford, right? And there's another classy suit. And then the student said, we'll negotiate with this other one. Why? He doesn't look 5 million that he's charging. So right from the onset, his lesson was, you must look posh, you must look elegant, you know? So the test now for us lawyers and young lawyers, that we can easily run into the era of upgrading before time, because we must look the part. You're expected to be in an expensive suit, to be driving the latest car. I don't know how many times people have asked me, why haven't you bought a Benz? You've been working for so long. I don't have anything against Benzes. But I always feel if I can't afford 2 of them, then I can't afford it yet. So those conversations are always there. But you must have an understanding that as a young lawyer, that looking wealthy is not the same thing as being wealthy. Actually, if you pursue looking the part, you miss out on the real success. That's how I've always got it. And I recall probably about 10 years ago, when I bought my first small car, it was a Spatial. And everyone is looking at you like, are you okay? But that's what I could afford at the time, you know? That's what I could afford, to be honest. And even right now, I'm not driving the car that I want. I've since upgraded, bought 3 other cars. I am not driving what I would call my dream car, but I'm fine, you understand? So it starts with the understanding that just trying to look wealthy does not necessarily mean that you've become wealthy. You waste a lot of time trying to look wealthy instead of building actual wealth. And just think about it. The many times I'm in traffic and I look at a very nice car, whether it's a G-Wagon, whether it's the latest 2025 Toyota Land Cruiser or whatever. rarely do I look at the person driving it and say, oh, that's a nice person. I just admire the vehicle and that's it. So we are trying to do these things for others to see. But actually, they are not seeing us. They are seeing the vehicle, they're admiring the vehicle. They don't even care who is driving it most of the time. So why try to pretend to be something that you're not yet? And I know the pressure will be there. Sometimes all you can afford is to go to downtown Chiembe and make yourself a suit before the designer labels. Sometimes. And you have to be able to look inside of you. Daniel has talked about the personal financial management to say, where am I at this stage in life? So ultimately what matters is, where do I want to be? Have that clear vision of where do I want to be in the next 5 years? Where do I want to be in the next 10 years? And then start working towards that, rather than pretending that you are there before you're actually there. And some of these people that we're admiring and they want to be like, if you checked, some have inherited wealth, others have been working for the last so many years. Yesterday I was parked at Serena, and as I was getting out of my modest car, I saw one of my lecturers, Joseph Chaze, from his wonderful car. I mean, this is someone who lectured me at Makerere University. I cannot try to compete with him. He has been in the field. I don't know how many civil cases Joseph Chaze has handled. So I cannot try to pretend to be like him right now. So it's that understanding that I am not yet there, but I'm doing something. So for now, I'm going to build my skills. I am going to try and improve myself as much as possible so that I can get to where I want to be. So just shut out the pressure. It will keep coming. Family will keep coming at you. Last Christmas, I recall I was seated somewhere at the back, and then the Anglican church at home. Those of you who go to Anglican churches, you know what they can be in certain seasons. And then they took me to the front, and they left the people I was seated with, yet we had all come from Kampala. But because I am a lawyer, council has money, that's the assumption, and we should have the money. So I was taken to the front seat. And later on I was asked, don't you want to greet the people? I said, no, I don't want to. Council, are you sure I don't want to greet the congregation? I said, yes, I don't want to greet them. And my parents used to be very important people in that church. You can't talk about that church and don't talk about my parents. They had made their wealth. I'm still making mine. But why do I run away from that? Because by now I know how much I'm going to give them when I go home in December, because I start setting it aside in Jan. Every month in my budget, there is money that I am going to give to my home church. Now, it doesn't matter whether you make noise that you're doing this or the other, I know what I'm going to give. Unless some miracle money comes through and I increase that. And what was interesting is that after giving them the envelope, at the end of the service, when I had reached home, then this gentleman, the reverend, comes home running and said, you don't know what you've done. That envelope was big. And I was thinking in my head, so what if I had put less, then what? But because they know they can always play these tricks, give you a microphone, what are you contributing? Then you start contributing money you had not even planned to contribute. It's not anywhere in my budget. But I've set aside in December 25th, I'll be in my home church. This is the much I'm going to give. Whether you call me counsel, whether you call me chief justice, whether you call me board member, Mr. Miyaga used to call me award-winning lawyer. Whether you call me all those titles, I know the money that I have planned. If it's a wedding, I know that I can't go beyond a certain amount. That is it. So the pressure is real. It's there. But you must have your own principles and live by them.
Oh, I think indeed the pressure is there, but you must have your own principles, and you have to realize that you're not there, but you're doing something to be there, so you need to close the pressure. I don't want to use the other word which you used, but they really had it. Now, this gets me back to Hilda, who is a first female equity partner of a top-tier firm, and personally I see her as a young lawyer, and I believe she is. So Hilda, looking back as a young lawyer, what early financial lessons shaped your approach to money and investments as a young lawyer? And we just want you to share with us those financial lessons that shaped your approach to managing money as a young lawyer, and because of that, I think that has enabled you to rise in your career a bit faster than several other young lawyers. Thank you.
Okay. I share very many sentiments with the previous speakers, and it's very true that there are very many societal pressures. You know, there is this social construct of how a lawyer should live, you know, how you should be present in society. And being the first female partner at the firm, I would not say that I have escaped the expectations, you know. I remember when I was appointed to my role, I was appointed today, and then the next day someone is talking about, Madam Partner, aren't you changing that car? I have just got the new role. This is not how things work, you know? And it's pressures from the outside world. It's not people you're working with. It's not clients. It is because the outside world has said, okay, she has got a promotion. That means her state, her life, her state of living, and, you know, how she presents herself has to change. What I can tell the young lawyers is that keeping up appearances is very exhausting, you know. Manzi spoke about presenting yourself to be wealthy when you're not. So in your mind, you're saying, I have to have this car. I have to be seen living in Kololo or Chanja. Your income does not speak to that. There is a disconnect. In that sense, you start adopting a personality of personalizing money. Money becomes your entire personality, in that when you do not have it today, it disrupts your entire state of being, because you're trying to appease onlookers who will maybe just see you today and not think about you the next day. In that, you start compromising your ethics. With financial discipline, as Daniel said, it speaks to what Christine was speaking previously, values. Here you are, you're now getting involved in dealings that ideally you should not have gotten yourself into. You're factoring in issues of reputational risk because you're keeping up appearances. What I can say is it is very, very exhausting. On my end, how I have been able to manage all those pressures is what everyone has said before, living within my means. I will not pretend to have money I do not have. In fact, I am not ashamed to pass on a basket to the next person when I don't have it. And you know, I'm not ashamed about that. And somehow it turns to, I think, financial bullying, because they will say, it's church, or it's a function. I didn't plan for it. You just reeled me in with the anticipation that I'm going to give something, and then they'll give you the basket and say, Madam Council, but I don't have the money. I'm going to pass on the, you know, the basket, because in prompting you to pay that money, they start calling you by the titles, not your name. And I relate to what he's saying. They give you the mic to speak, but I came 20 minutes to the end of the function. I don't even know what you're collecting money for, or I did not plan for it. So I live in such a way that I do not compromise my state of being to meet expectations. I do not do that. And then the second thing I learned very young was that money is elastic. That is a value that my dad imparted in me. It was a question of, you can have money today, you may not have money tomorrow. If you do not have it tomorrow, what happens? If you have made your entire personality of, I must have money, irrespective of what happens, then the next thing is you don't have peace of mind. And also the other thing is, I do not plan on money I do not have. We tend to have a tendency as young lawyers, of course you're working in these law firms, but sometimes you have outside dealings. Someone says, oh, Manzi comes and says, oh, Hilda, I have something to do for you. And you're like, okay, I'll do it on the side. And like, oh, when you do it for me, we are going to give you 500,000. or you're going to get 1 million. It's not guaranteed. He has come to me as a third party. He's just reeling me in. I have no business on planning on that money that Manzi has told me about. So there is a bad habit of planning in anticipation of what you do not have. So I think those are my key pointers.
There is a statement of I'm expecting some money.
Colleagues, the money is coming.
Expecting some money, and I think when I was growing, I think during my time, apart from expecting some money, it was a question of, you ask someone, so what do I expect from this, Are we going to get some money or no? And then someone says, oh no, it's vibes and inshallah. So that was that time when I think I had left campus, but it is not certain. It's not certain that you're going to get that money. So why are you planning on that money? Why are you going to a phone shop and saying, no, I do not want the iPhone 8, give me the iPhone 14. I'm going to come and top up 2 million tomorrow. It's pointless because that money is not yours. There could be a break in that chain. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Thank you, Hilda. Hilda really says of living within your means, and that part of don't necessarily live as the council society expects you to be, but live within your terms as before being council, you were your own. Yeah, before council Hilda, there is the Hilda. So you live as the Hilda, not as the council society expects you to be. Now, this takes me to the investment part. We have all seen at the start of your career, the money is not coming, like the young lawyers have little money. But still, Daniel speaks of investing at the start of your career, and there is a common belief that investing is only for the wealthy. So how can young lawyers start investing small while still earning a little income, and what are those entry-level investments which are accessible to young lawyers today or young professionals? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfred. First of all, to debunk the issue around investment, when you're talking about wealth creation, it's not just financial. Wealth has spheres, and I'm glad actually my colleagues have spoken about it. Christian hinted about it. When you're beginning, you'll be shocked that the first and most important investment is actually not where you're putting your money to grow outside you. You're the first and most important investment towards your financial goals. A debt goes bad because of the debt and not the person who gave you the debt. An investment goes bad because of you, the investor, not the investment vehicle you put it in. So before I go to the financial investments, what are the investments that you need to look at when you're starting, especially as a young professional? Number one, they talked about branding. There was a session on branding. How do you stand out amongst your community? Because you see, the most important part in financial management is actually, number one, how do I make money? And how do I position myself to make money? Then you can go into managing it. So if you're going to make money, how do you position yourself to make and attract money? Money, first of all, follows value. If you want this thing of I'm going to look for money, those are the people who die of stress. People who go to look for money. Yeah, I'm going to look for money. You will never, even the Bible says, you seek first, then all these things. Thank you. So money is attracted. Money, you don't look for it. You will never find it. It has to look for you. And how do you attract money? Number one, stand out in your profession, in your career, or whatever you're doing. Be the person that actually someone is looking for to solve their challenge and add value to it. You might drive a very nice Mercedes, but if you did not take care of someone's case and they did not go through, trust me, they will still look for the one who is using a taxi as long as they can deliver on that. So you talked about continuous learning in terms of your career. For me, as a young person, if your responsibilities are not that many yet, see how you set yourself up for more knowledge and for more exposure to make more money. Again, secondly, today we have online platforms. A person, you're a business to yourself. So you have got to have a branding strategy, a marketing strategy as an individual. So it's unfortunate these days you can find a lawyer, they are only on TikTok, on Instagram, and on Facebook. And the things they are posting, they are also posting things of songs, they are mime, they are football, what, and very unfortunate. You find very few on LinkedIn, for example. That is the professional site for people who are looking, people they can pay. I personally haven't looked for a client in the last 12 months. Why? Because I learned early, you go on that site, and even on my other sites, I'm also on TikTok and all that, but I only post professional things, the things that are related to what I do. So if I get, even if it's not my own information, but I know it will help my audience, I don't have very many followers, but the people who search for me are more than the people who who put I like and comment. You see? So put yourself out there. Employers no longer look at CVs, really. These CVs we send them. Or even for you, lawyers are like consultants. If I need a lawyer, you can give your CV, but you're talking about yourself. You probably use ChatGPT and made it fat and, attractive. I want to go and see your online platform, your online footprint. What are you actually doing? What are the things you're passionate about? What is your community like? Such that I can say, okay, this person, looking at their networks, looking at what they're posting, this is their area. So use online platforms to position yourself. Now, this is now one area of wealth, which is your networks. The people who know you. Because among those, someone will say, oh, you're looking for a lawyer in maybe a certain area of law, maybe it's estate management or what. There is this person. So in our networks, make sure also the networks there are people who are above you at the same level and also below you, because you're also trying to groom someone that will take on your legacy. So sponsors should be part of that network. I see Mr. Mazi here, clearly you've made a good friend with him. If he knows you're good at something, trust me, he may be in some places and say, oh, you're looking for this kind of person. I know this guy there. But you find young people, especially young professionals, almost all your network is full of guys you play with, just guys you hang out with. Even these guys can even be in the places where the opportunity, but they don't even have that capacity to recommend you. So go an extra mile, get people who are above you, get people who are within your level, and also you try to mentor those that are below you, because someone who is under you can actually also make a recommendation. So invest in your brand, invest in your networks, enter associations that relate to what you do. If you focus, if your area is made, I usually like using estate in estate, there are communities of lawyers in that area. If your area is corporate law, there are communities, and maybe there are even sub areas in that area that fellow lawyers and another ecosystem that rotate around connect with them. Then one thing that I think could be good advice for people who are looking into, again, making more money, also look at where the environment beyond you. For example, Uganda is our trajectory for the next 15 years is to be a $500 billion economy, grow 10 times in the next 15 years. And government has come out to say where are the priority areas. They have talked about commercial agriculture, they've talked about tourism, they've talked about minerals and extractives, they've talked about science and technology. You as a person, it's not too late to start asking, how do I fit into this mix? Because this is where the waves are going. And it does not mean that because you're a lawyer, you cannot participate in tourism. Just because you're a lawyer, you cannot, and for you as criminal law, it doesn't mean that you cannot have somewhere a say in mining. Get that information and see how you can fit yourself in the agenda there. When we started this association, it was part of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, also part of the the Strategy for Financial Literacy. The strategy had been there for 10 years. And I saw that it had very great potential to serve our communities. But when you're serving communities, in a way, somehow you're also you're opening yourself up for opportunities to come. Now we have structured ourselves. We started as a briefcase association. We now have offices. We started in 2023. We now have offices. We are partnering with private sector. We are partnering with government sector, the public sector. We are partnering with development partners. But the idea was always there. Uganda has a problem of having the best policies, but implementation is almost at zero. Okay, it is there because we are moving, but there's room for improvement. How do you look into these areas to see what role you can play? When Kristen mentioned she mentioned something about law being your calling. There are those areas that are just waiting for someone to say, let me put my hand there. The investment may not come in short term in terms of returns, but over the medium and long term, trust me, you don't only create an opportunity for yourself, but for others. 2,500 trainers across the country now. We have people who are being employed to actually do trainings. So it's not just even me alone. I have, because of that obedience, there's a number of people that are benefiting from that area. So, if you're not yet at that level, let's look at the investment in finance. Number one, an investment option that you're taking on should be dependent on your availability, first of all, in terms of, are you going to be available? Does it require you to be there to monitor it a lot of times? Number two, do you have the knowledge for it? And then number three, can you afford it? And also wait till the returns come. Usually when you're starting, you do not have all those things. And as a law, especially for that have been in law and these days, Gen Zs, I recommend put your money first where it will stay, while you learn, while you sort what you want to do and you learn more about it. And again, I said capital markets provide a good opportunity for that. Get your money, put it in a collective savings scheme. It earns you at least 10, 11% return, which is money that is above inflation. It means that your money at the end of the year will still be at least retain the value and something more, instead of leaving it in a bank. Because if a bank is giving you, unless it's a fixed deposit, if they are giving you 2% and inflation is at 5%, means that money will be 3% less in a year. So put your money there. Now we have some of the best rates now for treasury bills and treasury bonds. Put your money there. You can access it easily, but the rate of return is high. The treasury bills bonds are running at about 17, 18%. In Uganda, getting a business that gives you 17 to 18%, just like that, it's very rare. But it's a good option where you put your money there, you know that government will never default on you. While you're now thinking of what you can do that can give you more cash flow when you're starting. So that is an area I would recommend. But for you, you should be obsessed with learning. What are the other areas? Because you need short-term investment, medium, and long-term. When I say short, medium, it means in terms of cash flow. If you can get a business that can give you daily income, very good. If you can get one that can give you weekly, even, that's also good. Monthly. But some investments, like if you say I'm buying a land, you'll have to wait 2 years. It's okay for some people, but if you do not have cash flow for you to sustain you between then, it becomes a problem. But now these collective investments, treasury bills, those things accrue interest on a daily.
Thank you, Daniel. That's very insightful. At least we could pick investing in yourself, branding yourself, investing in your brand, investing in networking. Really, this doesn't require a lot of money, at least. Exactly.
Actually, let me say this, yes. And I meant to say it early when we started.
Yes.
The research was done in terms of someone's financial well-being. 80% of every individual's financial well-being is really about their attitude towards money and discipline with money. That is why the richest people are not necessarily the most educated. That is why if you look at the way our societies have moved when Christianity was introduced in our areas there, the people who adopted it early and began to be disciplined with themselves, settle with one family, start being mindful on where you're spending and what. Those are the families that actually came out to produce, So 80% is your attitude towards money. 15% is this knowledge we are sharing in terms of investment opportunity, insurance, savings, personal. 15%. Capital or cash or money accounts for only 5%. So you find someone doing badly, like, what's your problem? They're like, I don't have capital, or my salary is little. No, that's just 5% of where you are. Yeah,
that's very interesting. Now, I think other things are about availability of investment. There's one person who is a phone farmer. I won't talk about that phone farmer. But now, talking of, when Max was emphasizing image at the expense of financial progress, young lawyers have, actually everyone looking at the image regarding as a young lawyer when you're starting out. So just to talk on society pressures and vis-a-vis investing, many young lawyers overspend on image at the expense of real financial progress because of the examples they give you. If I see this one dressing like this and this one dressing like this, whom would I hire? But at the same time, we want to investing. So considering the lifestyle inflation and the society pressures, how can young lawyers invest for the future without feeling the need to be socially left behind? This is to Mr. Max. Thank you.
Lifestyle inflation is real. As your incomes grow, your expenses will grow even faster. Maybe some of you have seen the cartoons where transport costs are growing, rent is growing, then everything is, then salary is stunted. And if I can share just a bit of my personal story and pray that I can inspire someone to speak to someone. Not so long ago, in 2013-14, thereabout, I was in a law firm earning 200,000 Uganda shillings as a gross pay. And 200,000, trust me, was not a lot of money. I was supposed to be paid 50,000 per week, which is basically transport reimbursement. And because the law firm was also struggling a bit, sometimes that money would never come through. Not sometimes, most of the time. It would not come through on time. I was renting a room of 100,000. Gladly, it was slightly close to the workspace because I wanted to cut on transport costs so that I could at least walk to office. Well, later I couldn't even handle the rent because, as I have said, sometimes the money wouldn't come through and yet the rent has to be paid, so I had to go and stay with a friend. And then, but later on, I got a job in the bank, 1 million. So we're talking about lifestyle inflation. Max, you've suffered enough. This is time to reap big. So I moved to another room now of, I think it was 230,000. Yeah, I need to eat from my sweat, But before long, I moved to another house of 450,000 because my salary had increased to 1.5 and then 650. What am I saying? That if you do not master certain principles, you will think that's just about that the problem is the money you're earning. No, and Daniel has spoken to it. The issue is not what you're earning. The issue is your mindset about your discipline about money. Because imagine if with 1 million I could have gone like a room of 100,000. I could have kept on, But there's the urge of, no, I must show a certain status. After all, now I'm a banker. The other time as a lawyer, now I'm a banker. And before you're taking a loan because you must have certain things as a banker. You must look a certain way. Now, once you've gone that road, it's very hard to come back. Gladly for me, it took the grace of God. But there's a point where I had a loan with Standard Chartered Bank. I had a loan from a church circle, our church circle. I had a loan from a friend who was a money lender and gladly lent to me at 15% per month. Because I had to save myself. Now, we talked about borrowing now for the needs. Because you have taken a loan to buy the wants. Because at that point, yes, a car was important, but it was a want. I could do without it. Because if you're a legal officer, I mean, you can get on a border, you can get on a taxi. Right now, there are many considerations for me to use a taxi. Because of status and societal issues, you know. It's like if you found a judge of the High Court on a border, what's wrong? There are certain expectations. But imagine I had stayed with my 100,000 room. Because the bed could go in. It was okay. I would be fine, honestly. But once you go this road of the status, the appearance, the looks, once you're used to a self-contained house with this big sitting room, luxurious sitting room, now you're dating, now you brought someone's daughter and they know that is your status. You can't wake up tomorrow and say, I'm taking you to 100,000. You can't. You know, certain places. So, to avoid these pressures, we have to balance, we have to think of, am I doing strategic spending or is this status spending? Strategic spending, you're investing in yourself, because there's a minimum investment you have to make, for sure. You're not going to come before court appearing like you're a clown. You expect at least to have a decent suit. You're expected to look at least modest. You know? You don't have to buy a suit of 1 million to look smart. You can have a suit of 100,000, 150 from Chiembe, but it looks clean, you know? In fact, at a certain point, I would even put a label. I would tailor them and put my name. It would take 20,000 to pay the tailor. I'm life stories for of the thing. Now, my salary has since exponentially increased. Probably Mr. Miyaka will know the figures somewhere. More than 10 times. Yeah? I am not yet where I want to be, but at least I'm somewhere. But I can tell you surely as day follows night that if I didn't receive the wisdom at a certain stage to have some sense on I would be in debt, I would still be living from paycheck to paycheck. Why? Because of the status spending. But then wisdom came. I had to now do the strategic spending where you're just investing in yourself. Maybe it's a master of laws that you need so that you get a better job. Maybe it's a chartered governance course because you want to get into corporate governance space. Maybe it's a better laptop so that you can be able to do your clients' work very fast. I call that strategic spending. But there's a status spending of I need to have an iPhone. I'm a Samsung person. I'm not holding the best Samsung right now, but it's doing the work. It's doing the work, you know. But is this the best I can afford? Honestly, I can afford a better phone, but it's not what I've prioritized right now. Recently, in August, I had 2 trips, one in Rwanda and one in Kenya, and I paid my expenses, air ticket, accommodation, and I recall I had just switched the workplace, and they said, do you want us to help you with expenses? I said, no, I will pay. You'll pay for the next one. I have the luxury of saying that because I can afford it now, and I can spend it because I budgeted for it. I set aside money for it. Yeah, there's a time I had to walk from Mukono to Boyogere because I couldn't afford the transport. The farm had promised me money, but they were not able to pay it within time, and yet at some point I was still commuting. You understand? So have a budget, because the budget helps you to know what am I going to spend on, what am I going to save for the next that I want, what am I going to invest. And then have the mindset of delaying gratification, because we want to pay ourselves too early. Like I've told you, when I moved from the 200,000 to 1 million, I was like, now that's the moment. Like a small room of 100,000 had a place for a bathroom, but there was no tap, no shower. So you'd fetch water and shower from there. Now I said, no, I must have a self-contained room. I deserve it. Maybe I could have delayed by just 6 months, and then you understand. But then I rushed into now a room of 230,000. Then I said, but I don't like, no, you're showering, you're standing where the toilet is. No. I moved 450. Salary hadn't increased. When it increased to 1.5, I said, now, it should be in a gated environment. I should have very good sitting room, I moved to 650,000. But what if I had stayed, okay, maybe moved to 230, but even with the 1.5, stay with 230 up to a certain point, I probably could do better. So, are you spending because it's a status spending, you want to show off? I must have a certain designer suit, I must have the latest iPhone, the latest Samsung, lawyers drive Benzes, I must drive a Benz. Is that why you're buying what you're buying? Are you buying land because everyone is buying it? Because sometimes we buy land and we think we are investing. That's the honest truth. Sometimes we are not. But because everyone has land, I must buy land. And then your money is sunk there, you've taken a loan, but there is nothing for it. Then tomorrow, you have to sell the land at a lower price because you need money. If you need to buy land, I buy land, but buy productive land that you're going to use productively. Some will plant trees, others will have livestock there, others. But whatever it is, make sure you have information about whatever you're doing. You're not just throwing into things. So it's not that we should deny ourselves the comfort. I'm a person of living a happy life. But can you plan for it? Make sure that you're planning for it. Make sure that it's something that you can afford. And one of the things I've learned in life, that if I cannot afford 2 cars of that type right now, it means I can't afford that car yet. That's what it means. So if you see me driving a particular car, it means I can afford 2 of those. And I've chosen to buy the one. Yeah.
Indeed, it deserves a hand clap. There's that point also, next spending and status spending. I think even me, recently my salary increased by 2 times. Don't come to me by twice. And then they could just me, Alfred, you still stay the other side? I'm like, yes. A year later, I still stay that side. I'm like, yes. Like, because I don't want to go into status spending because the salary has increased. And that bit of planning your comfort, and if you can't afford it twice, don't buy it. Because I imagine me having an iPhone today and I can't afford it twice, and then tomorrow they switch and tomorrow I'm back on Kaviriti. I wouldn't be that kind.
Alfred, the hack I can give to the young lawyers is, yes, if you receive a salary increment, first pretend that it doesn't exist if you can. I know sometimes you're already at the edge. So let's say try at least 3 months and say I'll save that increment for 3 months. Saving to invest it for 3 months at least, because and as you cultivate that discipline, you find that later you can actually do 6 months, you can actually do 1 year. So if you are earning 2 million and the farm has increased 3 million, pretend that 1M doesn't exist, just save it. But I understand that sometimes you're already living at the edge of life, so certain figures probably, I understand that perspective, but where you can, try as much as possible. Yeah. Like our partner here now. That arrogant salary now.
Yeah, I think now this goes to our partner here, and the part of our practice involves is a risk management expert. So we have seen lawyers need to financially grow, and when you're investing, you're risking your money. So looking at in that aspect, how can young lawyers make calculated investments without burning their limited resources? The resources are limited, but then they have to invest. So as from your risk management expertise, how can the young lawyers invest without risking their little money? Thank you, Hilda.
I think this goes back to what Christine had spoken about previously, about necessity, being the backbone of innovation or invention. So either you have done market analysis for what you want to invest in, or you have got some sort of mentorship. You don't just wake up one morning and say, I want to set up a washing bay. You want to set up a washing bay in Kololo. Most of the roads are tarmacked. It's not that they are always having their cars washed. It's not a necessity at that point. You have not done any sort of analysis. You have not looked at the cost implications, the losses. So in that case, I would expect you to maybe speak to someone who's in that business before you before you invest in that business. Yes, and then the other thing is, for me, it also goes back, apart from investing in a business, it also speaks to what Daniel spoke about, investing in yourself first. Yeah, I firmly believe that your business character aligns with yourself, how you invested in yourself. It speaks to your business character. So how I have had a cheat code in that, you will not find that Hilda has property here or there, no. I have invested in, let's say, my social networks, in a sense that I have strategically placed myself whereby if someone comes and speaks to me, they think I am, I am maybe knowledgeable about what they are talking about. Chances are I may not have all the specifics, but perhaps I've invested in a course, I have learned more about that. I know maybe Christine talks about arbitration, I'm going to meet Manzi, I'm going to read something about banking, or Daniel. So when I meet them, we are going to have some sort of conversation. I'm able to hold a conversation, and if they do have a client in the near future, they will think, Hilda has an idea, she could be the best person to handle this. And chances are that client may say, would you want to get on board, not as a legal advisor, but as part of this project? Let's co-create it. That is how I have tapped into the investment part, because I know I don't have the resources. I don't have the capital for it. He spoke about noticing the gaps within the legal field. It's not a question of, I'm going to do criminal law, I'm going to do land law, I'm going to do commercial law. It's a question of what is going on in the international market. Right now we notice that carbon markets is coming on the rise, sustainability, ESG, and that is something that was brought to my attention, or I was interested into it by a young lawyer. We were having a conversation and she told me, my passion is sustainability. And the first thought I had was, why are we thinking about air? Because I was not informed. I'm like, are we talking about carbon dioxide and what are we talking about? But then when I got a deeper understanding of it, I realized that I can hold a conversation in this, and I invested in a training that ideally I should not have. And then you have partners coming on board and saying, let us create a carbon markets hub. That is the type of investment. You do not have the money, but you have used yourself as a resource to invest. You have done the analysis. You have brought experts on board to help mitigate any risk. Yeah, that's what I can say.
Thank you. I think now young lawyers now can invest their minimal resources and get value, especially with investing in their social networks and doing market analysis before they invest. And I'm standing between our lunch and these panelists, so I need to wind up this panel discussion. Next time, I think I request next time they give us more 2 hours. Because the conversation is very insightful. Just now, I'll start with Hilda first to have your parting shots, but in your parting shots, I want that if you were to leave our audience with one golden rule about money and investment, which you want them to remember. From this discussion, they may forget whatever I would have said, but in your parting shots, I want you to give us that one golden rule about money and investment, which you want them to remember. Thank you. I'll start with Hilda.
My final remarks on that would be, live within your means. And in your search for comfort, in your search for money, in your search for a better life, do not lose your soul while at it. Because with our profession, there is a very thin line with maintaining integrity and there is a very thin line maintaining integrity vis-a-vis living a good life. There are always going to be temptations, one way or the other. It's bound to happen. But do not sell your soul, because it's pointless being in a mansion, it's pointless having the latest car when you are having sleepless nights, you know. It's pointless when you have a damaged reputation. Your reputation should precede you. You do not only think about yourself as Hilda, it's a question of what legacy am I leaving behind for those who come after me. Right now we are young lawyers, but we look to having families. From my personal experience, my father was an accountant, not a lawyer, but the legacy he left behind opened doors for us in places that we thought he had no business, you know, being when he passed on and you're going to all these offices, and just by the mere mention of his name, everyone spoke to his integrity. They're like, it is that accountant who made sure that we received our salaries. It's that accountant who made sure that our allowances were not tampered with. We managed to, everything was fast track for us. His name opened for us doors even in his absence. So it's very important. Integrity is very important. Do not sell your soul.
It does say, live within your means, do not lose your soul while at it, and remember your reputation and integrity. I'll go to Mr. Daniel in your parting shots and to leave us with that one golden rule about money and investment, which you should keep remembering. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. I would love our young lawyers to know that by definition, money is a medium of exchange. It's not a means to it's not an end in itself. It's a means to an end. And the reason why there's so much confusion is that if you do not have a defined purpose in your life for where you want to be and how money is going to take you there, all roads will take you wherever they want. So in principle, prudent financial management is hinged on the basis that you know where you are and where you want to go. And then money should take you there. That is why if an increment came on your salary, it shouldn't be a problem listening to Manzi and saying, let me stay there, if you know where you want to go. But if you're there and every day dictates where it should take you, it will be difficult to manage your money well. Secondly, there's a lot of work to do. There is a lot of work to be done, but there are very few jobs. The challenge is going to be on your creativity as a young person to see how you turn that a lot of work into a job for you. There's a concept now, it's called social business. And my organization, I also run a non-profit and we work with young people. We teach people how to ideate from the social problems that you have around you. How can you create business out of it? Not NGO, but actually a business that solves that problem, that will earn you something, but while you're solving that challenge. And I think as Uganda and as developing nations, we need to adopt that model, because NGOs, the money, the taps are being closed. You know what Trump is doing. The question is, how are we going to continue solving these challenges sustainably? And so for young lawyers, every time you read a newspaper, sometime I think, I don't know who whispered it to me, said if you actually want to see where the opportunities are, when you're in church and you're praying, you listen, you just open your ears and listen to the prayers of everyone. God, we have a problem here, we have a problem. Then you're like, then you go and ask God, how can I help these problems? That is, the opportunities are enormous. The opportunities are enormous. Then align yourselves to the national, continental, and global agenda. The Sustainable Development Goals provide a platform of what you can think. Just beyond these small businesses of giving it 20K, 30K, or 1 million, the actual opportunities that are at regional level, at African level, at global level. It could give you are land people, it could give you a platform to say, how do I belong? I personally belong to a community called One Young World. It's a global community I joined when I was a young man. One Young World. It's a global network of young people, and I joined it when I was still in the bank. And we meet every year, and you just meet different groups of different countries. They discuss issues in their region, how they are solving it, and then you begin to rub off yourselves at that level. So there are now other scholarships, chevening, doing what. Try also to also get out of the locality and also be part of those communities. But I've seen that also where you start is a good place to where you started in banking. My passion was in community. I was in payments, national payments, trade, but my passion was in the CSR, where I would go and organize communities and then, train them in certain things and help women and young. That's where my calling came from. Usually the institutions you work with have resources. It may not be money, but they have other resources that you can help to support your communities. While you're supporting God's people, He's setting you up for your own destiny. So what's my golden rule? Money, again I say it follows value. Then money is just a means to an end. If your life is hinged on how much money you're going to live a substandard life, if your life is hinged on a purpose and how much money you need to reach that purpose, then you will have a more fruitful profession and career. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. At least young lawyers now have a defined purpose. Align yourself to national, continental, and global agenda, and they will really take that to the heart. And at this juncture, I'll end with Mr. Max. From what I'm seeing online, Mr. Max's story, I think, has been relatable, from earning 200 to earning millions, but well managing both. So that's why I have to have him last to speak to the young lawyers. First, that one golden rule about money and investment that you remember, and then you can add in your parting shots. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. And to the young lawyers, if you're really serious about building wealth, you can't please everyone. So my message to you is find your path and follow your path. 2 is that no one enters or builds wealth accidentally. As I've said, the word is building wealth. Building a building doesn't just happen in one day, There's a process to it. We are going to build wealth. Get away with this mindset of deals. Thank God if they come. But if they come, they should be planned for. Because you can have a deal of 50 million and the 50 million will pass through your hands. And you'll have nothing the next day. But if you have built principles, if you have set principles in your life, then that 200,000, I used to save 10,000, by the way, consistently from the 200,000, at least that one I had the wisdom to do it. That 10K later at some point, wherever I was keeping it in, and anyway, the reason why I was saving it was to be able to borrow more from the church circle. So I shouldn't pretend that I was as wise. So I would save that 10,000 so that at least when I want to borrow, I have some saving there. But at least at some point, I checked and it was 5 million from 10,000 per month. So there is no amount that is too small to be saved. We've talked about percentages. So if you apply a percentage, it means if you're earning 200,000, there's a percentage you're going to apply. So it's not I am earning too little. No, it's about the principle, because wealth is built on principles. Don't be deceived. You were in law school for 5 years. Up to now, you're still researching about law. So why then do you think when it comes to financial freedom, why do you pretend that you know it? Yet for law, you needed 5 years. Some of us added 2 masters, 2 years. If you studied in Makerere, for instance, they will take you maybe another 3 years to complete the thesis. Then you added, there's a lot of women sent, of course, the bar course. But when it comes to finances, we think we know, because after all, lawyers are land friends. Please don't be deceived. You need financial literacy. You need a financial mentor in this journey. Find someone who can walk that journey with you, who can talk to you about investment and all that kind of stuff. My parting shot is that let your substance precede your appearance. Don't fight to look the part that you are not yet. Even right now with the millions that Muyaka is talking about, there is a part of me that I could choose to look right now, because I have colleagues that look it. But I have chosen with wisdom, with hindsight, that I will stay at a certain level And then one day you'll say Max Man's a billionaire, and I tell you, you guys. I'm like, but this guy, where did he get the money? He must be connected to State House and all. Yet it is, you'll find it will be 10, 15 years, 20 years of a certain discipline, of a certain diligence, of denying myself certain things that I can afford at this stage, but I've chosen to delay that gratification. It is never too late. You may have made the mistakes like I made. You may have 5 loans like I had at a certain point in time, borrowing from Hilda so that you can pay Daniel. Then now you borrow from Alfred so that you can pay back to Daniel, that kind of stuff. But it's never too late. Wherever you are right now, you can start. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. That was very insightful. Let your substance precede your appearance, so don't invest too much in your appearance instead of substance. And if you're serious about building wealth, you can't please everyone. And wealth is built on principle. That is from us. Because of time, we may want to end here. And I know our audience online, which has been with us until this time, could be having questions, but you can leave them behind. I would send them to these panelists. They will answer them, and I'll get for you the answers. Pardon? Are there some questions? Maybe there is. Okay, so I'll hand over to our Master of Ceremony to conclude. Yes, thank you.
Wow, wasn't that amazing? We can give them another round of applause. Yes, even on the online, please, you can clap, because if a song is good, you play it twice, okay? Yeah. So Mr. Manzi, I think, said something that I'm still thinking about. You know, like if your salary is doubled or tripled, don't touch it. It's a seller moment. You know that when the Bible, you read in the Bible and it says seller, like think about it. Because I was watching, I think it was a conversation where Dangote, the richest guy in Africa, was saying that the very first time when he got the money, it was in the bank. I don't remember quite the sum. It was overwhelming for my brain, so I somehow suppressed it. So, but he said that particular amount, he went to the bank and withdrew it, like in cash. And then he took it to his car in the boot and drove home. And when he reached home, he opened the boot, looked at the money, took it in the house and just put it on his bed and like sat in it, and he was very happy about it. And then the next day he got the same money and took it back to the bank, and he said, now I know I'm rich. Yeah. So I do not know if I'll have that discipline. Lord have mercy, I'm still a work in progress to just get it and put it back. But yes, that was very, very insightful. And surely I know that first of all, I think we have to have the heart, and it's a test to know that we're going to be faithful with that, but also to live within our means and not to be what we are not. So thank you very, very much. It was insightful, and thank you for also sparing your time to come and talk to us and mentor us as young lawyers. Yes, please. Oh, there's a question. Yes, please. Let's pass on the mic.
Hello? Yeah, thank you. Really, I appreciate our presenters, because whatever you've shared with us, man, if we can just take that, if the young lawyers can just take that, I think we are destined for a very good Uganda. Thank you very much. I wanted to share something real quick, that some of what you can turn into a business are your passions, okay? What is your passion? You can turn it into a business. So I love to cook. When I cook, I distress. I can stand in my kitchen the whole day and cook the whole day and really feel really good and relaxed. So I did that for many years, cooking at home, inviting people every weekend to come and eat, but nobody would ever invite us back, in their homes to eat. And my husband said, but nobody ever invites us back. Why don't you turn your cooking into a passion? That was one. But also we used to look around and find that if you want to eat local Ugandan food, you can't find it in the evening. It's difficult to find it in the evening. So, and also we like to eat healthy, so we didn't want to be eating junk all the time. So we put all of those together and decided, okay, why don't we start a restaurant? And so we started a restaurant. First I thought, I can't market, how will we get, But anyway, we started the restaurant, and we have that restaurant, and it is running, and it's okay right now. But one day, one man came to me and said, but you, Christine, a whole lawyer, katobera mumuka, that a whole lawyer, you're in smoke there in the kitchen cooking matoke. Don't you sometimes feel bad about that? I said, no, I don't. Of course I don't. Even now, I go with my jacket, I put it there in 5 a.m. and make sure people are doing the right thing, they're, clean, all of that. And I have no problem with it. But what he didn't consider was my bank is smiling, So I want to encourage you that if it's your passion, don't worry too much about what people are going to say about you. Worry about how you feel about things, okay? So lawyers worry a lot about the outside. I should be worried about how I feel, how I've treated others, what is making me be a happy person. You can't be happy if you're poor. You can't be happy if you're hustling too much and getting too little. You can't be happy if you're defrauding your clients. You can't be happy if those cases are not moving. So work hard at making sure you find happiness, because it's your business to find yourself happiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our speakers, and I'm so glad that we are having such a conversation. And I wanted to make a comment. I had a conversation, I guess 8 years ago, with a Supreme Court judge that I was working with. And it really speaks to the ignorance. We think we are learned as lawyers, but we are so ignorant about how the world works. So when I joined, I think Supreme Court judges were getting about 4 million shillings. Yes, and that is about 2010. Yeah, between 2010. So I guess 3 years after, it was increased to about 9 million. So we are having conversations, and I asked him, so what is happening with because he was doing great with the 4 million. So I asked him, so what is happening after the increment? What is happening? And he said, Zubeda, I actually don't know where the money went. I grew into it. Yeah. So like it was a point of reflection of like, I was doing fine on 4 million. When it was increased to 9 million, I don't feel like, because he said, I don't feel like my life has fundamentally changed. And yet, I don't feel like I'm not saving more, and I don't feel like I'm spending more. It's just that I grew into it. And so if we see, because this conversation is being had now on a platform for young lawyers, and you would definitely think that the much older lawyers have all this information. But if someone from the Supreme Court, from the Court of Appeal, is struggling, then you know that we need more and more of this conversation. So I would like to thank you so much for sharing yourselves, and I hope we can have more of these conversations in the future.
Alfred, just one minute, I've just thought of something that I think I had seen earlier about volunteering. I think that is one of the biggest problems that young lawyers have, and it has just come to mind. So what my advice would be about that, even if I had already given my parting shots, is where you're working, your work ethic has to be beyond reproach. You have to be beyond reproach, and you have to dissociate from the financial aspect. Because say you have just come out of school, the likelihood of an organization or a law firm remunerating you 5 million or 2 million is next to impossible. So how do you get your work noticeable? That means your delivery has to be beyond reproach. That was my cheat code the time I started working with a law firm. I never cared about the monetary aspect. I was the type of person where if I was given an assignment, I didn't want to leave it halfway. I didn't want to have the mindset of, after all, they are not paying us. We had this one assignment that involved different countries, and because of a connection I think I had made in Ghana during moot court competitions, I called them. I said, we have a matter. We have a case, They are trying to do due diligence on this marriage. Then the person in Ghana said, let me refer you to someone in Nigeria who practices in Plateau State. Mind you, I was in my 4th year. I was just an intern. I just didn't want this assignment to stop halfway. So I had someone in Plateau State getting all the documentation for me and everything. When I compiled my research with backing and brought it to the partners at that time, at the firm I was working at, they looked at me as very, very indisposable. They looked at me as an asset, I did not care about the money I was receiving. It was next to non-existent. I think it was what I promise you. When he was talking about the 200,000, I could relate. But imagine a scenario where a client comes to the law firm. Everyone at the law firm knows that this, lawyers cluster clients. They know this is a top client. This one has come. When this one comes in, they've definitely come to see this partner. This client comes in and the first thing she says is, I'm looking for Hilda. Then the administrator said, you're looking for Hilda, or are you looking for, they mentioned the partner's name. They're like, no, I'm looking for Hilda. So they come and tell me, Hilda, they're looking for you. The client is looking for you. I kid you not, the panic I had, I was like, what did I do wrong? And then when I come to the reception desk, she had an envelope. She was like, I came to say thank you for your work output. Of course, I didn't want my boss at the time to think that I had this type of dealings with his clients, I didn't want him to think that. I was like, is it okay if this is, maybe the gratitude is expressed through my immediate supervisor? At least it will not feel like I'm usurping powers. She's like, no problem. Is he in? Let me go and see him. So she goes and sees my boss. He calls me in and is like, this client wants to say thank you. And I thought I was the richest person, It's 4th year. You're just touching 1 million, I think she had brought about 1.2. I felt like I could solve the world's problems at that point, I'm like, who has a problem? Bring it forward. And the trust, an issue, the trust was built to the point that when we're working on her estate and everything, she would say, let Hilda keep the checkbooks, let Hilda keep this. And because of that impression, my boss felt I was an asset. And because of the money that the client had given me as appreciation, when she left on his own accord, he was like, let me give you some weekend. I called my entire family and said, what do you want? Here I am. So a lot can happen. Do not focus on that 100,000 they're giving you and then you want your work output to be, it should be the equal measure of what you're being paid. Absolutely not. Your name should speak for itself. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Isn't that amazing? Thank you, Hilda, for that. There are also some comments here. Gloria is saying this is the most beautiful session I've had. Oh my God. Thank you so much for your panelists. This is indeed an eye-opener. Thank you so much, the organizers. And Patrick is saying, I'm appreciative for insight of all the panelists and organizers. Okay. And to every other person that is on there, thank you very much. We are continuing. This is the second day of the Young Lawyers Symposium 2025, and we are being mentored, we are being nurtured as all around 360 angled young lawyers. And we have different people to appreciate for this. That is Uganda Law Society, Bluebell Legal, then we have Praxis Conflict Center, and we have MAMC. all who have come together to make sure that we are gaining knowledge. And somebody said that actually, motivation, inspiration is like going in the mirror, looking at yourself, and as soon as you turn away, you forget your reflection. So I hope that we are not excited about collecting this knowledge, and as soon as we close, we have forgotten. Okay? So let us put it to work. That is the only way we are going to be better, because this feels good. We can be hyped, but as soon as we are out of here, we don't know what was talked about. So I pray that we shall put this to work. Thank you very much, our panelists. That was very, very awesome. God bless you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as they clear, I just want to call on the next panel for the day. We are going straight into it. And the next panel is going to be talking about the double brief, managing family commitments while building your legal career. Okay? Because there was all this kind of confusion and complaints, and now I'm starting up family, then I have to make money. How do I balance all of that? So we are organized this, we have put it together for us to know that as young lawyers, even as this stage, as we discover ourselves, this is doable, this is manageable, and we have the knowledge. And this panel is going to be moderated by a very amazing woman and counsel who I can't wait for you to hear from as well, and the whole panelists who are here. She's going to introduce them, but I'm just going to tell you about her. And this is none other than Counsel Alinda Ikanza. She was also my PA at LDC, and she's a nationally and internationally Zubeda. Yeah. Okay, sorry about that. There's been a slight change, but we are still good. We're going for that panel that is talking about family. The only change is that Counsel Zubeda, who is the CEO of Muslim Arbitration and Mediation Center Uganda, is going to be the panelist. And since she's the panelist, I'm going to give her the honors to do the introductions. So please sit back, get some water, get a pen and a paper. Let's keep collecting this knowledge. Over to you, Zubeda.
Thank you very much, Joy. Good afternoon, everyone, those present and online. I hope you enjoyed the last panel. It was amazing. It was thought-provoking. And it gave me a moment to introspect. How am I using my money? Am I spending from deals that haven't materialized yet? Okay, so now we dive into the next panel, and this is the double brief, navigating family commitments and while building a legal career. And I have two amazing people here, Mr. Ekima, who is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda and a managing partner at SEDA Advocates. Ekima has over 9 years of experience in the areas of litigation, commercial transactions, family law, and land transactions. Ekima has a robust educational foundation and business with a Master's of Business Administration, MBA, and a Master's of Law in Oil and Gas. He also holds specialized knowledge and expertise in the energy sector, with experience advising local and international clients in the energy sector. With a deep commitment to justice and reputation for excellence, Ekima has successfully represented hundreds of clients, both at an individual and family level plan, and has helped families plan their estates, settle succession-related matters in and out of court. His legal acumen is complemented by the strategic business mindset, enabling him provide holistic and pragmatic solutions to his clients. He also doubles as a lecturer at the Institute of Petroleum Studies, Uganda. Mr. Ekima is a husband of one. He wanted me to highlight that. He said he doesn't have hackies. He's a husband of one, a father of three. Yes, and a serious family man. He also has a YouTube channel where they actually showcase excellent family foundations. Mr. Ekima, please say hello before I dive into.
Hello, colleagues. Good afternoon. It's nice to be here and discuss with you. I look forward.
My next panelist is someone I love very much. Yes, she's someone I love very much because for some reason she's thrown me on panels that I didn't think I measured up to. Miss Linda Alinda Ikanza is a nationally and internationally recognized award-winning advocate of 18 years. So let's take in the award-winning. She is passionate about practicing, teaching, and innovating the law. She's a partner at Amber Advocates, where she practices corporate advisory law, advisory law and litigation. Apart from private practice, she has also served in academia, corporate and innovation sectors of the legal profession. Some of Linda's amazing accolades are Best Female Lawyer in Private Practice Award 2019, Top 40 Ugandans under 40 for the year 2019, Most Outstanding Professional Advisor at LDC 2022, Best Changemaker of the year 2022 at LDC, Top 50 Uganda's Most Influential Young Lawyers 2024-25, Public Opinions Uganda, Nkola app, an app she founded to provide information on employment rights on the MTN and Airtel networks, which was selected among the top 10 global innovations of 2019 by the Hague Institute of Innovating Law, and Best Ugandan Innovation of 2020 by the Global Legal Hackathon. Linda is married to Mr. Paul Ikanza, one husband, for the last 18 years, and her greatest inspiration is to leave their 4 children a better world for women than she found it. Please welcome Miss Linda. And Miss Linda, say hello to the participants before we dive into the questions.
I wanted to start by saying I love you too, Zubeda. Thank you so much for giving me the honor for discussing something that is so dear to my heart, and I hope that we can learn from each other in this session.
Yes, thank you. When we actually were thinking about this panel and trying to get panelists, most lawyers were not very willing to come and share about family. They were like, what's legal about that? Is it family law? No, it is really personal life and family life, and how basically you're juggling it with building your legal career, because all of you are successful, and yet you're both successful at home and in the legal space. So I am very, very happy that you said yes. Of course, Mr. Ekima had to say yes. He's already said yes before we even asked. He's been showcasing his family life, and you were so gracious to say yes. Now we'll go to the first questions. Family. You know, usually for young lawyers, it is the beginning of your career, and yet it is also a beginning of your family life. You're either dating and maybe trying to get into marriage, or you're getting married. I personally got married when I graduated that same year. And many lawyers kind of like have that same experience. It's at that point you're trying to make money, but you're also trying to get into family. How do you choose what is going to take lead? Is it family? Is it the legal profession at a point when both of them are competing? Any of you can start.
No. First, the topic of the double grief, but I like to think about it as double joy. It is not double grief at all. And I think that perceiving it as a choice between two evils and calling it double grief is the mindset we need to change. Because when we are 80 or 90, most players retire after 90, and we are retired, I hope that we will look back and get our greatest joy from both work and family, and not be old grumpy lawyers with a lot of money whose family does not want to be near them. So to ask, so I'll tell you a little bit about my background. I met my husband Paul when I was in second year of law school, and for us, we didn't date, we courted. So we knew from day one that we were working towards marriage, and I found my name a joke. Back then I was Alinda Linda or Linda Alinda, and my husband is called Ikanza, so I really needed that name to upgrade my name. I thought that I would sound a serious lawyer if I added the name Ikanza to this joke of a rhyme scheme. So I waited to get married so I would enroll with the Ikanza name. That's why you find that I've been practicing as an enrolled advocate, and that was how long ago. So for me, there was no between. For me, there was no choice between career and practice. I needed to be married in my head to practice the best. I knew that I could. And I honestly know now that I am 43, I know for sure that the energy I had when I was 20 and 30 was some of the best years of my life. And if I had not spent those on family, my family would be reaping from my, shall I say, diminishing returns. So, to answer you strictly, your 20s and 30s are the best years of your life. You have the most energy, you have the most, your mind is, I remember being able to work on 2 hours a night for a whole week. Huh? Now I can no longer. If I try that, I will fall asleep in court like the mediator that was appearing before yesterday who fell asleep. So, don't feel the need to put one before the other unless life puts you in that position. Because of course, sometimes you might not get the partner of your choice. You might not have children as early as you want. But if it is up to you, I would encourage you to think about family just as importantly as career and give it your best years.
Well, for me, basically we almost have similar, but not the same. We got married actually for us when we were at LDC. We had 1 week to do exams. So me and my wife, but.
And you were getting married?
Yes, and we got married. That's how serious it was. Wow. Yeah, but for me, what's more important, really, our profession is a bit jealous. It wants a lot of things. You have this, you want to make money, which is more important really in our profession and even. But for me, I felt like marriage is the first calling that we have, and that's more important really. Marriage is the first calling. It's the first ministry that you're ever going to get. The career comes in second, but after that, it's first marriage. As you rightly said, is that today you will be married with your wife, you will have kids, you will have a successful career, you will have whatever you want to have. But at the end of the day, you should ask yourself, do I want to be successful in the courtroom and not successful in life or in marriage or in family? What do your children talk about you? I mean, that's, I think for me, what's more important than anything else. So I attach that value that my first calling really is to my wife. It's to my wife, it's to my children, it's to my family. That's my first calling. And if I don't play that role, I can't be a giant in the courtroom or in the legal profession, and I'm a dwarf in the family. Then there's something missing, really. So it's important. I would advise anyone, as you've rightly said, when you're still young, energetic, please get married if you can. If you are aspiring, please, if you have to choose between marriage and career, pray to God. He really can help you. But if it's my advice, I would say there's no need to choose between A and B. You can have both. There's always a solution to that. I remember those days it was hard for colleagues who are joining the judiciary or joining government. You are deployed maybe far away from your family, and it was always hard. But nowadays things have been made easy. You can still request for a transfer closer to your family. And now also the judiciary recognizes the fact that somebody is married and wants to be closer to family. So you can choose both, I think. Yes, so that you balance it. You don't need to choose career only and this. Because if you miss one and you miss the other, it will affect you with one or the other. So I believe you can still choose both and you make the decision. I made mine. I chose my wife. We got married. We didn't look at anything. We just looked at both of us and we knew that, okay, God is at the center of it. I am a lawyer. That's one thing. I will get what to do as a lawyer. But if you miss that marriage, if you miss that opportunity that, okay, for the young people who are out there, maybe one boyfriend, one girlfriend, you're trying to get together, but because you've decided to leave that person for a bigger opportunity, that is also good and bad at the same time. Tomorrow you look at yourself and say, okay, did I make the right decision? You want to go back to Mark, but Mark has now moved on. Mark is with another person. And you're successful in your career, but you're not happy in life because you missed that opportunity to meet that right partner because you chose career over them. So career can always happen, really. Opportunities will always come. The same people who say marriages will happen, but the right one may never come. You may knock, hit, and keep moving. So if you meet the right one and you feel this is the right person, then go for it.
Thank you, and I'm going to pick it from there. One thing I didn't highlight is that Mr. Ekima is married to a lawyer. And when the first time I met them, they were both at petroleum school doing their masters in law. Yes, both of them are. So I would like for him to tell us a little bit about being married to a lawyer, two land friends, trying to be in a household. How does that happen? And tell me how much clashing is there?
Actually, the sweetest thing, honestly, yes. Now, why would I say the sweetest is that you understand each other because you understand the profession. Nobody understands us more than the lawyers. You know what you go through to prepare for your courtroom and all that. But you need to understand that marriage is something separate from your work life. The moment we try to mix the two things, that's where problems come in. You must know that, okay, as long as we reach home, this is now our marriage. When she's at our workplace, I'm at my workplace, it's totally work. But the beauty about it is that you tap into the wisdom of free consultation from each other. You'll consult from your partner and say, I am faced with this court case. I don't know how can I go about it. And you can get a second opinion or third opinion depending. So it's quite nice that you all understand each other. There's no way that you're going to threaten, one will threaten the other that, the law provides for this, and the other one is ignorant. I see lawyers who are married to non-lawyers threatening, the law provides for this and this and so you don't have that really. So I would say it's really pure joy. But also you've said in career, we must protect each other. As a husband at home, my job is to have a vision for our family, is to make sure that there's a vision that I want us to follow, and then my wife and I are to work towards that vision that we want to work towards. There's no need for me to be a master's student or a master's holder and my wife is not. There is something missing. That means I'm walking, one leg is longer and one leg is shorter. So we need to up our game together. So I believe if we are succeeding together, of course, family thriving together. But if one is succeeding and another one is not, then issues will happen really. But it's important that you are all succeeding together.
I hope this is encouragement for lawyers to marry each other. Please,
it's the best.
you don't necessarily have to go out of your profession. You don't necessarily have to go outside your profession. You can actually get a good spouse within the profession. I will go to you, madam. I am a mother, and I know what it takes. Carrying pregnancies, having long nights when tomorrow you have serious engagement, you have court, you have deadlines, but your child was sick at night. I would like for you to share about that because we are all in a struggle.
Before I share about that, I think for me, I actually come from the school of thought that believes lawyers should avoid each other as spouses, because there's nothing better than for me to know that when I'm home, I'm not dealing with lawyers. It's so much peace. It gives me the ability to deal with normal people and be a normal person. So I think that also depending on, it humbles you and disciplines you to keep your legal heirs out of the home and makes you a much better spouse. So balancing motherhood and the practice of law it's quite a delicate act. And actually there is no such thing as balance. Balance is an illusion. Either the children are suffering or the client is suffering, or someone must suffer when the other part needs me, or when the other part is thriving. And I think that for me, what has always been important is to build the kind of support system that helps me make sure that both of them are cushioned from the uncertainties and eventualities of the practice of law. I have a very dependable family support system. My husband is my number one fan. My husband knows that if he calls me 3 times and I don't pick when I had either court or class, which are the most non-negotiable parts of my practice, if I was on school pickup duty, he will set off to pick the kids. And I will rush out of court, like my brain fried, because I'm sure that I'm going to be penalized for not picking up the girls on time, and I'll find a message from him, the girls are already home. That's the kind of support that he is. And then how we treat those that support us then also becomes very important, because I think that as lawyers, we carry the arrogance of our profession, because in our profession, it is important to be arrogant, because sometimes someone will tell you some things and, you have to put them in their place. But many times we get accustomed to being arrogant for the work that we do, and we carry that into our personal relationships. And I think, again, not being married to a lawyer has helped me to always nurture the relationships I have with my support at home, my nannies, my maid. I tell you, I had one of the nannies that raised our daughters was with us for 11 years. From when our second daughter was 2 months to when she was, I think, 11, and she literally, and while she was with us, the one thing I always say to her was, you can't support me and your life remains the same. I need you to keep advancing even as I advance. And we did things that our family members and social circles thought were ridiculous and thought we would regret, whether it was taking her to driving school, or taking her back to get a degree, or buying her a car, or letting her start working and still live in our household. We still have her room in our house. And she became my sister from another mother. If we traveled on trips, she was with us. I remember when she made 10 years with us, we bought her 2 plots of land. And I don't see lawyers giving that much back to the support around them. Instead, I hear really horrible stories about the people that support us, even in small roles like as drivers or as as home managers or even clerks. And yet those are the people that really carry you when it comes to family. Because that driver that is known at the school, your children will probably distress to them. And if you've been using them as a punching bag for all your frustrations, they're going to put that frustration on your family. So for me, that support system is what helps cushion the two sides from suffering when one is thriving.
Yes, you might have different opinions as to whether lawyers should be spouses, but what I like about you is that you're all in support of supporting, honoring and supporting your spouses. Yes. The next one would really be about how now you have children, and that means your finances have to kind of match up because now you have bigger responsibilities because the family has enlarged. And I will go to Mr. Ekima first because we look to our fathers and our husbands to provide the vision for the family, but to also provide. That provision is every woman's dream. Tell us about provision and how you've managed to do it, even at the beginning, because you were married way early into your profession. How did you manage the financial commitments that come with raising a family?
Thank you so much. It's important. By the time you go into this institution called marriage, you must be ready for whatever comes. But as I said, it's important everybody must have a vision. I mean, it's even worse if you don't. As a man, you must have a vision for your family. What do you want them to be in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? You must have a plan. And every day you must work towards achieving whatever plan that you have decided to achieve. So for me, in our family, we did that. I sat down, I told my wife what we need to do. We came up, I said, this is our plan. This is what I want. In the next 3 years, I want us to be in our own home. Actually, I had that. I said I should, before I clocked 30, I must be married. I knew that. So I got married way less before I clocked 30. So that was good. So I had my plan and things that I wanted to accomplish in life. So I drove that to make sure that I got that. So on the finances, well, for us at first, when we got married, we first decided to stay home properly. We enjoyed honeymoon and everything for like 3 months. But I, as a person, I was doing some other businesses. I was making sure that I make sure I make ends meet. And my wife was well at home. So at that point, I knew that she could not, she was also expecting her firstborn. So I had to let her go through that stage where she's not worried of money. And that fell on me as the husband. So I told her, you relax, your job is to relax, eat, whatever you want to eat, I will be there to provide for you. And it's important to do that, really. I tell people, you want to know a happy home, you just look at the wife. If you enter a home, you want to know if the home is happy, look at the wife, don't look at the man. We men, we can pretend everything is okay, but you look at the wife, she will be in position to either blink or say something. And even in the Bible, you saw it when Abraham was told that they're going to have a child. Sarah was behind and she's like, Just imagine if you were there to say, look at these ones. I am now 80 years, I'm going to have a child. So in everything, you look at a home if you want to know that the home is good. So I, as a man, I planned, had my visions. Which businesses am I going to do? What are we going to invest in? This is what we are going to spend. This is what is around. And you must be in position to know that, okay, at this point, this is what we can afford. Our profession is so sweet and funny. We live beyond our means. We want to show. And as the previous speakers were saying, that at the end of it all, it goes back to you as a person. You know what you have. You live your life for you. You don't live your life for anybody else. What ABCD is going to talk about you is not important to what you're going through. You don't need to go through loans to impress, and you get into all whatever things you want to get into. To buy a big car, you know you can't afford a Mercedes, you want to buy the Mercedes. But your money can afford you to have a fielder, or it can afford you to have a VTs. Start from there. Live your life how you want to live it. I mean, because at the end of it all, if you want to try to show the world that I have it, you're going to miss the vision that you have set. The money you would have invested, you'll end up getting that money and you're buying a very nice car, which you know that you can't afford. If today it broke down, you can't even fix it. I remember when we were at a certain stage when our kids had matured, we were looking for schools, and I bumped into my senior at some school there. So I was asking, how is the school, how is everything? And it's so funny that we are here on the panel. And she told me, okay, the school is this and this and this. And I also did my research. So above all, consult, as I've said, consult your seniors, consult people who have gone ahead of you. They may be in position to tell you that, okay, this is a good school, but at this stage, first try this other one. Or they may be in position to tell you that you intend to invest in the ABCD, but if you invest in it, the return on investment is so low. Maybe you can put your money here. So at the end of it all, we need to learn, we need to consult our seniors, and that's how you can build a successful financial base for your family, and you don't have any issue struggling, instead of living life to impress others. So for me, I think the vision and also consultation with those that have gone ahead of me, my seniors, and we have come up with something. So we have managed to balance, and we're doing well.
Thank you very much. Back to you, Madam. You were talking about supporting your support system, because it is actually the wind beneath your wings. And all the things you were talking about, taking the nannies back to school, buying them land, all those need a financial muscle. Yes, many young lawyers maybe would like to, but cannot afford to support their support system the way you support yours. So what would be how, because I'm sure it took some gradual process for you to, now for a lawyer who is earning minimally, you have a support, you have a nanny, or you have relatives that are helping you with the children so that you can actually partake in the work you're doing. How can they support them without losing, without stealing?
I think that for a lot of the support system that supports us, what matters is the effort, because these people know. For example, your clerk knows when you've gotten a good deal. So we like to think about the limits of our means when it's time to be there for them, but we don't take the same attitude when we are living in an overflow. So for me, what I always do is, yes, there is the minimum salary, which is all I can afford as, a definite or a constant, yes. But every time there's an excess in my life, I have to be honest to myself and to them. And it takes I feel like we are repeating the things that the earlier panel had already said. When you get an excess, you could go and improve your car, or you could start for your nanny a business for her mom in the village. I have a rule that none of the people who work for me should leave me the same way they came. And many times I will sit down with them and we'll set the goals together. I'll find out about their family, find out about what their pressing needs are, what they could do. Do they have a support system in the village that they are also plugging into and from? And as a bare minimum, I will always pay the fees of my maid's children. And how much is it? Recently I committed to pay fees for a child of my maid, and I was paying, I think, 120,000 per term. It was nothing. And then she came to me and said, I have to tell you this. The school, I've changed the school where my children were going, and now all three of them are in UPE. So the budget that you are spending on one is now the budget for all of them. So I don't want to steal from you. I'm being honest with you that I now need only 20,000 shillings. And I immediately said to her, no, you will still get the 120. You can now increase whatever you are doing for them. And let me tell you, I have been in and out of jobs. I've been in the corporate world. I've been in academia. I've had deals that changed my life. For whoever that I am with, I commit to the thing that I want to do in their life, and even I don't know where the money comes from. The money always comes. And I think it was the previous panel that said money follows vision. So even when I commit to certain things with some of my workers, I even tell them. I remember once telling one of my a nanny that when she wanted to buy a car, I said, find the car and tell me how much. When that money comes to my account, I will know that it's your money. And you know what happened that month? A friend of mine wanted an apartment. A friend of mine was selling an apartment, connected them, they transacted. A friend who was selling the apartment said, Linda, I have your commission. I said, no, don't make my relationship that commercial. You did something very nice. I love your work of building. My friend has found a beautiful home for her family. I don't need to be paid a commission. She said, I pay brokers commission. I must pay you commission. Here is the check. If you don't want it, donate where you want it. Do you know that the money was the exact money that my nanny had? I looked at the check and I said, this is her money. And I took it to her and I said, I told you when your money comes in, I'll see that it's yours. And because of that, I always have an abundance of such reliable. I remember when I was breastfeeding, some of the secretaries that allowed me to breastfeed in their, or to pump my breast milk in their offices, were secretaries who had told me about a sick child or a fundraising for something. And I didn't have much, but I always said, how much do you think I should be giving you? And then they would say a ridiculous amount. I'd say, are you sure that's what God has told you that I should be giving you? And they'd say, yes, it is. And I'd tell them, if you're sure, it's going to come. And it would come. So I think that as lawyers, what I have noticed is that we are very selfish people. And we come from a place of scarcity mentality. And we want to hoard and grab and the people around us can see through that. And that's why you find that we live very miserable lives. Now, I had the blessing of growing up in a family where I was a third generation lawyer. Our grandfather was a lawyer, our father was a lawyer, and I had seen through the whole lawyer mask. I had seen what it does to the family if you don't prioritize it. I'd seen how you can still end up with a lot of money but have nothing to show for it at the end of the day. I had seen the pressure to look a certain way and to drive certain things and how it had taken a toll on health and on relationships. And I came to the practice of law without that arrivism that most first generation lawyers come with. So I knew very well that my family is very important. I'm never afraid to ask for an adjournment in the middle of a hearing if my daughter is sick and I have a message. I'm always thinking about 5 years from now, will this hearing matter compared to my daughter's health? Of course it won't. And I will do what I need to do at the family level.
Wow. I think, I don't think I've been looking at supporting the people who support us this way. But actually, when you think about it, if you paid school fees 120,000 for your nanny's child, the level of commitment they would have to you it's literally like a bribe. Yes.
It's an incentive.
Well, yes, but for them it's basically like, I have to do the best by this person's child because they're actually funding my child as well. And I think that's a very, very commendable thing to do, first of all, and I think it is something to pick from as lawyers. Now, Mr. Ekima, you have a YouTube channel which talks about family, and it's very unconventional for lawyers. And I would like for you to tell us why the YouTube channel, and also how has it propelled your career and your family life. Thank you.
Thank you. As Miss Linda was saying, the most important thing is you don't know where the money comes from. When she was saying she doesn't know where the money comes from, it comes from God. God says, blessed is the hand that gives than the one that receives. The more you give, the more you get. So it's important. Now for us, the YouTube really, it's ministry. As I told you, for me, the most important thing is my family. That comes first. I mean, my love for God comes first. And by loving God, if you go back in the Bible says that husbands should love your wife as Christ loved the church. And what did he do for the church? He died for the church. So it comes from that. You can't say you love Christ and you don't love you. So for us, it's ministry in the first place. So I take it as ministry. So it takes a center stage in my life. And my job is to try to impact as many as possible that we can reach out to. Tell them that this institution called marriage is good. It's sweet. We notice people don't talk about it. I'm happy Miss Linda is here. We shall host you in our YouTube channel one of these days to tell them that marriage is sweet. The young people fear to join marriage because they feel like, I'm going to get stressed. I'm going to be limited. A lot of things are going to happen. My life is going to stop. But no, marriage is sweet. And as the Bible says, my foundation really in this is really the Bible, is that what does it gain a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? So the question you should be asking yourself, and what is the soul here? Your soul is your family. Your soul is your faith. Your soul is your health. So that is what is more important to you. As Ms. Linda said, cases can come and go. A big client will come in and go. You can even represent them, be there, and they will still choose to fire you. But your family is why. If your child is sick, he's sick. If you miss that point, it will never come again. If your child is going to celebrate a birthday, first year, second year, if you miss that, that will never come again. You will be celebrating 3-4 years the next, but you will miss that point. And I tell people, we only have a limited borrowed time with our children. I tell my wife always that we have a borrowed time with our kids. The moment a child clocks 14, they have gone. They're now listening to the world, they're listening to friends, and you have so we have a small window to impact whatever we need to impact in them. And as the word says that if you do not impact, tame your children so that when they grow up, they may not depart from the word. So it's our role to make sure that we tame them to the direction that we want. So it's important that at these early stages of your life, of your career, you get that time. The career is always there, it will happen. So the YouTube is ministry. We do it to encourage people out there that marriage is sweet, marriage is good. You can do it on your own terms. You don't need to do it the way A has done it or B has done it, but you can still do it and find it a very important place that you want to be. The author of marriage is God, is the one who started them. He performed the first marriage of Adam and Eve. He said it's not good for man to be alone. So young lawyers, the men who are out there, it is not good for you to be alone. You need an helper. So our wives are our helpers. So I encourage all the young men, please don't fear this institution. It's not good for you to be alone. That's the only time by the God said it's not good in the creation. Every time he created everything, he said, good, good, very good, good, good. Until he reached to man and said, it is not good for man to be alone. So all the young lawyers, please, it is not good for you to be alone. Yes. Even the old ones, even worse now. The old ones, it's even worse. It is not good at all. What are you doing? Yeah, so that's my encouragement to everyone there.
Thank you very much. And we are fast running out of time. And I would like for you to speak to this. The divorce rates are going high. And more specifically for lawyers, we don't know how to keep marriages. We know how to celebrate the marriages. At the weddings, we are very good. But, but we are failing terribly at the marriages. As we wind up, what are those tricks that have helped you keep your marriage, keep a happy spouse, keep happy children, while also thriving in the legal space?
That's a tough question because I usually listen with skepticism when people are making speeches at weddings, because I'm always like, what works for you is not going to be what works for Mr. Ikim. Yeah. What works for him is not what is going to work for me. So it's a very slippery ground to go into, because I found a lot of the conventional advice doesn't apply to my relationship. You know, so sometimes I think if I was trying to do what other people are told to do, I probably would not succeed. But I think that, like all things, the foundation of the relationship is very important. Because I think that if anyone builds on sandy clays and very slippery ground for their relationships, it's lawyers. Again, driven by the keeping up appearances and flashiness of the profession, and someone just decides this year I'm marrying. I was talking to my mechanic the other day and asking him why he had missed a certain issue that I wanted him to attend to, and he said, I don't have a maid, so I'm with my children alone. And then he said, I have to marry. I told him, don't have a maid, you are going to marry? Yeah, sina mukozi ngenda kuwasa. Now that is sometimes the mentality that we get into marriage with. We're looking for, maybe we are lonely, maybe we need a maid or a home manager. Then we go and convince someone's daughter or son that we should get into marriage. And nothing tests that relationship like marriage, Vanang. Everything, because first of all, as lawyers, again, we are so used to putting up an appearance about our persona in public that is usually very different from whom we are in the privacy of our homes, of our offices. So who the person dates and who they later have to live with are usually two very different people. So at the end of the day, if you build on a foundation that is not firm, you're going to certainly really struggle. But once you're in marriage, one of the things that I usually say to clients who are going through divorce is, you know, right now we are going through these court dates. Did you ever have dates that were not the court ones? Because they are still going to be dates. Do you know that? Whether you choose to meet in a hearing to sort out the maintenance and custody issues, or in a restaurant to still sort out the same things before they tear you apart, it's a choice you make. So rather than, you have to work on the relationship. I always think to myself that instead of going to learn someone's favorite color, favorite perfume, I might as well go to this person who I've been with 23 years, because I courted my husband 5 years before we got married. And now that I am 43, the time I have known him is longer than the time he found me, the time I'd been alive before. So now, why not go back to this person that I already know and say, by the way, kapiachi, kesimani, instead of waiting or hoping for things to sustain themselves. You must put the work in. And trust me, every person has their best and worst versions. So you better work on their best versions. Because even if you go and get someone new, you still have to learn their bad parts. You still have to go through. It's too much work. You might as well put that work in the relationship you have. Because at the end of the day, human beings are all flawed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ekima.
I want to say that, as I already said, that marriage is different. What works for me may not work, but there are certain things that you need to discuss really. There are deal breakers for each person. So as you go into that relationship, discuss certain things. There are issues. Money is the biggest cause of divorce. People have disagreed on money or whatever they are. So have that discussion before you decide to go into that marriage. How do you look at yourself? What is your partner? Personality. A person, one will say, I want a humble person. Another one wants arrogant. Another one wants whatever they want. So look at those things and say, okay, this infidelity is key. Look at it and discuss about it, and then get mechanism on how you are going to protect your marriage. marriage is not it's not an event. It's a process. Even when you get, people think the wedding is the marriage has arrived. The wedding is just the process of the marriage, and the marriage continues. The effort we put in when you're trying to pursue a lady, for us the men, you know what we do. We shall call you that day, we shall do whatever you want to do. And that is what has attracted you, that lady, to you, because of what you are portrayed out.
You, until the next time you throw in your I think you're not done with the process. I'm not coming to tell you that
Mic check, mic check. It's louder. Let me hope it's okay, mic check, mic check. First ready. Okay, first unmute the phone. Okay, let me listen. Okay, mic check, mic check.
We start. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, it's Simon. I work with Medians and Company Advocates, and also the founder of AIX, a legal tech startup promoting the intersection of law and technology in Uganda. What if I told you that in the next 5 years, the biggest asset would be how you leverage technology? With the emergence of various technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence emerging, that promise not only efficiency, productivity, and speed, but also with the promise of amplifying the legal tech market by 30% in the next 20 years. With me are my various panelists who we're going to discuss on how to leverage technology in practice. And they're going to include Council Opio Nicholas, Council Patrick Ruwama, and Council Alice. I'm going to go straight to the question since we had a little technical difficulties that I'm going to analyze and give feedback on, to them. A general question will go to And the question is, technology, especially AI, is transforming the legal profession worldwide. In Uganda's context, what does leverage technology in practice really mean for young lawyers? I would like to start with Counsel Alice Namoli, who is joining us on, to give her thoughts or her insights on the same. Counsel Alice Namoli, kindly unmute. Yes, please. Yeah. Yes.
We can hear you and see.
Yes, please.
No introduction, but I was I guess just briefly say I am
as a that actually you're using AI, because this is a worldwide law firms have adopted different AI platforms. What most people do is they don't use the general AI. They don't use the first one. ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is very generalized. You could get a specialized legal AI, which has a mindset of a lawyer, which understands how lawyers will do things. It can be able to draft for you a legal opinion. And also, the excellent thing about a specialized AI is that you can train it to understand the way you do draft documents within your law firm, the way you yourself as an individual, you provide legal services, how you format documents, how you write them, so that it gets your like kind of personality. It makes it much easier because you've trained it. You've been able to tell it this is who we are, these are kind of services we provide. Then it's trained to provide services as your law firm or as you as an individual. Use general AI. It will just give you things which are very, very generalized, and that pretty much does the problem. So do you want to be more efficient? Definitely use specialized AI platforms. Like I said, this is something you shouldn't even be embarrassed about, because like I've said, all over the world, no firms are using and adopting AI. And also, by the way, it's a bonus to your client. Right now, if the clients I work with, they're heavily into tech. So them not knowing that I don't use AI, it's a disadvantage. So then I talked about human. Whatever example you're giving it as possible, because information will go out to different people. It can be accessed by it will be accessed by other people who will be using the platform. So it's really important that if you try to whatever information you're sharing for your client, be as anonymous as possible. Don't give details of, if it's like, for example, family matter, which is very what do you call it? It has a lot of vulnerabilities with the parties. Please try to be as anonymous as possible. Don't throw out, or you just give general questions. Yeah, that's all I can say. And maybe lastly, what you could say is what I could say is I don't know if all of you are aware of the data protection laws as we have right now that are governing us. The data protection officer's desk is. So I think we need also to keep up with the regulations around the use of these AI platforms when it comes to, in case of any data breaches and the law governing that space. That's what I can say for now.
Thank you so much, Council Namuli. Council Opio Nicholas.
Hello?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Chris, just for purposes, Peter, Nicholas.
Hello? It's on. It's on.
So thank you for your presentation. Sorry, the team on the ground seems to be experiencing some technical challenges, but you're loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, can you now hear me? Okay, thank you very much, Chris, Thank you very much, Chris. And just for clarity, I'm Opio Isaac, not Opio Nicholas. And just by way of introduction, I am an associate at Casemore Advocates. And yeah, back to your question, Simon, on how lawyers can leverage take in their practice. Council Namuli, Blazavik has discussed in detail, so I will not spend a lot of time on that because definitely the answers, the reply will be more or less the same, but AI is here to stay and it's definitely going to, it has already disrupted other.
I'm also now not able to hear the.
Yes,
the other panel.
they are still experiencing some challenges, but just give them a minute, because now their video is up, but the sound is not yet.
Yes. So as I was saying, back to the question on how young lawyers can leverage technology in their practice. As I said, Council Namuli Bezavik had discussed in detail, and you know, she's our senior in this tech thing. So I'll just add on something small onto that. That AI is definitely here to stay, and well, there are threats, or I'll not call them threats, but there are discussions of how it's going to replace different sectors, including us lawyers. But as someone said earlier, that AI is not going to replace you, but the lawyer who uses AI will definitely replace you. So it's up to us as lawyers to create or innovate our roles alongside AI to remain relevant, or mainly basically adapt or become irrelevant or obsolete, you know. So it's your role to try as much as possible to use AI and in a responsible way, because these systems are made to make life easier, and they'll definitely make your life easier if you use them responsibly. Your efficiency will increase, and definitely you will be the one to make other lawyers unemployed, because then you have a better leverage. You know, you can do tasks faster, you can review documents, you can draft documents faster, and so on. So basically, the answer here is either adopt or become irrelevant, you know? Yeah, thank you very much. Simon, I hope that answers.
Thank you, Simon, and Mr. Pio. And Council Namuli, it's difficult to, I must say it's difficult to speak after you, Council Namuli, because I don't know what this gentleman has done to me, but I'll say this. So the real meaning of leveraging technology in practice, I think I'm going to talk about two things. So you're migrating from this normal analog kind of practice and moving towards digital fast practice. So, and then largely you're scaling up your operations. You're scaling up your operations, you're doing things faster than that normal, you're scaling up your outputs, okay? And so you're creating value in that way. And secondly, so digital fast, and then ethics always. So what I mean is the ethics part of it is really critical. So ethics in the digital practice, you're talking about, or I'm talking about safety. I'm talking about transparency in the tools that you're using, leveraging. I'm talking about accountability as lawyers. I'm talking about explainability. I'm talking about professional conduct. Okay? So if you do both of those things, so you are leveraging technology, and the technology I mean, or I'm talking about, is the AI-powered technology, okay? Because as you understand, technology, AI is not just technology, or technology is not purely AI. But specifically to mention, we are talking about AI technology. And so you go digital first, you migrate from your normal kind of operation into a digital first law firm or enterprise. And then ethics always. So you're dealing with these technologies, you must be able to exercise a level of ethics. And of course, I cannot forget, these technologies operate in space of law. Now, you have to be able to comply with the legal regulations and rules that drive these technologies. I remember while we were in law school, I can imagine that's about 15 years ago, JMM, senior counsel, used to talk about a paperless office. And at that time, you would not believe that, I mean, you would have like a paperless office entirely, which is possible now, that we lawyers are now really up to scale. People are using AI almost on a daily basis for everything. So yes, to answer your question, it takes all of that. So digital first, and then ethics always.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Of course, my key takeaways are transparency, confidentiality, and accountability for all. I would like to go back to Council Alice. Of course, we are witnessing that with the emergence of sophisticated AI tools, there is a higher rise of ethical challenges such as hallucinations, the erosion of critical thinking, the aspects of AI work slope, which are literally affecting the reputation and integrity of our legal profession. From a law perspective, how can young lawyers balance the efficiency of AI tools with a duty of confidentiality, data protection, and professional ethics?
Okay. I thought that was the first question actually you had asked. So what I had responded to earlier was specifically that, but okay. Then there's a.
Okay, let me get another question for you.
Because the second is
Okay.
So did you ask the other panelists about the AI threat to traditional law firms and models?
The first question, yes. Actually, they were answering to the first question.
Okay, so which is now the second question? Because what I have is the AI threat to traditional law firm models.
Let me consider the second question. Do you see AI?
Council Alice. So
yes.
we had technical glitches earlier, and we didn't hear what you'd said, and there are some people in the room, I think, who might benefit from that. So could you kindly re-echo that for us? Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. What I was saying is that what I always rather share first is number one, you have to understand that AI is, when you use AI, it's not 100% correct. When you have that at the back of your head, then it makes it much easier. What does that mean? Then that means you will need human judgment. You will need human fact checking. AI is not going to do that for you. It will give you the information, it will give you the research, but then it won't. You need to play the part of a human being, and actually that is now the strength of all lawyers. What you will be bringing on table is a creativity of a human being, and our empathy. That's number one, because usually we are in the in the real world. So AI is never in the real world. And yes, it can give you a response according to what it has been fed with. And that is the danger is. Yes, it will be fed with information as it could have been fed with information as of 2024. It might not know what exactly the update is of 2025. So we need human beings to fact check. And I also mentioned that it's important to be efficient with AI, to look at it as an assistant. The model we usually have in law firms is you have a senior lawyer and then junior lawyers. So at my office, you have a draft from a junior lawyer. So instead of considering, so usually what I do now, I use my personalized AI assistant, not ChatGPT. This is a specialized AI for lawyers. And so I look at that as for me, that becomes a draft. It's not the final document that I share with the client, because the danger is you'll end up with information that is not half baked. It can be actually, that's not accurate. I gave examples that we've had in the past where and I'm sure this has happened to some of you, where if you're carrying out research for a court case, and then the AI you're using gives you a case which was decided in Kenya. If you don't fact check, then it might be and take everything as the gospel truth. You end up making giving your clients what they call it, unprofessional work, because if you don't fact check what the cases they've given you or the research they've given you, it could actually be in regard to a situation that happened in Kenya, not in Uganda. But now we have online, our online library. This is something that you could easily do. What I'm trying to say is that please fact check. Yes, it could be used as a draft. You could use AI as an assistant. Don't use it to replace you, the human being. And so many things happen in our day-to-day lives. I've shared this information. I work a lot in the digital currency field, and you receive inquiries from clients who can easily tell you, oh, I read this thing online that Uganda is introducing, let me say, a digital central bank digital currency. But then on ground, you yourself, as a lawyer, that our central bank is, moves 100 steps ahead and 50 steps back. Despite the fact that it wants to move forward, it will be the same central bank to issue a statement against, the use of digital currencies. So when you're on ground, because AI is not on ground, it might not know, but it will have this research about Uganda, and it actually might misadvise you. And then you also misadvise the client. So the human aspect of the human, what would bring on the table right now in this AI world is the human, I guess, wisdom, the human judgment. Yeah, and that's very, very key. The other thing I talked about is data protection. How do you safely protect your client's data? Don't share details. Don't share personal details of your client. Don't share the names. Don't share most probably even like places. It could be where they stay. Try to be as anonymous as possible. Also remember, I said, are we aware as lawyers of the regulations that govern data protection in our country? We have Data Protection Act, we have regulations, we have all manner of cyber related regulations. And guess what? We also have a DPO, that is a Data Protection Officer desk at NERA. So in case of any data breach, you will definitely, your client can sue you, can report you to NERA. You could be disbarred, your license could be withdrawn. So you have to be very, very careful. When you when you share your client's details on these platforms, then AI can reuse them, or any other person actually can, access this information. That was my response to the first question.
Thank you so much, Council Alice. Of course, my key takeaway is we should ensure that we leverage AI to work for us and not otherwise. We should consider it as a strategic partner, and we should ensure that human judgment and oversight is exercised every time we use AI tools. Thank you so much. My other question goes to Council Opio. Of course, you're a starter or a founder of Technolegal, a foundation, a startup or an organization that is promoting solving challenges that are rising out of technology and the law. What skills would you advise young lawyers to start building today to remain competitive in the AI era?
Yes, thank you, Simon. Well, AI is now the talk around, and everyone is talking about it. Even right now, I'm sure someone is creating a system that is either going to replace us or going to make our work easier. So it's a hot topic these days. And yeah, the legal sector is not surviving it. We also have the fears that it will soon take away our jobs. But definitely, it also has risks that come with it. It's not entirely clean also. We have had situations where, as Council Blazavik has told us earlier, situations of hallucinations where AI creates totally fictitious matters, and it's your role as an advocate to come in and fact check with that. So therefore, with all these, risks and benefits that the AI systems bring, I think this is where Simon's question comes in, that you need to have certain skills to bring the best out of these AI systems. Definitely, these are not new things. We definitely all use AI, I'm sure. And at some point, we either used it or, yeah, we have used it. So these are not new things. But one first skill that I would recommend is knowing the art of prompt engineering. Prompt engineering basically means the art of asking the right question to the AI platform. These AI platforms are just based on the, I'm here to serve you kind of attitude. You ask it anything and it will give you an answer. But in order for you to bring the best out of it, you have to ask a specific question and not a generic kind of question, because the output of the quality is basically directly proportional to the prompt that you place into that system. And there are, for example, if you want to draft a contract, an employment contract, you type or you prompt it to draft for you an employment contract generally. But your aim, why you went to the platform, is to generate a contract of a law firm associate working with a commercial law firm associate working with a law firm in Kampala. So you have to specifically prompt that AI system to give you the right answer, and something like draft for me an employment contract or understand the context or implications of the information that he's giving you. So your role here as a lawyer is to be the human in the loop, meaning that you bring in your legal expertise. Here is understanding the limitations and the potential biases of these AI systems. As I said earlier, they are built on information that is mainly foreign. We don't have much of AI that is Ugandan trained based on Ugandan information. So you have to understand the limitations and the potential biases of these AI models. You have to verify AI-generated outputs to ensure that they're accurate, citing the right law, citing the right cases, citing any true authorities that you tend to rely on. And then lastly, you have to ensure that the AI complies with all duties of an advocate. Yeah. Even if you're using these AI platforms, the fact is that we have a duty to to the public, we have a duty to the court, and we have a duty to our client to make sure that, certain duties to those three parties. And critically, and if in this situation, if you look at clients, for example, our role to them is basically, for example, confidentiality and providing them work in a competent manner. So when you are sharing information with these systems, there are those systems that allow you to upload, for example, court documents or pleadings or submissions, even contracts and correspondences. You have to be very careful, as Alice had said, when sharing these documents that have personal information with these platforms, because you'll definitely be breaching the confidentiality role of an advocate. And then, we also have a duty to court. When you are drafting submissions and you get decisions that the AI system cites, it's your role to look back and say, to look at the authorities that are cited and review them and make sure they actually exist, because there are situations where advocates have been, not in Uganda, but other jurisdictions, they have been fined and been made to pay costs because of filing submissions that were filing submissions with authorities that are non-existent. So it's basically your role to cross-check that and make sure that your rules as a lawyer traditionally are maintained, because one thing for sure that I know is that with all these systems and platforms in place, the role of an advocate as an officer of court, the role to their client and to the public will remain the same under the Advocates Act as well as the regulations. They will not be much. Confidentiality will not go. Your role as an officer of the court will not go. So will not go despite any amendments in this act to take care of these AI systems. So make sure you put in that ethical oversight and accountability into the AI outputs that you get. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholas. Of course, lawyers, you should learn the art of prompt engineering. If you put garbage into an AI tool, you don't expect it to do magic. It will produce the same garbage that you gave it to eat. Councillor Patrick, you are currently publishing a groundbreaking comprehensive guideline on AI development, deployment, governance, and compliance. What are the most pressing regulatory and compliance issues around AI and blockchain that young lawyers should prepare for?
Okay, thank you. So the most critical challenge right now is that we don't have an AI Act. We don't have a law. We don't have regulations on AI. And for me, that is the most pressing and critical challenge. So if you don't have a law, we are running blind with technology. And what the law would have done for us to clean up this whole confusion on what to do at what times, on how do we license these technologies, how do we vet them, and what amounts to even the meaning of artificial intelligence itself. So what the Act would do, or the law would do, would be able to define for us some of these important terminologies in technology, like artificial intelligence itself. What is it? What's the meaning of artificial intelligence in actual sense? We don't know that. So I'm sure everyone has their own understanding of what artificial intelligence is, but what does the regulation say about that? There is none. Or what does the law say about that? There is none. So we know, like right now, there is a very exemplary Artificial Intelligence Act from the EU, which was rolled out last year. And in my reading of that act, it actually gives you what AI regulation should look like, and it could literally take you through answers of the challenges we are facing now. I'll speak about the risks, for example. So the Act classifies risks of AI tools in four kind of categories. There's a prohibited risk tools, okay? So these tools literally mean if you have or running or deployed or developed an AI tool that would prohibit a human right, then that tool will be prohibited. If you are running a tool or deploying a tool or using a tool or developing a tool that would hinder, let's say, a law enforcement right, that is a high risk, so that is categorized as a high risk. And there is also minimal risks and low risks. So without a law in place, we would not be able to understand how serious some of these tools can be classified and for what we can prevent with using these tools. The law, of course, would be able to guide us in terms of the rights and enforcement and the AI frameworks within which we can operate, even in law firms. And of course, without the law, I also speak to the fact that we don't have regulatory oversight. For example, as lawyers, I would be expecting the Law Council or the Law Society to have come up with guidelines, let's say for internal management of AI use, like in law firms. We have not seen those, and I call upon those our responsible regulators to really come out and frame some kinds of regulations, how do you regulate AI in a law firm? And how do you deploy AI tools in real practice, okay? So those are really challenges in AI regulation and compliance, because you wouldn't say there is regulation without an actual law or compliance. So what would you be complying to or complying with? That's a real challenge in my opinion. And of course, without the act or the law, then you run to the available regulations that we have. For example, the Data Protection and Privacy Act, because artificial intelligence literally runs on data. So you now have to look at what are the data laws that we have, and how do you protect and leverage the law? How do you leverage the Data Protection and Privacy Act vis-a-vis AI development, deployment, and actual use? And I know that folks in law firms, lawyers, partners, staff, they're all using artificial intelligence, but without guidelines, really, without guidelines. And so this brings in challenges in terms of data protection and privacy. You don't know, let's say, for example, clients entrust us with their data, with their facts, with their evidence, and we run through these facts, this evidence in our AI tools. It's a challenge in a way that the enforcement of the practice in law firms that we are using artificial intelligence and without the regulation, and the enforcement even becomes difficult. It becomes so these are the challenges, the pressing regulatory and compliance issues in my mind that I can see with artificial intelligence and its usage in law firms, but also speaking to blockchain. So we all know that blockchain, like literally how the chain can be. So if you remove just one chip out of that chain, it means the entire block is going to collapse. So, and use that against data, because the data regulations would require verification of data, correcting errors, and all that. So how would you then be able to correct data in a blockchain system where that system actually would collapse if you try to correct an error? So that's another challenge. And of course, the other challenge in this blockchain system, because when you're talking about the blockchain system, you're talking about currency, but you're also talking about data at the same time. So the currency aspect, of course, then triggers national payment systems laws and contract laws and anti-money laundering laws. So yes, those laws are in place. And but what is really important, for example, with data assets, and the challenge I would speak to that is, you literally have, let's say, smart contracts. Smart contracts that, of course, govern these kinds of technologies. And what you should really be looking out for example, what's the governing law, the dispute forum, and things like that. These smart contracts tend to come in different languages, in Chinese and all that. Also, they are quite comprehensive. So it becomes quite a bit of a challenge for, I know some people who do not have the energy to read huge masses of documents and all that, but it's your responsibility to do that. And yeah, there are also, of course, tax issues, which I also consider as challenges. There's as I understand, there's a 5% right now tax, like on digital assets, and I know that the government is actually proposing to increase the tax framework for these digital assets, even when it's still in a premature state. So that is also another challenge I see. And so the government has also come out to say that cryptocurrency, speaking about blockchain, cryptocurrency is not actually legal tender. And yet I know colleagues right now who are dealing in these cryptocurrencies, and they are trading online on these digital assets. So if the regulator has come out to say, listen, this is not legal tender, then how do you protect the clients that you serve, or in terms of managing their digital assets? And so without that kind of regulation, I see, so that's also a challenge in that space. And yeah, I yield back to you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Council Patrick. Of course, one thing I can remember constantly that he has said he has advocated for guidance on how we should use AI within the legal space, so that we don't misuse it or abuse it in the process. Back to you, to Council Alice. Do you see AI and automation as a threat to traditional law firm models, or as an opportunity for value for our customers?
I would say both. I would say both. It's both a threat and so many opportunities. Why? And the threat is very simple. It's just threatening our traditional law firm models. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, it's just a threat to our traditional law firm models and a threat to the lawyer who is not willing to adapt to the new technologies we have on the market now. And that threat does not actually have to come to pass if law firms, lawyers, adapt the kind of law firms we have. I always tell people that I used to have, when we started work, we're using fax machines. This was our way of life. This is all we knew. But fast forward 2025, the use of fax machines is completely out. And that is how actually we used to receive instructions from abroad, especially from abroad, or even just before the use of emails or computers. Lawyers would receive instructions through reception, the receptionist, or the, what do you call it, the control room. So someone calls and said, oh, I would want to talk to a lawyer. This is my issue. This is my case. These are the facts. And that's how we used to receive instructions. I've not received instructions through a call, someone calling my office in like, I don't know how many years, maybe 5 years. Because people just either send emails or they find, I don't know, they can actually now even use, WhatsApp. Someone reaches out to you on WhatsApp, but to use the office, landline. So, which means that model has actually changed. So, the model of moving away from faxes, moving away from, there were so many things. People used to use typewriters. I was not part of that age. And we've moved on. We accepted, we adapted. So I always tell people, please don't be that lawyer who is so good, like the best lawyer in town in the field of, let me say, it could be real estate or family. But then your client walks into your office and they find you using a typewriter. They would definitely take a hike or they would run away for their dear life. And I would do pretty much the same if I walk into a law firm and I find that the best lawyer in town is still using a typewriter. And what does that mean? Usually I say is you have to speak the language of the client. Right now, the client on the market understands technology. The client on the market uses an electric car to go to work. The client on the market uses Google Maps. The clients on the market, these are our clients, they use e-signatures. So if you don't adapt, you're definitely going to, people will just, your clients will not understand you, basically. That's all I can say. So that's the threat. But like I said, it doesn't have to be a threat. It can, if you adapt, then all is good. Opportunities, there are so many. I think what I enjoy really is not having to wait, to take a long time to execute an assignment. Before, the way law firms are structured is you have a draft from a very young lawyer who's most probably just left university 2 years, and then they give it to a senior associate. So by the time you are the partner, you look through it, it's the senior associate is busy, the junior lawyer is also held up, they are in court, they're doing all these things. But now all that doesn't have to happen. And also, if you're doing these big transactional, big transactions where you need like 5 junior lawyers, one is dealing with this aspect of the research, the other one is doing, you actually don't need all those many junior lawyers anymore. So what does that mean? You need very few. You need very few human resource, but also you do the work much faster. You don't have to walk to libraries. You don't wasting time looking for this document, the other case. Everything is now online, so everything is faster. It's it's cost efficient. And it has definitely made our lives much easier. It's just by a click of a button and you have everything you have. So I feel that is, I think for me, being able to execute everything in record time, I can't put a value to that. The other opportunity is that it's actually giving us a flexibility with also the way we bill, because you know very well now that it's taking a shorter time to to carry out research. So which means that you could be more comfortable knowing that I could give my client, like, let me say, a fixed fee rate, and know that my costs will not go out of hand. So it's actually also changed. It's definitely changing the way we used to bill, because the way we used to bill was more hours, but now, like, what I mean is that you, in that 1 hour, you could bill for an hour, but the work actually could take you like 2 minutes. So it's an advantage for you as a lawyer, but at the same time, the fact that you're able to most probably earn the same amount of money, but doing the work in like a minute, I can't put again any value to that. I also feel that it's going to help us become more creative as lawyers, and that creativity, one of the panelists actually talked about it, maybe just having a more curious mind, to be more of a critical thinker, which means that the breed of lawyers that is coming will be on the market will be not the lawyer who, for lawyers, drafting documents, or the repetition we always do. You have a mortgage, you have to draft the same mortgage, the same exact mortgage with the same facts. All these things you actually don't have to do anymore. The repetitive assignments, you don't have to do them anymore. Now, the biggest challenge is our young lawyers, which is actually, for me, the biggest challenge I have. And if you asked me what the young lawyers can do right now, is they can train themselves to add onto their lawyerly skills. Like, for example, you just don't have to be a lawyer plainly. You can be a lawyer who also understands cybersecurity, a lawyer who really understands data protection. So those are the things that will add some kind of value to you as a lawyer, because just leaving law school and you're asking for a job to draft letters, those jobs won't be there in the very near future. And it's not because even right now, they are not there. But of course, we have young lawyers. We need to use them. So how do we prevent that situation? We have to, while you're still in law school, you can upskill. When you're still a junior lawyer, upskill. Add something else. Add something else to the qualifications, your legal qualifications. Then I guess you will be marketable. As you get more experience, of course, then the human, remember the human factor we're talking about, then you also be bringing the human factor. The human aspect to whatever research you AI or any technologies would have given you. So training our junior lawyers to have more skills outside just being lawyers, I think, is extremely key. But in terms of opportunities, there's so many, and that is the future, because like I told you, all our clients are using the technologies. all our the people we work with, the doctors in other spaces. I was reading about an AI hospital in China. So if doctors are using AI, how can you as their lawyer insist that you're not using AI? It doesn't make sense. That is just the health sector. But how do you move to work? You're using Uber, we are using Google Maps. So it will become very, very difficult not being able actually to use AI in the future. So the fact that now we know it is part of it, you can ask me so many, that could be a question for another day. There are so many challenges that AI, also so many vulnerabilities, it throws onto us as human beings and also to lawyers. The question is that how do you navigate those challenges? One of them is the cybersecurity, the vulnerabilities that come with using the internet, hacking, data breaches, but all those can be navigated. Especially now we have at least very good laws that can be able to guide us on what to do. So let's not be afraid of the damage or the challenges AI has. Let's be positive and also work around those challenges.
Thank you so much, Council Alice. Of course, AI is a threat to the traditional law firm model. However, we should evolve, adopt, not only for our productivity and efficiency, but also to serve our clients' interests in the best ways. I would like to return back to Council Opio. Of course, with his experience in advising startups, how would you advise young lawyers in positioning themselves not only as innovator, not only as service providers, but also innovation partners?
Yes. Thank you, Simon, for the question. When you talk of in your experience, makes me feel like I have over 20 years experience of such a long time in advising startups. But well, even one experience can be enough to be talked about. So back to your question. Well, I think as partners in innovation when working with startups, our role basically I think comes in two ways. One as advisors, both externally and internally, as counsel for these platforms, and then two also as critiques. Yeah, lawyers are serious critics. They want to critique everything. When you go to LinkedIn, they're always critiquing this is not working, this is not supposed to be like this is not the law, the practice, there's no law, So they're always critiquing and critiquing and critiquing. But what I think would be the best here is get involved with these startups as much as you can, and this will help you to know their, business models, systems, and basically how they work and what they require in their unique circumstances. And yeah, there's no better legal advisor or critique than someone who actually understands how a system or a business or whatever it is and how it works. So, well, I know that there are some organizations, if I can say, or umbrella bodies that bring together a number of startups in just around town here. There are so many. There's Founders Launch. Yeah, Founders Launch is in, I think, Bukoto. If you go there, you're going to meet amazing startup founders. You're going to find ladies and gentlemen that are creating. You'll find people that are really ambitious, and it will be nice to work with some of them. Those places have no lawyers, mainly. They have no lawyers. So if you go there and introduce yourself as a lawyer, and they'll definitely look out for you, and they'll give you some work. There's also Innovation Village. Yeah, that place has a lot of startup founders that come together periodically. You can go there and just see the environment and talk to people. You'll see what they have for you. There's also the National ICT Lab, I think is in Nakawa. You can just pass by. They always have events and so on. So you go there, introduce yourself as a lawyer and what you're mainly interested in. They will definitely reach out to you, or you reach out to them. and desire to work, and tell them you want to work with them. Yeah, so because I know clients basically want to have lawyers that understand their business, their business models. So by you going there and selling yourself and talking to them, you can even volunteer. Yeah, I remember some time back someone told me to help them and draft for them a privacy policy as well as some terms and conditions for his app. He had developed an edutech app. That was sometime at the beginning of the year. And yeah, I drafted, we went through it. He explained to me his business module. Is the way the app works and the intentions. Yeah, after around 3 weeks, I came up finally with, with the terms and conditions, and I shared it with him. I learned a lot, from that small experience. Well, after some time, he definitely sent me some mobile money, but I just laughed it off because it was definitely so little. But yeah, I'm grateful for the experience that I had with him. And with time, also, he referred to me another client who wanted to register, I think, with the Data Protection Office. So I advised him also and helped him to register with the office, to do things to do with the NITA. Yeah, so it's by exposure and by knowing how these systems, and the exposure will only be granted by going out and looking for the opportunities, you see. Yeah, there's that old saying of counsel doesn't seek, but he is sought. Unfortunately, in the era we are in right now, you'll have to do a lot of seeking for clients also. So you have to look for clients, go and market yourself, go to these labs and innovation places, you're going to meet amazing people. They'll give you work. You'll try to, if they don't give you work, you force yourself to work with them. They will bring you in, they will bring you on board, and you learn something or two about these startups. With time, you'll start speaking their language, things like venture capital, there's venture capital, angel funding. There are those terms that they normally like using for startups. So you associate with them, and yeah, as I'd say, there's no better critic or legal advisor than someone who understands a system from the inside, than being an armchair critic or just waiting in your office for this startup to approach you and tell you they have problems like this and that. You'll have to work on it, but you'll have to go and seek out for them, because definitely as they grow, I think they will trust you, because it's easier to work with someone who has seen them grow or has seen them through certain periods of growth and their developments. Yeah, so I think the best thing to do here is get involved with startups and their founders. Yeah, thank you.
Well stated. Well, for young innovators out there, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a first step. Collaborate, network, volunteer. In the process, you could end up an innovation partner. Thank you so much, Council Patrick. Council Patrick, what risks should young litigators be mindful of when relying on AI tools for legal research and drafting submissions?
Thank you. So the risks are many, some of which have been talked about here, like relying on tools that AI tools that end up giving you hallucinated answers, and where you have to verify. But here's the point. So lawyers are largely using AI, and I think from experience, they don't have internal policies, for example, on AI, internally on AI, on artificial intelligence, on how they're supposed to be using this AI, and that's a risk. Within the law firm, that's a risk, not to have policies like internal policies. But while lawyers are enjoying these AI tools in real time and in real practice, they must not forget that they still owe a professional duty to clients, the clients they serve. whereas there is no specific legislation on AI, but they always fall back positions. There are laws that govern us as lawyers in our practice. So you know, we have the advocates professional conduct regulations. What do they speak to the actual practice of law? So while you enjoy these tools, remember you have a duty to keep clients' data confidential. Okay. Remember you have a duty of competence and diligence. So, and you also remember there is a risk of unauthorized practice of law. And for me, that is very important. It's, I think, the most important thing that I can think about in these risks. So here's the point. Your client walks into your chambers and they give you instructions. In fact, they walk in either by reference or they have seen you somewhere, and they are relying on your judgment as counsel. And the law and the regulations entrust you as counsel to use your judgment and instruction. So when you delegate those instructions, that judgment to these tools entirely, the risk is delegating entirely. And so it comes in along with complacency, and then in the result you will have wrong legal advice, professional misconduct, and you will abuse all the regulations that govern legal practice. So that is a very, very sound and serious risk that I think lawyers who are enjoying use of AI in real practice should be wary about. And then the use of tools, there is a risk. So for example, you have ChatGTP, and which has several versions. For example, you have a ChatGTP, which is a free version, comes freely and anybody can access it. So a young lawyer gets that tool and they start feeding in real facts, real evidence. These are real cases. And what that they don't know what that tool does with that data, with that information, the tool will train itself with that information, and then anybody and third party will access that the same information going out there, and all those are professional breaches. But there is a safer way of doing that, like enjoying these tools. So there are licensed tools, vetted, with all sorts of protections, encryption, and all that. So like ChatGTP, I'll speak of it because it's I think the most used right now. So there are paid up modules for the ChatGTP if you want to enjoy it more, but professionally and ethically. So you pay up for these the chapters that are for the ready use for law firms and teams and workspaces. And I speak to this because at Kasiri Biarhanga we have developed an internal work policy for our workspaces. And what this does, it gives the clients confidence that whatever data they are submitting to counsel is going to be protected. And so but there are also expectations, for example, not only from clients, but from let's say in international soft law, the conventions that are there in place right now, some of them have extraterritorial jurisdiction, like the EU AI Act, the ISO standards. So you can leverage all these to reduce on the risks of practicing or using AI tools that are going to cause you fall on the wrong law of the law or professional regulations. So you know that even when we don't have a specific AI legislation, so there are quite a lot of standards, and ISO, the EU AI Act, and the Malabo Convention, and so many other international standards that you can use to guide you into creating, let's say, for example, an internal charter, an internal AI policy that you can use to avoid all these sorts of risks. I think I yield back.
Thank you so much, Councillor Patrick. Thank you so much. A final question to all the panelists. How do we avoid becoming dependent on technology while still using it to scale and be impactful? Let us start with Councillor Alice.
What I can say, I guess I'll give you my own experience. First of all, the previous speaker talked about general AI, general platforms. Please try to avoid them if you're trying to provide legal services using AI. There are specialized AI tools that you can use for lawyers. So personally, I use a virtual assistant. I call them. I use 2 of them because at first I was not very sure which one would be the best. So I've used 2, and what I've done and what I would advise people to do is you train them to be you train them to provide legal services as your law firm. Then it actually becomes much easier for you, as opposed to just using generic AI. These rather general platforms like ChatGPT. I mentioned this earlier at the beginning that the general one tends to just give you examples from all over the world. But when you train your AI to focus more on within your jurisdiction, like for example, you're in Uganda, then you train it to understand Ugandan law. You feed it, you direct it to cases, what they call it, our online library. You direct it, for example, to our regulators. If you, I work a lot with regulation passed by, like for example, the central bank or whatever, if it's UCC or URA, so that then it does not pick Kenya Regulatory Authority or South Africa Regulatory Authority or Nigeria Regulatory Authority. It makes it actually much easier. So that is 1. 2, how do I make sure that actually it's not, I don't over rely on it? Is I read trends, I make sure that I know exactly what is going on in real life. So for me, it becomes very, if it gives me feedback or response to my research, when I read through the draft, I can know for certain that this is not accurate. Why? Because I keep up with the trends. I keep up with, the new laws that, have been passed, or the ones which have been, I guess, done away with, what's going on in Parliament. If you keep yourself abreast with whatever is going on, then it actually makes it much easier. So that means you're rather, it helps you not to over rely on its accuracy. So there's the accuracy, there's information it will give you, but how accurate is it? So for me, I feel like it helps me to deal with the the to help me to provide more accurate legal advice to my clients. And I'm always aware at the back of my mind that at the end of the day, at least I am the lawyer. I am the one it's assisting me. I'm not actually assisting it, it's assisting me. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with me. I'm the one answerable to the client. I can't go to the client and say, oops, sorry, that advice is not accurate. I am so sorry. I used AI. No, it's me who has to take the responsibility. And in any case, anyway, it's me who will definitely be embarrassed. It's me who will lose the instructions. So you have to be very, very careful when you're using these platforms. But those are the two things I could say is one, get sign up for something that you can actually train. Sometimes it can be very for law firms, it's going to be very expensive. I mean, people pay like $10,000 for, depending on how big your firm is, per month. For individual ones, they range from $10 to $500, depending on what kind you want. But I feel like that has helped me a lot to get more accuracy and also to get more specialized, information. And number two is what I mentioned last. Try as much as possible to understand that at the end of the day, you're the human and you're the one to provide the accurate information in real time. So keep up with the trends. Don't depend on, what is ChatGPT saying? ChatGPT is being fed. So follow up with whatever is going on in your industry. Be part of all these, if it's innovation hubs, if it's this membership, like I'm part of what they call it, the FinTech Association of Uganda. Being part of those kind of spaces helps you to actually to keep yourself updated on what's going on in real time, following up what's going on in Parliament, what's going on with the regulators, so that you don't actually over rely on technology.
Thank you so much, Council Alice. Council Opio, kindly proceed.
Yes, the question was on how to avoid overdependence on AI. Okay, yeah, I think from my view is that these are assistants. They are not there to replace you. So just assume for example, it's your associate or your intern that drafts a document, and then you instruct him or her to draft a document. They do so. What next? You as the partner or the associate that is maybe above them in rank or supervising them, your role is to review, look at the draft that they have come up with, whether it's a letter or it's submissions, whether pleadings, whatever it is that the associate or the intern has come up with is going to be reviewed by the partner or an associate. Same thing applies here to the AI platforms. Don't over-rely on them. Actually, I would say don't trust them. Yeah, that would be the right word. Don't trust them. Everything they give you, take it through a second or 2 or 3 more reviews to come up with a more human or a more realistic, be it a response or a letter or correspondence or whatever it is that you have instructed it to do. Yeah, then maybe just to avoid overdependence on them, because at some point you'll become too overdependent, and I've not heard of it before, but there are people who get what you call, I think, AI psychosis, people that rely on AI platforms to, be their counselors, financial advisors, relationship advisors. You end up having, that mental state that people go into. It's actually serious and quite common, that you believe that there's this system or there's this person that is there, and you rely on them so much. You can't spend a day without talking to them, and Yeah, so I've not heard about a professional AI psychosis, but just to avoid it, you don't have to over rely on the AI platforms. Yeah, I think that answers it.
Thank you, Council Opio. Council Patrick, kindly proceed.
So, over dependency on technology, of course, has very serious consequences, psychologically and others. But there are, interestingly, like two schools of thought that I have seen or read about in this area. This is what they call technological determinism, that technology drives outcomes. So, meaning that when you use technology, it's kind of like its adoption is inevitable. Okay, so and then its oversight is lesser. So I think that's then how you end up getting this kind of like AI psychosis. But there's also another school of thought of instrumentalism, that how do you use the technology tools, how you decide to use them, okay, also ends up affecting you. So how you adopt them affects you, can affect you, or how you wield these tools can affect you. So these two schools of thought really give me a great insight on what to do in order not to over rely or over depend on technology. But so the real issue here is so there's some things or certain work that you cannot delegate to tools. For example, you are in taking a client as an advocate, and you're employing an AI tool to determine whether you should onboard this client or not entirely, without like any oversight. And then you're happy seated back there and say that, oh, the AI tool has just advised me this is not a good client for the law firm. So there's some work or some decisions or some kind of practice that you cannot really delegate to tools, and so that can really help you to not to over rely on this technology. If you're a judicial officer and you're working on a case and you're running through evidence, the trial and all things using the tool, and then you get to a sentencing stage, and you also apply the AI tool, and of course, which is really grave because you cannot do that. So some things you cannot delegate, like sentencing, for example, in the justice system, you cannot delegate to a tool. So there must be a bottom line, certain things that you can't delegate to tools, and that can really help. What I think all the speakers have talked about, the human in the loop point of view. So if you make it a standard practice, then you will always have the human in the loop. So you will not have to rely on technology all the time, and you will not trust technology all the time. You have to have that engagement with these tools. But there's also what they call calibration. You calibrate the trust. So you get these AI tools, and then you kind of like calibrate to give you some form of level. To what extent should we trust these AI tools? Because you will, if you calibrate, then it will be able to tell you the sorts of risks that come with the tool, the errors that you expect from that tool. So by knowing that, you know that I cannot set my work or its purpose is limited. I can't set all my obligations to the tool. So in the background, you'll know that, of course, you have to not become over dependent on the tool. And the last one I can talk about maybe is de-skilling. If you're in a law firm, so you have set AI workspaces for your entire team, and so you can do rounds like say targets. This is no AI work, so you take your teams through the rounds, and then so that can also steer in non-dependency on these technologies, and so many other things that you can do in order not to rely on these technologies. But most importantly, also not forgetting that these are professional obligations where you cannot delegate directly all your responsibilities to the tool. So understanding all those things can really give you an insight into not being over-dependent on AI tools. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Councillor Patrick. Thank you so much. Well, lawyers who thrive will be those who not only use but leverage technology. This starts with questioning what your AI produces or generates. This goes back to critical thinking and human oversight and judgment, not taking what the AI tool has generated as the absolute truth or the only truth. Well, we greatly commend the Uganda Law Society, the Muslims Mediation and Muslims Arbitration and Mediation Center, Praxis Conflict Center, and Bluebell Legal for sponsoring and hosting this event. I would like our panelists to give final remarks before we end this session. We start with Councillor Alice.
Thank you. Personally, I would just say, please upscale from whatever you've learned at whatever stage of life you're at, because if we, the older ones, can have tried to to catch up, as young lawyers, you have no excuse. You have all that time. So yes, law school has equipped you, or even the practice, the years you've had in practice, you've learned a lot, but you need to learn more. And of course, as you all know, these days information is everywhere. It's you don't even have to go back to law school. You don't have to go sign up, or rather pay high tuition fees. If you want to learn from Harvard, you can go online, and they have free online courses. Whatever university right now, actually on the globe now, most of them have online courses which you can take and learn. I think that would help you actually to be help you to advance in, first of all, the legal profession. It will help you to get more and better skills, meaning you can't just now be a lawyer. Where I live now, you can easily, depending on where you are, rather, there are now, I feel like, so many opportunities. It could be simply as learning how to code. Very simple tools, meaning then you understand. My advantage has been that I learned the technologies. I was just curious to really understand how the technologies worked. So if you're talking about blockchain, for me, it was more of, okay, how can I actually learn how to use, blockchain, that technology, just not advising people in that area. So I had to learn the technologies themselves and understand how they work, not to advise. So those are two different things. I can advise just like all of you can advise on anything in regard to the law, but do you really understand the technologies you're advising on? So that could actually give you an advantage. I'm sure people who are into the startup world, that actually gives them, an advantage, like the two panelists, or two or three, all the panelists. When you're into the startup world, I've worked with so many startups. So for me, knowing how actually these platforms work from A to Z, that has really helped me and put me in spaces that I even never have imagined, or to work with people from all over the world. Yeah, so it's what I could literally just say is that you're still very young and you have all the opportunities available. You don't have to pay much money to learn new skills, but you just cannot be a lawyer. It was not going to work, and it's actually, but like we've discussed, I mean, just to be honest, with like the discussions we've had, you'll find that as time goes on, what you bring on the table will be less and less. So the question is that how do you up your value? Learn more, learn new skills, add on to your law degree, and all this could be online. Upskill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Alice. Council Opio.
Thank you. My concluding remark is just saying that we should try as much as, not any different from what Council has said, that the goal is to remain relevant in this digital economy or society or whatever that we are dealing with. And definitely AI is going to be at the center of this, I'll call it the coming wave, or the already ongoing wave of technology that is sweeping through sectors. And therefore, mastering skills and positioning ourselves as, in spaces where people are talking about these things, and letting people know that you're actually willing to work with them or understand what how their systems are working and so on. It will be beautiful if you, as a lawyer, you understand some of these things, how they work, like artificial intelligence, beyond just the word or the definition and what generally is known by everyone. If, for example, you try to work with these startups in their process of creating these applications, you definitely know or be in position to explain how some of them work. Maybe in future you might have to advise a client, or you might be in court and you'll be in position to explain how some of the things like the LLMs, I'm talking about large learning models, algorithms, deep learning and machine learning, and how they work. It will be really beautiful to stand at the bar and explain to a judge that this is how your client's algorithms actually work. And that can only be done when you invest as much as you can in learning the skills, reading a lot, and definitely also, as I said, getting involved with AI or startup founders and understanding how their systems work. So the goal is to remain relevant and not become obsolete. Yes, thank you.
Council Patrick.
Thank you. So mine will be a word of caution, really, that use AI responsibly. Use AI or AI tools responsibly. And I'll end with an example. So in California, there was a young man named A. He went through a bit of depression, and he started chatting with ChatGTP, and he was telling ChatGTP how he was stressed and he was going through all these issues, and this went on like for months. And instead of discussing these issues with his parents or close friends, he was busy discussing every day, any opportunity that came by. He would go back to his chat and then tell the chat, "Oh, this is what happened today, I'm feeling this. And these tools have some level of protections, but it has a limit. So what happened is that this tool actually, in the end, ended up writing for him a suicide note, and this young man actually committed suicide. And what the parents did, they sued company B for manslaughter, in that this kid wouldn't have died if he had not been isolated by this AI tool. And as we speak, the litigation is going on. So these are the risks and cautions that I would like to give to young lawyers and even other users out there. Leverage the technology, know the purpose of this technology and use it responsibly and ethically. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I yield back to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Council Patrick. You may be avoiding AI, but AI is not avoiding you. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you to the panelists who have discussed great insights about artificial intelligence in legal space. Thanks to every young lawyer out there who has attended the Young Lawyer Symposium. We thank you so much. And special thanks to the Uganda Law Society again, the Muslims Mediation and Arbitration Center, Praxis Conflict Center, and Bluebell for hosting and sponsoring this event. I wish you a nice day and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the Tech Frontiers. Thank you for charting us the new territories and opportunities for young lawyers. Thank you, Council Alice. Thank you, Isaac and Patrick and Simon, for taking us through all this and for braving it despite the technical challenges that we had at the start. And to you that have stayed with us up to this point, we really, really appreciate you. And we thank Uganda Law Society, we thank MAMSI, we thank Bluebell and Praxis for just making sure that these 2 days, young lawyers gathered in one space and they shared knowledge was shared, our buckets are full. And I believe that at the end of the day, if we put into practice what we have gotten, we're going to be the legally balanced and master how to practice law, find and discover our purpose and make sure that even our personal life, all of that, the 360 angle thing that I talked about is catered for. So thank you very much once again. And today we did, we talked about personal branding, we talked about family, and I think we were cut off on the family bit, but it was an amazing panel. The question was on whether to date a lawyer, and others are saying, don't even think about it, stay in your lane, don't date lawyers. It was all that kind of mix. But I believe that for the bits that you were on, you were able to pick something that works for you. And then I think the call generally from the whole symposium, one is mentorship, the other is communication, personal branding. As a lawyer, why are you not on LinkedIn? Because this is the professional space. So learn to go out there and don't just show up in your best capacity and build a brand that works for you. Embrace technology. And we've also been encouraged that technology is good, but we should use it to work for us, not the other way around. So even as you're utilizing it, let it be like a draft of something, get into it and polish it up. And of course, we're also challenged by CJ Emeritus Bate. He told us the English has gone home. Okay, the symposium, I've talked so much, pardon me. Yeah. He challenged us to remember why we are lawyers in the first place, and then to know what kind of legacy we want to leave behind, because at the end of the day, that is what matters. So I will be sharing, I think, a little bit here and there, and I think you should also go and summarize on your LinkedIn. If you don't have where to start from, surely what you've learned from the symposium is a good start. So thank you very much once again. I wish you a lovely weekend and see you in the arena as we are transformed young lawyers. All right, I submit. Yay, claps on the online. Okay, we're out of here.
I know you've seen these AI ASMR videos all over your feed lately.